qualities, viz., victory, protection afforded to thy people, virtue, prosperity, and policy. Know, O bull of the Kuru race, that Jarasandha, the son of Vrihadratha, is even such, that is, a candidate for the imperial dignity. 100 dynasties of kings have become unable to oppose Jarasandha. He, therefore, may be regarded to be an emperor for his strength. Kings that are wearers of jewels worship Jarasandha with presents of jewels. But, wicked from his childhood, he is scarcely satisfied with such worship. Having become the foremost among all, he attacketh yet with violence kings with crowns on their heads. Nor is there seen any king from whom he taketh not tribute. Thus hath he brought under his sway nearly 100 kings. How can, O son of Pritha, any weak monarch approach him with hostile intentions? Confined in the temple of Shiva and offered as sacrifice unto him like so many animals, do not these monarchs dedicated unto that god feel the most poignant misery, O bull of the Bharata race? A Kshatriya that dieth in battle is ever regarded with respect. Why shall we not, therefore, meet together and oppose Jarasandha in battle? He hath already brought 86 kings, 14 only are wanting to complete 100. As soon as he obtaineth those 14, he will begin his cruel act. He that shall be to obstruct that act will surely win blazing renown. And he that will vanquish Jarasandha will surely become the emperor of all the Kshatriyas. Section 16. Yudhishthira said, desirous of the imperial dignity but acting from selfish motives and relying upon courage alone, how, O Krishna, can I dispatch ye unto Jarasandha? Both Bhima and Arjuna I regard as my eyes, and thee, O Janardana, as my mind. How shall I live, deprived of my eyes and mind? Yama himself cannot vanquish in battle the mighty host of Jarasandha that is endued, besides, with terrible valor. What valor can he exhibit against it? This affair that promises to terminate otherwise may lead to great mischief. It is my opinion, therefore, that the proposed task should not be undertaken. Listen, O Krishna, to what I for one think. O Janardana, desisting from this act seemeth to me to be beneficial. My heart today is afflicted. The Rajasuya appeareth to me difficult of accomplishment. Vaisampayana said, Arjuna, who had obtained that excellent of bows and that couple of inexhaustible quivers, and that car with that banner, as also that assembly room, now addressed Yudhishthira and said, I have obtained, O king, a bow and weapons and arrows and energy and allies and dominions and fame and strength. Those are always difficult of acquisition, however much they may be desired. Learned men of repute always praise in good society nobleness of descent. But nothing is equal to might. Indeed, O monarch, there is nothing I like more than prowess. Born in a race noted for its valor, one that is without valor is scarcely worthy of regard. One, however, possessed of valor, that is born in a race not noted for it, is much superior to the former. He, O king, is a Kshatriya in everything who increaseth his fame and possessions by the subjugation of his enemies. And he that is possessed of valor, though destitute of all other merits, will vanquish his foes. One, however, that is destitute of valor, though possessed of every other merit, can scarcely accomplish anything. Every merit exists by the side of valor in an incipient state. Concentration of attention, exertion and destiny exist as the three causes of victory. One, however, that is possessed of valor doth not yet deserve success if he acts carelessly. It is for this that an enemy endued with strength sometimes suffers death at the hands of his foes. As meanness overtakes the weak, so folly sometimes overtakes the strong. A king, therefore, that is desirous of victory, should avoid both these causes of destruction. If, for the purpose of our sacrifice, we endeavour to slay Jarasandha and rescue the kings kept by him for a cruel purpose, there is no higher act which we could employ ourselves in. If, however, we do not undertake the task, the world will always think us incompetent. We have certainly the competence, O King. Why should you, therefore, regard us as incompetent? Those that have become munis desirous of achieving tranquility of souls, obtain yellow robes with ease. So if we vanquish the foe, the imperial dignity will easily be ours. We shall, therefore, fight the foe. Section 17. Vasudeva said, Arjuna hath indicated what the inclination should be of one that is born in the Bharata race, especially of one who is the son of Kunti. We know not when death will overtake us, in the night or in the day. Nor have we ever heard that immortality hath been achieved by desisting from fight. This, therefore, is the duty of men, viz., to attack all enemies in accordance with the principles laid down in the ordinance. This always gives satisfaction to the heart. Aided by good policy, if not frustrated by destiny, an undertaking becomes crowned with success. If both parties aided by such means encounter each other, one must obtain ascendancy over the other, for both cannot win or lose. A battle, however, if directed by bad policy, which again is destitute of the well-known arts, ends in defeat or destruction. If, again, both parties are equally circumstanced, the result becomes doubtful. Both, however, cannot win. When such is the case, why should we not, aided by good policy, directly approach the foe, and destroy him, like a current of the river uprooting a tree? If, disguising our own faults, we attack the enemy taking advantage of his loopholes, why should we not succeed? Indeed, the policy of intelligent men is that one should not fight openly with foes that are exceedingly powerful and are at the head of their well-arrayed forces. This too is my opinion. If, however, we accomplish our purpose secretly entering the abode of our foe and attacking his person, we shall never earn obloquy. That bull among men, Jarasandha, alone enjoyeth unfaded glory, like unto him who is the self in the heart of every created being. But I see his destruction before me. Desirous of protecting our relatives, we will either slay him in battle or shall ascend to heaven, being ourselves slain in the end by him. Yudhishthira said, O Krishna, who is this Jarasandha? What is his energy and what is his prowess, that having touched thee he hath not been burnt like an insect at the touch of fire? Krishna said, Hear, O monarch, who Jarasandha is, what his energy, and what is his prowess, and why also he hath been spared by us, even though he hath repeatedly offended us. There was a mighty king of the name of Vrihadratha, the lord of the Magadhas. Proud in battle, he had 3 Akshayinis of troops. Handsome and endued with energy, possessed of affluence and prowess beyond measure, and always bearing on his person marks indicating installation at sacrifices. He was like a second Indra. In glory he was like unto Surya, in forgiveness like unto the earth, in wrath like unto the destroyer Yama, and in wealth like unto Vaisravana. And O thou foremost of the Bharata race, the whole earth was covered by his qualities that descended upon him from a long line of ancestors, like the rays emerging from the sun. And, O bull of the Bharata race, endued with great energy, that monarch married 2 twin daughters of the king of Kazi, both endued with the wealth of beauty. And that bull among men made an engagement in secret with his wives that he would love them equally and would never show a preference for either. And the lord of the earth, in the company of his 2 dearly loved wives, both of whom suited him well, passed his days in joy like a mighty elephant in the company of 2 cow elephants, or like the ocean in his personified form between Ganga and Yamuna, also in their personified forms. The monarch's youth, however, passed away in the enjoyment of his possessions, without any son being born unto him to perpetuate his line. The best of monarch failed to obtain a son to perpetuate his race, even by means of various auspicious rites, and homers, and sacrifices performed with a desire for having an offspring. One day the king heard that the high suit Chandakausika, the son of Kakshavat of the illustrious Gautama race, having desisted from ascetic penances, had come in course of his wanderings to his capital and had taken his seat under the shade of a mango tree. The king went unto that Muni accompanied by his 2 wives, and worshipping him with jewels and valuable presents gratified him highly. That best of rishis, truthful in speech and firmly attached to truth, then told the king calmly, O king of kings, I have been pleased with thee. O thou of excellent vows, solicit thou a boon. King Rihadratha then, with his wives, bending low unto that rishi, spoke these words, choked with tears in consequence of his despair of obtaining a child. O Holy One, forsaking my kingdom, I am about to go into the woods to practice ascetic penances. I am very unfortunate, for I have no son. What shall I do, therefore, with my kingdom or with a boon? Krishna continued, hearing these words of the king, the Muni, controlling his outer senses, entered into meditation, sitting in the shade of that very mango tree where he was. And there fell upon the lap of the seated Muni a mango that was juicy and untouched by the beak of a parrot or any other bird. That best of Munis, taking up the fruit and mentally pronouncing certain mantras over it, gave it unto the king as the means of his obtaining an incomparable offspring. And the great Muni, possessed also of extraordinary wisdom, addressing the monarch, said, Return, O king, thy wish is fulfilled. Desist, O king, from going into the woods. Hearing these words of the Muni and worshipping his feet, the monarch, possessed of great wisdom, returned to his own abode. And recollecting his former promise unto them, the king gave, O bull of the Brata race, unto his 2 wives that one fruit. His beautiful queens, dividing that single fruit into 2 parts, ate it up. In consequence of the certainty of the realization of the Muni's words and his truthfulness, both of them conceived, as an effect of their having eaten that fruit. And the king, beholding them in that state, became filled with great joy. Then, O wise monarch, some time after, when the time came, each of the queens brought forth a fragmentary body, and each fragment had 1 eye, 1 arm, 1 leg, half a stomach, half a face, and half an anus. Beholding the fragmentary bodies, both the mothers trembled much. The helpless sisters then anxiously consulted each other, and sorrowfully abandoned those fragments endued with life. The 2 midwives, that waited upon the queens, then carefully wrapping up the stillborn fragments, went out of the inner apartments of the palace by the back door, and throwing away the bodies, returned in haste. A little while after, O tiger among men, a Rakshasa woman of the name of Jara, living upon flesh and blood, shook up the fragments that lay on a crossing, and impelled by force of fate, the female cannibal united the fragments for facility of carrying them away. And, O bull among men, as soon as the fragments were united, they formed a sturdy child of 1 body, endued with life. Then, O king, the female cannibal, with eyes expanded in wonder, found herself unable to carry away that child, having a body as hard and strong as the thunderbolt. That infant then, closing his fists red as copper and inserting them into its mouth, began to roar terribly as rain-charged clouds. Alarmed at the sound, the inmates of the palace, O tiger among men, suddenly came out with the king, O slayer of all foes. The helpless and disappointed and sad queens also, with breasts full of milk, also came out suddenly to recover their child. The female cannibal, beholding the queens in that condition, and the king too so desirous of an offspring, and the child was possessed of such strength, thought within herself, I live within dominions of the king who is so desirous of an offspring. It behoveth not me, therefore, to kill the infant child of such an illustrious and virtuous monarch. The Rakshasa woman then, holding the child in her arms like the clouds enveloping the sun, and assuming a human form, told the king these words, O Vrihadratha, this is thy child, given to thee by me, take it. It hath been born of both thy wives by virtue of the command of the great Brahmana. Cast away by the midwives, it hath been protected by me. Krishna continued, O thou foremost of the Bharata race, the handsome daughters of the king of Kazi, having obtained the child, soon drenched it with lacteal streams. The king, ascertaining everything, was filled with joy, and addressing that female cannibal disguised as a human being possessing the complexion of gold, asked, O thou of the complexion of the filament of the lotus, who art thou that givest me this child? O auspicious one, thou seemest to me as a goddess roaming at thy pleasure. Section 18. Krishna continued, Hearing these words of the king, the Rakshasa woman answered, Blessed be thou, O King of Kings, capable of assuming any form at will. I am a Rakshasa woman called Jara. I am living, O King, happily in thy house, worshipped by all. Every day I wander from house to house of men. Indeed, I was created of old by the self-create and was named Grihadevi, the household goddess. Of celestial beauty I was placed in the world for the destruction of the Danavas. He that with devotion painteth on the walls of his house a likeness of myself endued with youth and in the midst of children, must have prosperity in his abode, otherwise a household must sustain decay and destruction. O Lord, painted on the walls of thy house is a likeness of myself surrounded by numerous children. Stationed there I am daily worshipped with scents and flowers, with incense and edibles and various objects of enjoyment. Thus worshipped in thy house, I daily think of doing thee some good in return. It chanced, O virtuous king, that I beheld the fragmentary bodies of thy son. When these happened to be united by me, a living child was formed of them. O great king, it hath been so owing to thy good fortune alone. I have been only the instrument. I am capable of swallowing the mountain of Meru itself. What shall I say of the child? I have, however, been gratified with thee in consequence of the worship I receive in thy house. It is, therefore, O king, that I have bestowed this child on thee. Krishna continued, Having spoken these words, O king, Jara disappeared therein then. The king having obtained the child then entered the palace. And the king then caused all the rites of infancy to be performed on that child, and ordered a festival to be observed by his people in honor of the Rakshasa woman. And the monarch equivalent to Brahma himself then bestowed a name on his child. And he said that because the child had been united by Jara, he should be called Jarasandha, that is, united by Jara. And the son of the king of Magadha, endued with great energy, began to grow up in bulk and strength like a fire into which hath been poured libation of the clarified butter. And increasing day by day like the moon in the bright fortnight, the child began to enhance the joy of his parents. Section 19. Krishna said, some time after this, the great ascetic, the exalted Chandakausika, again came into the country of the Magadhas, filled with joy at the advent of the rishi, King Vrihadratha, accompanied by his ministers and priest and wives and son, went out to receive him. And, O Bharata, worshipping the rishi with water to wash his feet and face, and with the offerings of Argai the king then offered his whole kingdom along with his son for the acceptance of the rishi. The adorable rishi accepting that worship offered by the king, addressing the ruler of Magadha, O monarch, said with well-pleased heart, O king, I knew all this by spiritual insight. But hear, O king of kings, what this son of thine will be in future, as also what his beauty, excellence, strength, and valor will be. Without doubt this son of thine, growing in prosperity and endued with prowess, will obtain all these. Like other birds that can never imitate the speed of Vinata's son, Garuda, the other monarchs of the earth will not be able to equal in energy this thy son, who will be endued with great valor. And all those that will stand in his way will certainly be destroyed. Like the force of the current that can never make the slightest impression upon the rocky breast of a mountain, weapons hurled at him even by the celestials will fail to produce the least pain in him. He will blaze forth above the heads of all that wear crowns on their brows. Like the sun that dims the luster of all luminous bodies, this son of thine will rob all monarchs of their splendor. Even kings that are powerful and own large armies and numberless vehicles and animals, upon approaching this son of thine, will all perish as insects upon fire. This child will seize the growing prosperity of all kings like the ocean receiving the rivers swollen with the water of the rainy season. Like the huge earth that bears all kinds of produce, supporting things that are both good and evil, this child endued with great strength will support all the four orders of men. And all the kings of the earth will live in obedience to the commands of this child, just as every creature endued with body live in dependence upon virtue that is dear as self unto beings. This prince of Magadha, the mightiest of all men in the world, will behold with his physical eyes the god of gods, called Rudra or Hara, the slayer of Tripura. O thou slayer of all foes! Saying this, the rishi, thinking of his own business, dismissed King Vrihadratha. The lord of the Magadhas then, re-entering his capital, and calling together his friends and relations, installed Jarasandha on the throne. King Vrihadratha then came to feel a great distaste for worldly pleasures. And after the installation of Jarasandha, King Vrihadratha, followed by his 2 wives, became an inmate of an ascetic asylum in the woods. And, O king, after his father and mothers had retired into the woods, Jarasandha by his valor brought numerous kings under his sway. Vaisampayana continued, King Vrihadratha, having lived for some time in the woods and practiced ascetic penances, ascended to heaven at last with his wives. King Jarasandha, also, as uttered by Kausika, having received those numerous boons, ruled his kingdom like a father. Some time after, when King Kansa was slain by Vasudeva, an enmity arose between him and Krishna. Then, O Bharata, the mighty king of Magadha, from his city of Girivara, whirling the mace 99 times, hurled it towards Mathura. At that time Krishna of wonderful deeds was residing at Mathura. The handsome mace hurled by Jarasandha fell near Mathura at a distance of 99 yojanas from Girivara. The citizens, beholding the circumstance well, went unto Krishna and informed him of the fall of the mace. The place where the mace fell is adjacent to Mathura and is called Gadavasan. Jarasandha had 2 supporters called Hansa and Dimvaka, both of whom were incapable of being slain by weapons. Well conversant with the science of politics and morality, in council they were the foremost of all intelligent men. I have already told thee everything about that mighty bear. They too and Jarasandha, I believe, are more than a match for 3 worlds. O brave king, it was for this reason that the powerful Kakura, Andaka and Vrishani tribes, acting from motives of policy, did not deem it proper to fight with him. Section 20. Jarasandha to Bhadapava. Krishna said, both Hansa and Dimvaka have fallen. Kansa also with all his followers has been slain. The time hath therefore come for the destruction of Jarasandha. He is incapable of being vanquished in battle even by all the celestials and the asuras, fighting together. We think, however, that he should be vanquished in a personal struggle with bare arms. In me is policy, in Bhima is strength, and in Arjuna is triumph, and therefore, as prelude to performing the Rajasuya, we will certainly achieve the destruction of the ruler of Magadha. When we 3 approach that monarch in secret, and he will, without doubt, be engaged in an encounter with one of us. From fear of disgrace, from covetousness, and from pride of strength he will certainly summon Bhima to the encounter. Like death himself that slays a person however swollen with pride, the long-armed and mighty Bhimasena will effect the destruction of the king. If thou knowest my heart, if thou hast any faith in me, then make over to me, as a pledge, Bhima and Arjuna without loss of time. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by the exalted one, Yudhishthira, beholding both Bhima and Arjuna standing with cheerful faces, replied, saying, O Achyuta, thou slayer of all enemies, say not so. Thou art the lord of the Pandavas. We are dependent on thee. What thou sayest, O Govinda, is consistent with wise counsels. Thou never leadest those upon whom prosperity hath turned her back. I who stay under thy command regard that Jarasandha is already slain, that the monarchs confined by him have already been set free, that the Rajasuya hath already been accomplished by me. O Lord of the universe, O thou best of persons, watchfully act thou so that this task may be accomplished. Without ye then I dare not live, like a sorrowful man afflicted with disease, and bereft of the three attributes of morality, pleasure and wealth. Partha cannot live without Sori, Krishna, nor can Sori live without Partha. Nor is there anything in the world that is unconquerable by these two, viz., Krishna and Arjuna. This handsome Bhima also is the foremost of all persons endued with might. Of great renown, what can he not achieve when with ye two? Troops, when properly led, always do excellent service. A force without a leader hath been called inert by the wise. Forces, therefore, should always be led by experienced commanders. Into places that are low, the wise always conduct the water. Even fishermen cause the water of tank to run out through holes. Experienced leaders always lead their forces, noting the loopholes and assailable points of the foe. We shall, therefore, strive to accomplish our purpose following the leadership of Govinda, conversant with the science of politics, that personage whose fame hath spread all over the world. For the successful accomplishment of one's purposes one should ever place Krishna in the van, that foremost of personages whose strength consists in wisdom and policy and who possesseth the knowledge of both method and means. For the accomplishment of one's purpose let, therefore, Arjuna, the son of Pritha, follow Krishna, the foremost of the Yadavas, and let Bhima follow Arjuna. Policy and good fortune and might will, then, bring about success in a matter requiring valor. Vaisampayana said, thus addressed by Yudhishthira, the trio Krishna, Arjuna and Bhima, all possessed of great energy, set out for Magadha attired in the garb of Snataka Brahmanas of resplendent bodies, and blessed by the agreeable speeches of friends and relatives. Possessed of superior energy and of bodies already like the sun, the moon, and the fire, inflamed with wrath at the sad lot of the relative kings, those bodies of theirs became much more blazing. And the people, beholding Krishna and Arjuna, both of whom had never before been vanquished in battle, with Bhima in the van, all ready to achieve the same task, regarded Jarasandha as already slain. For the illustrious pair, Krishna and Arjuna, were masters that directed every operation in the universe, as also all acts relating to the morality, wealth, and pleasure of every being. Having set out from the country of the Kurus, they passed through Kurujangala and arrived at the charming lake of lotuses. Passing over the hills of Tlukata, they then went on crossing the Gandaki, the Sadanira, Karatoya, and the Sakaravata and the other rivers, taking their rise in the same mountains. They then crossed the delightful Sarayu and saw the country of eastern Kosla. Passing over that country they went to Mitla, and then crossing the Mala and Chiramanwati, the three heroes crossed the Ganges and the Sun and went on towards the east. At last those heroes of unfaded glory arrived at Magadha in the heart of the country of Kashamva. Reaching then the hills of Goratha, they saw the city of Magadha that was always filled with kine and wealth and water and rendered handsome with the innumerable trees standing there. Section 21. Vasudeva said, Behold, O Partha, the great capital of Magadha, standing in all its beauty, filled with flocks and herds and its stock of water never exhausted, and adorned also with fine mansions standing in excellent array. It is free from every kind of calamity. The 5 large hills of Vihara, Varaha, Vrishava, Rishigiri, and the delightful Chaitya, all of high peaks and overgrown with tall trees of cool shade and connected with one another, seem to be jointly protecting the city of Girivara. The breasts of the hills are concealed by forests of delightful and fragrant lodras, having the ends of their branches covered with flowers. It was here that the illustrious Gautama of rigid vows begat on the Sudra woman Osnari, the daughter of Usnara, Kakshavat, and other celebrated sons. That the race sprung from Gautama doth yet live under the sway of an ordinary human race of monarchs, is only evidence of Gautama's kindness to kings. And, O Arjuna, it was here that in olden times the mighty monarchs of Anga, and Vanga, and other countries, came to the abode of Gautama, and passed their days in joy and happiness. Behold, O Partha, those forests of delightful pipalas and beautiful lodras standing near the side of Gautama's abode. There dwelt in old days those Nagas, Avyuda and Sakravapin, those persecutors of all enemies, as also the Naga Swastika and that other excellent Naga called Manu. Manu himself had ordered the country of the Magadhas to be never afflicted with drought, and Kaushika and Manimat also have favoured the country. Owning such a delightful and impregnable city, Jarasandha is ever bent on seeking the fruition of his purposes unlike other monarchs. We shall, however, by slaying him today humble his pride. Vaisampayana said, thus saying, those brothers of abundant energy, viz., he of the Vrishan race and the 2 Bandevas entered the city of Magadha. They then approached towards the impregnable city of Girivara that was full of cheerful and well-fed inhabitants belonging to all the 4 orders, and where festivities were perennial. On arriving then at the gate of the city, the brothers, instead of passing through it, began to pierce, with their shafts, the heart of the high Chaityaga peak that was worshipped by the race of Vrihadratha, as also by the citizens, and which delighted the hearts of all the Magadhas. The Vrihadratha had slain a cannibal called Rishava, and having slain the monster made of his hide 3 drums which he placed in his own city. And those drums were such that once beaten their sound lasted 1 full month. And the brothers broke down the Chaityaga peak that was delightful to all the Magadhas. At that point were those drums covered with celestial flowers used to yield their continuous sound. And desirous of slaying Jarasandha, they seemed by that act of theirs to place their feet upon the head of their foe, and attacking with their mighty arms that immovable and huge and high and old and celebrated peak always worshipped with perfumes and floral wreaths. Those heroes broke it down, and with joyful hearts they then entered the city. And it so happened that the learned Brahmanas residing within the city saw many evil omens which they reported to Jarasandha. And the priest making the king mount an elephant whirled lighted brands about him. And King Jarasandha also, possessed of great prowess, with a view to warding of those evils, entered upon the celebration of a sacrifice, with proper vows and fasts. Meanwhile, O Bharata, the brothers unarmed, or rather with their bare arms as their only weapons, desirous of fighting with Jarasandha, entered the capital in the guise of Brahmanas. They beheld the extraordinary beauty of the shops full of various edibles and floral wreaths, and supplied with articles of every variety of various qualities that man can desire. Those best of men, Krishna, Bhima, and Dhananjaya, beholding in those shops their affluence, passed along the public road. and endued with great strength they snatched forcibly from the flower vendors the garlands they had exposed for sale, and attired in robes of various colours and decked in garlands and earrings the heroes entered the abode of Jarasandha possessed of great intelligence, like Himalayan lions eyeing cattle folds. And the arms of those warriors, O king, besmeared with sandal paste, looked like the trunks of sala trees. The people of Magadha, beholding those heroes looking like elephants, with necks broad like those of trees and wide chests, began to wonder much. Those bull among men, passing through 3 gates that were crowded with men, proudly and cheerfully approached the king. And Jarasandha rising up in haste received them with water to wash their feet with, and honey and the other ingredients of the argaya, with gifts of kine, and with other forms of respect. The great king addressing them said, Ye are welcome. And, O Janamjaya, both Partha and Bhima remained silent at this. And addressing the monarch Krishna said, O king of kings, these 2 are now in the observance of a vow. Therefore they will not speak. Silent they will remain till midnight. After that hour they will speak with thee. The king then, quartering his guests in the sacrificial apartments, retired into his private chambers. And when midnight arrived, the monarch arrived at the place where his guests attired as Brahmanas were. For, O king, that ever victorious monarch observed this vow, which was known throughout the worlds, that as soon as he should hear of the arrival of Snataka Brahmanas at his place, should it be even at midnight, he would immediately, O Bharata, come out and grant them an audience. Beholding the strange attire of his guests, that best of kings wondered much. For all that, however, he waited on them respectfully. Those bulls among men, those slayers of all foes, on the other hand, O thou best of the Bharata race, beholding King Jarasandha, said, Let salvation be attained by thee, O king, without difficulty. And, O tiger among kings, having said this unto the monarch, they stood looking at each other. And, O king of kings, Jarasandha then said unto those sons of Pandantim of the Yadu race, all disguised as Brahmanas, take your seats. And those bulls among men sat themselves down, and like the 3 priests of a great sacrifice blazed forth in their beauty. And King Jarasandha, O thou of the Kuru race, firmly devoted to truth, censuring the disguised guests, said unto them, It is well known to me that in the whole world Brahmanas in the observance of Snataka vow never deck their persons with garlands and fragrant paste unseasonably. Who are ye, therefore, thus decked with flowers, and with hands bearing the marks of the bowstring, attired in coloured robes and decked unseasonably with flowers and paste? Ye give me to understand that ye are Brahmanas, although ye bear Kshatriya energy. Tell me truly who ye are. Truth decks even kings. Breaking down the peak of the Chaityaka hill, why have ye, in disguise, entered the city by an improper gate without fear of the royal wrath? The energy of a Brahmana dwelleth in his speech, not in act. This your feat is not suited to the order to which ye profess to belong. Tell us, therefore, the end ye have in view. Arrived here by such an improper way, why accept ye not the worship I offer? What is your motive for coming to me? Thus addressed by the king, the high-souled Krishna, well skilled in speech, thus replied unto the monarch in a calm and grave voice. Krishna said, O king, know us for Snataka Brahmanas. Brahmanas and Kshatriyas and Vaishyas are all, O monarch, competent to observe the vow of Snataka. This vow, besides, hath many, especial and general rules. A Kshatriya observing this vow with especial rules always achieve prosperity. Therefore, have we decked ourselves with flowers. Kshatriyas again, O king, exhibit their energy by their arms and not in speech. It is, therefore, O son of Vrihadratha, that the speeches uttered by a Kshatriya are never audacious. O monarch, The Creator hath planted his own energy in the aim of the Kshatriya. If thou wishest to behold it, thou shalt certainly behold it today. These are the rules of the ordinance, viz., that an enemy's abode should be entered through a wrong gate and a friend's abode through the right one. And know, O monarch, that this also is our eternal vow, that having entered the foe's abode for the accomplishment of our purpose, we accept not the worship offered to us. Section 22. Jarasandha said, I do not recollect if I ever acted injuriously towards ye. Even upon a careful mental scrutiny I fail to see the injury I did unto ye. When I have never done ye an injury, why, ye Brahmanas, do ye regard me, who am innocent, as your foe? Oh, answer me truly, for this, indeed, is the rule followed by the honest. The mind is pained at the injury to one's pleasure and morality. That Kshatriya who injures an innocent man's sources of pleasure and morality, even if he be otherwise a great warrior and well versed in all rules of morality, obtains, without any doubt, the fate of sinners hereafter, and falls off from prosperity. The practices of the Kshatriyas are the best of those that are honest in the three worlds. Indeed, those that are acquainted with morality applaud the Kshatriya practices. Adhering to those practices of my order with steady soul, I never injure those that are under me. In bringing this charge, therefore, against me, it appears that ye speak erroneously. Krishna said, O thou of mighty arms, there is a certain person of the head of a royal line who upholdeth the dignity of his race. At his command have we come against thee. Thou hast brought, O king, many of the Kshatriyas of the world as captives to thy city, having perpetrated that wicked wrong. How dost thou regard thyself as innocent? O best of monarchs, how can a king act wrongfully towards other virtuous kings? But thou, O king, treating other kings with cruelty, seekest to offer them as sacrifice unto the god Rudra. O son of Vrihadratha, this sin committed by thee may touch even us, for as we are virtuous in our practices, we are capable of protecting virtue. The slaughter of human being as sacrifice unto the gods is never seen. Why dost thou, therefore, seek to perform a sacrifice unto God Sankara by slaughtering human beings? Thou art addressing persons belonging to thy own order as animals, fit for sacrifice. Fool as thou art, who else, O Jarasandha, is capable of behaving in this way? One always obtaineth the fruits of whatever acts one performeth under whatever circumstances. Therefore, desirous as we are of helping all distressed people, we have, for the prosperity of our race, come hither to slay thee, the slaughterer of our relatives. Thou thinkest that there is no man among the Kshatriyas equal to thee. This, O king, is a great terror of judgment on thy part. What Kshatriya is there, O king, who endues with greatness of soul and recollecting the dignity of his own parentage, would not ascend to eternal heaven that hath not its like anywhere, falling in open fight? No opal among men, that Kshatriyas engage themselves in battle, as persons installed in sacrifices, with heaven in view, and vanquish the whole world. Study of the Vedas, great fame, ascetic penances, and death in battle, are all acts that lead to heaven. The attainment of heaven by the three other acts may be uncertain, but death in battle hath that for its certain consequence. Death in battle is the sure cause of triumph like Indra's. It is graced by numerous merits. It is for this reason that he of 100 sacrifices, Indra, hath become what he is, and by vanquishing the Asuras he ruleth the universe. Hostility with whom else than thee is so sure of leading to heaven, proud as thou art of the excessive strength of thy vast Magadha host. Don't disregard others, O king. Valor dwelleth in every man. O king of men, there are many men whose valor may be equal or superior to thine. As long as these are not known, so long only art thou noted for thy valor. Thy prowess, O king, can be borne by us. It is, therefore, that I say so. O king of Magadha, cast off thy superiority and pride in the presence of those that are thy equals. Go not, O king, with thy children and ministers and army, into the regions of the armor. Damvadava, Kartavirya, Uttara, and Vrihadratha were kings that met with destruction, along with all their forces, for having disregarded their superiors. Desirous of liberating the captive monarchs from thee, know that we are certainly not Brahmanas. I am Harisha, otherwise called Sorry, and these two heroes among men are the sons of Pandu. O king of Magadha, we challenge thee. Fight standing before us. Either set free all the monarchs, or go thou to the abode of the armor. Jarasandha said, I never make a captive of a king without first vanquishing him. Who hath been kept here that hath not been defeated in war? This, O Krishna, it hath been said, is the duty that should be followed by the Kshatriyas, viz., to bring others under sway by the exhibition of prowess and then to treat them as slaves. Having gathered these monarchs with the intention of offering them as sacrifices unto the god, how shall I, O Krishna, from fear liberate them today, when I recollect also the duty I have recited of a Kshatriya? With troops against troops arrayed in order of battle, or alone against one, or against two, or against three, at the same time or separately, I am ready to fight. Vaisampayana said, having spoken thus, and desiring to fight with those heroes of terrible achievements, King Jarasandha ordered his son, Sahadeva, to be installed on the throne. Then, O bull of the Brata race, the king, on the eve of battle, thought of his two generals Kausika and Chitrasena. These two, O king, were formerly called by everybody in the world of men by the respectful appellations of Hansa and Dimvaka. And, O monarch, the tiger among men, the Lord Sorry ever devoted to truth, the slayer of Madhu, the younger brother of Haladara, the foremost of all persons having their senses under complete control, keeping in view the command of Brahma and remembering that the ruler of Magadha was destined to be slain in battle by Bhima and not by the descendant of Madhu, Yadavas, desired not to slay himself King Jarasandha, that foremost of all men endued with strength, that hero possessed of the prowess of a tiger, that warrior of terrible valor. Section 23. Vaisampayana said, then that foremost of all speakers, Krishna of the Yadav race, addressing King Jarasandha, who was resolved upon fighting, said, O king, with whom amongst us three dost thou desire to fight? Who amongst us shall prepare himself for battle with thee? Thus addressed, the ruler of Magadha, King Jarasandha of great splendor, expressed his desire for fighting with Bhima. The priest then, bringing with him the yellow pigment obtained from the cowan garlands of flowers and other auspicious articles, as also various excellent medicines for restoring lost consciousness and alleviating pain, approached Jarasandha, panting for battle. The king Jarasandha, on whose behalf propitiatory ceremonies with benedictions were performed by a renowned Brahmana, remembering the duty of a Kshatriya, addressed himself for battle. Taking off his crown and binding his hair properly, Jarasandha stood up like an ocean bursting its continents. Then the monarch, possessed of terrible prowess, addressing Bhima, said, I will fight with thee. It is better to be vanquished by a superior person. And saying this, Jarasandha, that repressor of all foes endued, rushed with great energy at Bhimasena like the Azuraval warlord who rushed at the chief of the Celestials. And the mighty Bhimasena, on whose behalf the god had been invoked by Krishna, that cousin of his, having consulted with, advanced towards Jarasandha, impelled by the desire of fight. Then those tigers among men, those heroes of great prowess, with their bare arms as their only weapons, cheerfully engaged themselves in the encounter, each desirous of vanquishing the other, and seizing each other's arms and twining each other's legs, at times, They slapped their armpits, causing the enclosure to tremble at the sound, and frequently seizing each other's necks with their hands and dragging and pushing it with violence, and each pressing every limb of his body against every limb of the other, they continued, O exalted one, to slap their armpits, at time, and sometimes stretching their arms and sometimes drawing them close, and now raising them up and now dropping them down, they began to seize each other, and striking neck against neck and forehead against forehead, they caused fiery sparks to come out like flashes of lightning, and grasping each other in various ways by means of their arms, and kicking each other with such violence as to affect the innermost nerves, they struck at each other's breasts with clenched fists. With bare arms as their only weapons, roaring like clouds, they grasped and struck each other like two mad elephants, encountering each other with their trunks. Incensed at each other's blow, they fought on, dragging and pushing each other and fiercely looking at each other like two wrathful lions, and each striking every limb of the other with his own and using his arms also against the other, and catching hold of each other's waist, they hurled each other to a distance. Accomplished in wrestling, the two heroes clasping each other with their arms and each dragging the other unto himself, began to press each other with great violence. The heroes then performed those grandest of all feats in wrestling called Prishtapanga, which consisted in throwing each other down with face towards the earth and maintaining the one knocked down in that position as long as possible, and employing his arms. Each also performed the feats called Sampanamurcha and Purnakama. At times they twisted each other's arms and other limbs as if these were vegetable fibers that were to be twisted into cords, and with clenched fists they struck each other at times, pretending to aim at particular limbs while the blows descended upon other parts of the body. It was thus that those heroes fought with each other. The citizens, consisting of thousands of Brahmanas, Kshatriyas and Vaisyas and Sudras, and even women and the aged, O tiger among men, came out and gathered there to behold the fight. And the crowd became so great that it was one solid mass of humanity with no space between body and body. The sound the wrestlers made by the slapping of their arms, the seizing of each other's necks for bringing each other down, and the grasping of each other's legs for dashing each other to the ground, became so loud that it resembled the roar of thunder or of falling cliffs. Both of them were foremost of mighty men, and both took great delight in such encounter. Desirous of vanquishing the other, each was on the alert for taking advantage of the slightest lapse of the other. And, O monarch, the mighty Bhima and Jarasandha fought terribly on in those lists, driving the crowd at times by the motions of their hands like Vritra and Vasava of old. Thus two heroes, dragging each other forward and pressing each other backward and with sudden jerks throwing each other face downward and sideways, mangled each other dreadfully. And at times they struck each other with their knee joints, and addressing each other loudly in stinging speeches, they struck each other with clenched fists, the blows descending like a mass of stone upon each other. With broad shoulders and long arms and both well skilled in wrestling encounters, they struck each other with those long arms of theirs that were like maces of iron. That encounter of the heroes commenced on the first lunar day of the month of Kartik, October, and the illustrious heroes fought on without intermission and food, day and night, till the 13th lunar's day. It was on the night of the 14th of the lunar fortnight that the monarch of Magadha desisted from fatigue. And O king, Janardana, beholding the monarch tired, addressed Bhima of terrible deeds, and as if to stimulate him, said, O son of Kunti, a foe that is fatigued cannot be pressed, for if pressed at such a time he may even die. Therefore, O son of Kunti, this king should not be oppressed by thee. On the other hand, O bull of the Brata race, fight with him with thy arms, putting forth as much strength only as thy antagonist hath now left. Then that slayer of hostile heroes, the son of Pandu, thus addressed by Krishna, understood the plight of Jarasandha and forthwith resolved upon taking his life. And that foremost of all men endues with strength, that prince of the Kuru race, desirous of vanquishing the hitherto unvanquished Jarasandha, mustered all his strength and courage. Section 24. Vaisampayana said, thus addressed, Bhima firmly resolved upon slaying Jarasandha, replied unto Krishna of the Yadu race, saying, O tiger of the Yadu race, O Krishna, this wretch that yet stayeth before me with sufficient strength and bent upon fight, should not be forgiven by me. Hearing these words of Vrikadara, Bhima, that tiger among men, Krishna, desiring to encourage that hero to accomplish the death of Jarasandha without any delay, answered, O Bhima, exhibit today upon Jarasandha the strength thou hast luckily derived, the might thou hast obtained from thy father, the god Maruta. Thus addressed by Krishna, Bhima, that slayer of foes, holding up in the air the powerful Jarasandha, began to whirl him on high. And, O bull of the Bharata race, having so whirled him in the air full 100 times, Bhima pressed his knee against Jarasandha's backbone and broke his body in twain. And having killed him thus, the mighty Vrikadara uttered a terrible roar. And the roar of the Bandava mingling with that death knell of Jarasandha, while he was being broken on Bhima's knee, caused a loud uproar that struck fear into the heart of every creature. And all the citizens of Magadha became dumb with terror, and many women were even prematurely delivered. And hearing those roars, the people of Magadha thought that either the him of it was tumbling down or the earth itself was being rent asunder. And those oppressors of all foes then, leaving the lifeless body of the king at the palace gate where he lay as one asleep, went out of the town. And Krishna, causing Jarasandha's car furnished with an excellent flagstaff to be made ready and making the brothers, Bhima and Arjuna, ride in it, went in and released his imprisoned relatives. And those kings rescued from terrible fate, rich in the possession of jewels, approaching Krishna made presents unto him of jewels and gems. And having vanquished his foe, Krishna furnished with weapons and unwounded and accompanied by the kings he had released, came out of Girivara riding in that celestial car of Jarasandha. And he also who could wield the bow with both hands, Arjuna, who was incapable of being vanquished by any of the monarchs on earth, who was exceedingly handsome in person and well skilled in the destruction of the foe, accompanied by the possessor of great strength, Bhima, came out of that taught with Krishna driving the car whereon he rode. And that best of cars, incapable of being vanquished by any king, ridden in by those warriors Bhima and Arjuna, and driven by Krishna, looked exceedingly handsome. Indeed, it was upon that car that Indra and Vishnu had fought of old in the battle with the Asuras, in which Tarika, the wife of Vrihaspati, had become the immediate cause of much slaughter. And riding upon that car Krishna now came out of the hill fort, possessed of the splendor of heated gold, and decked with rows of jingling bells and furnished with wheels whose clatter was like the roar of clouds, and ever victorious in battle, and always slaughtering the foe against whom it was driven. It was that very car riding upon which Indra had slain 99 Asuras of old. And those bulls among men, the 3 cousins, having obtained that car became exceedingly glad. The people of Magadha, behold the long-armed Krishna along with the 2 brothers, seated in that car of Jarasandha, wondered much. O Bharata, that car, whereunto were yoked celestial horses and which possessed the speed of the wind, thus ridden upon by Krishna, looked exceedingly beautiful. And upon that best of cars was a flagstaff without being visibly attached thereto, and which was the product of celestial skill. And the handsome flagstaff, possessed of the splendor of the rainbow, could be seen from the distance of a yojana. And Krishna, while coming out, thought of Garuda. And Garuda, thought of by his master, came thither in no time, like a tree of vast proportions standing in a village worshipped by all. Garuda of immense weight of body and living upon snakes sat upon that excellent car along with the numberless open-mouthed and frightfully roaring creatures on its flagstaff. And thereupon that best of cars became still more dazzling with its splendor and was as incapable of being looked at by created being as the midday sun surrounded by 1,000 rays. And, O King, such was that best of flagstaffs of celestial make that it never struck against any tree nor could any weapon injure it at all, even though visible to men's eyes. And Ukaluta, that tiger among men, riding with the 2 sons of Bandu upon that celestial car, the clatter of whose wheels was like the roar of the clouds, came out of Girivara. The car upon which Krishna rode had been obtained by King Vasu from Vasava, and from Vasu by Vrihadratha, and from the latter in due course by King Jarasandha. And he of long arms and eyes like lotus petals and possessed of illustrious reputation, coming out of Girivara, stopped, for some time, on the level plain outside the town. And, O King, all the citizens then, with the Brahmanas at the head, hastened thither to adore him with due religious rites. And the kings who had been released from confinement worshipped the slayer of mad who with reverence, and addressing him with eulogies said, O thou of long arms, thou hast today rescued us, sunk in the deep mire of sorrow in the hand of Jarasandha. Such an act of virtue by thee, O son of Devaki, assisted by the might of Bhima and Arjuna, is most extraordinary. O Vishnu, languishing as we all were in the terrible hill fort of Jarasandha, it was verily from sheer good fortune alone that thou hast rescued us, O son of the Yadu race, and achieved thereby a remarkable reputation. O tiger among men, we bow down to thee. O, command us what we shall do. However difficult of accomplishment, thy command being made known to us, O Lord, Krishna, it will at once be accomplished by us. Thus addressed by the monarchs, the high Sultan Shaikasa gave them every assurance and said, Yudhishthira is desirous of performing the sacrifice of Rajasuya. That monarch, ever guided by virtue, is solicitous of acquiring the imperial dignity. Having known this from me, assist ye him in his endeavors. Then, O King, all those monarchs with joyous hearts accepted the words of Krishna, saying, So be it. And saying this, those lords of earth made presents of jewels unto him of the Dasaha race. And Govinda, moved by kindness towards them, shook a portion of those presents. Then the son of Jarasandha, the high Sahadeva, accompanied by his relatives and the principal officers of state, and with his priest in front came thither. And the prince, bending himself low and making large presents of jewels and precious stones, worshipped Vasudeva, that god among men. Then that best of men, Krishna, giving every assurance unto the prince afflicted with fear, accepted those presents of his of great value. And Krishna joyfully installed the prince there and then in the sovereignty of Magadha. And the strong-armed and illustrious son of Jarasandha, thus installed on the throne by those most exalted of men, and having obtained the friendship of Krishna and treated with respect and kindness by the 2 sons of Pritha, re-entered the city of his father. And that bull amongst men, Krishna, accompanied by the sons of Pritha and graced with great good fortune, left the city of Magadha, laden with numerous jewels. Accompanied by the 2 sons of Pandu, Ukaluta, Krishna, arrived at Indraprastha, and approaching Yudhishthira joyfully addressing that monarch said, O best of kings, from good fortune, the mighty Jarasandha hath been slain by Bhima, and the kings confined at Girivara have been all set free. From good fortune also, these 2, Bhima and Dhananjaya, are well and arrived, O Bharata, at their own city unwounded. Then Yudhishthira worshipped Krishna as he deserved and embraced Bhima and Arjuna in joy. And the monarch who had no enemy, having obtained victory through the agency of his brothers in consequence of the death of Jarasandha, gave himself up to pleasure and merriment with all his brothers. And the oldest son of Pandu, Yudhisthira, together with his brothers approached the kings who had come to Indraprastha and entertaining and worshipping them, each according to his age, dismissed them all. Commanded by Yudhisthira, those kings with joyful hearts set out for their respective countries without loss of time, riding upon excellent vehicles. Thus, O king, did that tiger among men, Janardana of great intelligence, caused his foe Jarasandha to be slain through the instrumentality of the Pandavas. And, O Bharata, that chastiser of all foes, having thus caused Jarasandha to be slain, took leave of Yudhisthira and Pritha, and Draupadi and Subhadra, and Bhimasena and Arjuna and the twins Nakula and Sahadeva. After taking leave of Dhananjaya also, he set out for his own city of Dwarka, riding upon that best of cars of celestial make, possessed of the speed of the mind and given unto him by Yudhisthira, filling the 10 points of the horizon with the deep rattle of its wheels. And, O bull of the Brata race, just as Krishna was on the point of setting out, the Pandavas with Yudhisthira at the head walked round that tiger among men who was never fatigued with exertion. And after the illustrious Krishna, the son of Devaki, had departed from Indraprastha, having acquired that great victory and having also dispelled the fears of the kings, that feat, O Bharata, swelled the fame of the Pandavas. And, O king, the Pandavas passed their days, continuing to gladden the heart of Draupadi. And at that time, whatever was proper and consistent with virtue, pleasure, and profit, continued to be properly executed by King Yudhisthira in the exercise of his duties of protecting his subjects. Section 25. Digvijayapava. Vaisampayana said, Arjuna, having obtained that best of bows and that couple of inexhaustible quivers and that car and flag staff, as also that assembly house, addressing Yudhisthira said, bow, weapons, great energy, allies, territory, fame, army, those, O king, difficult of acquisition however desirable, have all been obtained by me. I think, therefore, that what should now be done is for the swelling up of our treasury. I desire, O best of monarchs, to make the kings of the earth pay tributes to us. I desire to set out, in an auspicious moment of a holy day of the moon under a favourable constellation from the conquest of the direction that is presided over by the Lord of Treasures, viz. The north. Vaisampayana continued, King Yudhisthira the Just, hearing these words of Dhananjaya, replied unto him in a grave and collected tone, saying, O bull of the Brata race, set thou out, having made holy Brahmanas utter benedictions on thee, to plunge thy enemies in sorrow and to fill thy friend with joy. Victory, O son of Pritha, will surely be thine, and thou wilt surely obtain thy desires fulfilled. Thus addressed, Arjuna, surrounded by a large host, set out in that celestial car of wonderful achievements he had obtained from Agni, and Bhimasena also, and those bull among men, the twins, dismissed with affection by Yudhisthira that just set out, each at the head of a large army. And Arjuna, the son of the chastiser of Parka, then brought under subjugation that direction, the north, which was presided over by the Lord of Treasures. And Bhimasena overcome by force the east, and Sahadeva the south, and Nakula, O king, acquainted with all the weapons, conquered the west. Thus while his brothers were so employed, the exalted King Yudhisthira that just stayed within Kandavaprastha in the enjoyment of great affluence in the midst of friends and relatives. Bhagadatta, hearing this, said, O thou who hast contour for thy mother, as thou art to me, so is Yudhisthira also. I shall do all this. Tell me, what else I may do for thee. Section 26. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed, Dhananjaya replied unto Bhagadatta, saying, If thou wilt give thy promise to do this, thou hast done all I desire. And having thus subjugated the king of Pragjyotisha, Dhananjaya of long arms, the son of Kunti, then marched towards the north, the direction presided over by the Lord of Treasures. That bull amongst men, that son of Kunti, then conquered the mountainous tracts and their outskirts, as also the hilly regions. And having conquered all the mountains and the kings that reigned there, and bringing them under his sway, he exacted tributes from all. And winning the affections of those kings and uniting himself with them, he next marched, O king, against Vrihanta, the king of Valuka, making this earth tremble with the sound of his drums, the clatter of his chariot wheels, and the roar of the elephants in his train. Vrihanta, however, quickly coming out of his city followed by his army consisting of 4 kinds of troops, gave battle to Falguna, Arjuna. And the fight that took place between Vrihanta and Dhananjaya was terrible. It so happened that Vrihanta was unable to bear the prowess of the son of Pandu. Then that invincible king of the mountainous region regarding the son of Kunti irresistible, approached him with all his wealth. Arjuna snatched out the kingdom from Vrihanta, but having made peace with him marched, accompanied by that king, against Sinavindu whom he soon expelled from his kingdom. After this he subjugated Modapura, Vamadeva, Sudaman, Susankala, the northern Alukas, and the kings of those countries and peoples. Hereafter, at the command of Yudhishthira, O monarch, Arjuna did not move from the city of Sinavindu but sent his troops only and brought under his sway those 5 countries and peoples. For Arjuna, having arrived at Divaprastha, the city of Sinavindu, shook up his quarters with his army consisting of 4 kinds of forces. Thence, surrounded by the kings and the peoples he had subjugated, the hero marched against King Viswagazwa, that bull of Puru's race. Having vanquished in battle the brave mountaineers, who were all great warriors, the son of Pandu, O king, then occupied with the help of his troops, the town protected by the Puru king. Having vanquished in battle the Puru king, as also the robber tribes of the mountains, the son of Pandu brought under his sway the 7 tribes called Utsavasankita. That bull of the Kshatriya race then defeated the brave Kshatriyas of Kashmira and also King Lokhitu along with 10 minor chiefs. Then the Trigatas, the Daravas, the Kokanadas, and various other Kshatriyas, O king, advanced against the son of Pandu. That prince of the Kuru race then took the delightful town of Avaisari, and then brought under his sway Rachamana ruling in Uraga. Then the son of Indra, Arjuna, putting forth his might, pressed the delightful town of Singapura that was well protected with various weapons. Then Arjuna, that bull amongst the son of Pandu, at the head of all his troops, fiercely attacked the regions called Sima and Sumala. Then the son of Indra, endued with great prowess, after pressing them with great force, brought the Valakas always difficult of being vanquished, under his sway. Then Falguna, the son of Pandu, taking with him a select force, defeated the Daradas along with the Kambojas. Then the exalted son of Indra vanquished the robber tribes that dwelt in the northeastern frontier and those also that dwelt in the woods. And, O great king, the son of Indra also subjugated the allied tribes of the Lohas, the eastern Kambojas, and northern Rishikas. And the battle with the Rishikas was fierce in the extreme. Indeed, the fight that took place between them and the son of Pritha was equal to that between the gods and the Asuras, in which Taraka, the wife of Rihaspati, had become the cause of so much slaughter. And defeating, O king, the Rishikas in the field of battle, Arjuna took from them as tribute 8 horses that were of the colour of the parrot's breast, as also other horses of the hues of the peacock, born in northern and other climes and endued with high speed. At last, having conquered all the Himalayas and the Nishkata mountains, that bull among men, arriving at the White Mountains, encamped on its breast. Section 27. Vaisampayana said that heroic and foremost of the Pandavas endued with great energy, crossing the White Mountains, subjugated the country of the Limpurushas ruled by Dharmaputra, after a collision involving a great slaughter of Kshatriyas, and brought the region under his complete sway. Having reduced that country, the son of Indra, Arjuna, with a collected mind marched at the head of his troops to the country called Haritaka, ruled by the Gahakas. Subjugating them by a policy of conciliation, the Kuru prince beheld, in that region, that excellent of lakes called Manasa and various other lakes and tanks sacred to the rishis. And the exalted prince, having arrived at the lake Manasa, conquered the regions ruled by the Gandhavas that lay around the Haritaka territories. Here the conqueror took, as tribute from the country, numerous excellent horses called Tatiri, Kalmashka, Manduka. At last the son of the slayer of Parka, arriving in the country of North Harivashur, desired to conquer it. Thereupon certain frontier guards of huge bodies and endued with great strength and energy, coming to him with gallant hearts, said, O son of Pritha, this country can be never conquered by thee. If thou seekest thy good, return hence. He that entereth this region, if human, is sure to perish. We have been gratified with thee, O hero, thy conquests have been enough. Nor is anything to be seen here, O Arjuna, that may be conquered by thee. The northern Kurus live here. There cannot be war here. Even if thou enterest it, thou wilt not be able to behold anything, for with human eyes nothing can be seen here. If, however, thou seekest anything else, O Bharata, tell us, O tiger among men, so that we may do thy bidding. Thus addressed by them, Arjuna smilingly addressing them, said, I desire the acquisition of the imperial dignity by Yudhishthira the just, of great intelligence. If your land is shut against human beings, I shall not enter it. Let something be paid unto Yudhishthira by ye as tribute. Hearing these words of Arjuna, they gave him as tribute many cloths and ornaments of celestial make, silks of celestial texture and skins of celestial origin. It was thus that Tiger among men subjugated the countries that lay to the north, having fought numberless battles with both Kshatriya and robber tribes. And having vanquished the chiefs and brought them under his sway, he exacted from them much wealth, various gems and jewels, the horses of the species called Tatiri and Kalmashka, as also those of the colour of the parrot's wings, and those that were like the peacock's in hue, and all endued with the speed of the wind. And surrounded, O king, by a large army consisting of the 4 kinds of forces, the hero came back to the excellent city of Sakraparistka. And Partha offered the whole of that wealth, together with the animals he had brought, unto Yudhishthira the just. And commanded by the monarch, the hero retired to a chamber of the palace the rest. Section 28. Vaisampayana said, in the meantime, Bhimsen also endued with great energy, having obtained the assent of Yudhishthira that just marched towards the eastern direction. And the tiger among the Bharatas, possessed of great valour and ever increasing the sorrows of his foes, was accompanied by a mighty host with a full complement of elephants and horses and cars, well armed and capable of crushing all hostile kingdoms. That tiger among men, the son of Pandu, going first into the great country of the Panchalas, began by various means to conciliate the tribe. Then that hero, that bull of the Bharata race, within a short time, vanquished the Gandakas and the Vidas. That exalted one then subjugated the Dasanas. There in the country of the Dasanas, the king called Sadaman with his bare arms fought a fierce battle with Bhimasena. And Bhimasena, beholding that feat of the illustrious king, appointed the mighty Sadaman as the first in command of his forces. Then Bhima of terrible prowess marched towards the east, causing the earth itself to tremble with the tread of the mighty host that followed him. Then that hero who in strength was the foremost of all strong men defeated in battle Rochamana, the king of Aswamda, at the head of all his troops. And the son of Kunti, having vanquished that monarch by performing feats that excelled in fierceness, subjugated the eastern region. Then that prince of the Kuru race, endued with great prowess going into the country of Pulinda in the south, brought Sukumara and the king Sumatra under his sway. Then, O Janimjaya, that bull in the Brata race, at the command of Yudhishthira that just marched against Sisupala of great energy. The king of Chedi, hearing of the intentions of the son of Pandu, came out of his city. And that chastiser of all foes then received the son of Pritha with respect. Then, O king, those bulls of the Chedi and the Kuru lines, thus met together, inquired after each other's welfare. Then, O monarch, the king of Chedi offered his kingdom unto Bhima and said smilingly, O sinless one, upon what art thou bent? And Bhima thereupon represented unto him the intentions of King Yudhishthira. And Bhima dwelt there, O king, for 30 nights, duly entertained by Sisupala. And after this he set out from Chedi with his troops and vehicles. Section 29. Vaisampayana said, that chastiser of all foes then vanquished King Srinamat of the country of Kumara, and then Vrihad of Allah, the king of Kosla. Then foremost of the sons of Pandu, by performing feats excelling in fierceness, defeated the virtuous and mighty king Durgayagna of Ayodhya. And the exalted one then subjugated the country of Gopalakaksha and the northern Koslas, and also the king of Malas. And the mighty one, arriving then in the moist region at the foot of the Himalayas, soon brought the whole country under his sway. And that bull of Bharata race brought under control in this way diverse countries, and endues with great energy and in strength the foremost of all strong men. The son of Bandu next conquered the country of Balata, as also the mountain of Saktimanta that was by the side of Balata. Then Bhima of terrible prowess and long arms, vanquishing in battle the unretreating Shivau, the king of Kazi, brought him under complete sway. Then that bull among the sons of Pandu overcame in battle, by sheer force, the great king Kratha reigning in the region lying about Supasa. Then the hero of great energy vanquished the Matsya and the powerful Maladas and the country called Pasabhumi that was without fear or oppression of any kind. And the long-armed hero then, coming from that land, conquered Madhara, Mahadara, and the Somadhyas, and turned his steps towards the north. And the mighty son of Kunti then subjugated, by sheer force, the country called Vatsabhumi, and the king of the Bhagas, as also the ruler of the Nishadas and Manimat and numerous other kings. Then Bhima, with scarcely any degree of exertion and very soon, vanquished the southern Malas and the Bagor and mountains. And the hero next vanquished, by policy alone, the Samakas and the Vamakas. And that tiger among men then defeated with comparative ease that lord of earth, Janaka the king of the Vidas. And the hero then subjugated strategically the Sakas and the barbarians living in that part of the country. And the son of Pandu, sending forth expeditions from Vida, conquered the 7 kings of the Kairatas living about the Indra mountain. The mighty hero then, endued with abundant energy, vanquished in battle the Sudmas and the Prasimas. And winning them over to his side, the son of Kunti, possessed of great strength, marched against Magadha. On his way he subjugated the monarchs known by the names of Danda and Dandadara, and accompanied by those monarchs, the son of Bandu marched against Girivara. After bringing the son of Jarasandha under his sway by conciliation and making him pay tribute, the hero then accompanied by the monarchs he had vanquished, marched against Kansa, and making the earth tremble by means of his troops consisting of the 4 kinds of forces, the foremost of the Bandavas then encountered Kana that slayer of foes. And, O Bharata, having subjugated Kana and brought him under his sway, The mighty hero then vanquished the powerful king of the mountainous regions. And the son of Pandu then slew in a fierce encounter, by the strength of his arms, the mighty king who dwelt in Madagiri. And the Pandava then, O king, subjugated in battle those strong and brave heroes of fierce prowess, viz., the heroic and mighty Vasudeva, the king of Pundra and King Mahodja who reigned in Kausikakacha, and then attacked the king of Vanga. And having vanquished Samudrasena and King Chandrasena and Tamralipta, and also the king of the Kavatas and the ruler of the Simas, as also the kings that dwelt on the seashore, that bull among the Bharatas then conquered all Mletsha tribes. The mighty son of the wind god having thus conquered various countries, and exacting tributes from them all advanced towards Lohiti. And the son of Pandu then made all the Mletsha kings dwelling in the marshy regions on the sun coast, pay tributes and various kinds of wealth, and sandalwood and aloes, and clothes and gems, and pearls and blankets and gold and silver and valuable corals. The Mletsha kings showered upon the illustrious son of Kunti a thick downpour of wealth consisting of coins and gems counted by hundreds of millions. Then returning to Indraprastha, Bhima of terrible prowess offered the whole of that wealth unto King Yudhisthira the Just. Section 30. Vaisampayana said, thus also Sahadeva, dismissed with affection by King Yudhisthira the Just, marched towards the southern direction accompanied by a mighty host. Strong in strength, that mighty prince of the Kuru race, vanquishing completely at the outset the Zoroastrians, brought the king of Matsya under his sway. And the hero then, defeating Dantavakra, the mighty king of Vidrajas, and making him pay tribute, re-established him on his throne. The prince then brought under his sway Sukumara and then King Sumitra, and he next vanquished the other Matsyas and then the Patisharas. Endued with great intelligence, the Kuru warrior then conquered soon enough the country of the Nishadas and also the high hill called Gosringa, and that lord of earth called Srinamat. And subjugating next the country called Navrishta, the hero marched against Kantibhoa, who with great willingness accepted the sway of the conquering hero. And marching thence to the banks of the Chamanwati, the Kuru warrior met the son of King Jamvaka, who had, on account of old hostilities, been defeated before by Vasudeva. O Bharata, the son of Jamvaka gave battle to Sahadeva. And Sahadeva defeating the prince marched towards the south. The mighty warrior then vanquished the Sikhs and others, and exacted tributes from them and also various kinds of gems and wealth. Allying himself with the vanquished tribes, the prince then marched towards the countries that lay on the banks of the Narmada, and defeating there in battle the two heroic kings of Avanti, called Vinda and Danuvinda, supported by a mighty host, the mighty son of the twin gods exacted much wealth from them. After this the hero marched towards the town of Madukata, and there, O king of unfading glory, a fierce encounter took place between him and the king of that city for 2 whole days. But the son of Madri, vanquishing the invincible Bismarcka, then defeated in battle the king of Kosala and the ruler of the territories lying on the banks of the Venwa, as also the Kantarakas and the kings of the eastern Koslas. The hero then defeating both the Natakas and the Haramvaks in battle, and subjugating the country of Maradha, reduced Manjagrama by sheer strength. And the son of Pandu then vanquished the mighty monarchs of the Nikinas and the Avukas and the various forest king of that part of the country. Endued with great strength, the hero then reduced to subjection King Vatadipa. And defeating in battle the Pulindas, the hero then marched southward. And the younger brother of Nakula then fought for 1 whole day with the king of Pandria. The long-armed hero, having vanquished that monarch, marched further to the south. And then he beheld the celebrated caves of Kishkinda, and in that region fought for 7 days with the monkey kings Mainda and Dvivida. Those illustrious kings, however, without being tired and the encounter, were gratified with Sahadeva. And joyfully addressing the Kuru prince, they said, O tiger among the sons of Pandu, go hence, taking with the tribute from us all. Let the mission of the king Yudhishthira, the just possessed of great intelligence, be accomplished without hindrance. And taking jewels and gems from them all, the hero marched towards the city of Mahishmati, and there that bull of men did battle with King Nila. The battle that took place between King Nila and the mighty Sahadeva the son of Pandu, that slayer of hostile heroes, was fierce and terrible. And the encounter was an exceedingly bloody one, and the life of the hero himself was exposed to great risk, for the god Agni himself assisted King Nila in that fight. Then the cars, heroes, elephants, and the soldiers in the coats of mail of Sahadeva's army all appeared to be on fire. And beholding this, the prince of the Kuru race became exceedingly anxious. And, O Janamejaya, at sight of this the hero could not resolve upon what he should do. Janamejaya said, O regenerate one, why was it that the god Agni became hostile in battle and to Sahadeva, who was fighting simply for the accomplishment of a sacrifice, and therefore, for the gratification of Agni himself? Vaisampayana said, It is said, O Janamejaya, that the god Agni, while residing in Mahishmati, earned the reputation of lover. King Nila had a daughter who was exceedingly beautiful. She used always to stay near the sacred fire of her father, causing it to blaze up with vigor. And it so happened that King Nila's fire, even if fanned, would not blaze up till agitated by the gentle breath of that girl's fair lips. And it was said in King Nila's palace and in the house of all his subjects that the god Agni desired that beautiful girl for his bride. And it so happened that he was accepted by the girl herself. One day the deity, assuming the form of a Brahmana, was happily enjoying the society of the fair one, when he was discovered by the king. And the virtuous king thereupon ordered the Brahmana to be punished according to law. At this the illustrious deity flamed up in wrath. And beholding this, the king wondered much and bent his head low on the ground. And after some time the king, bowing low, bestowed the daughter of his upon the god Agni, disguised as a Brahmana. And the god of Babasu, Agni, accepting that fair-browed daughter of King Nila, became gracious unto that monarch. And Agni, the illustrious gratifier of all desires, also asked the monarch to beg a boon of him. And the king begged that his troops might never be struck with panic while engaged in battle. And from that time, O king, those monarchs who from ignorance of this, desired to subjugate King Nila's city, were consumed by Hutasana, Agni. And from that time, O perpetuator of the Kuru race, the girls of the city of Mahishmati became rather unacceptable to others as wives. And Agni by his boon granted them sexual liberty, so that the women of that town always roam about at will, each unbound to a particular husband. And, O bull of the Brata race, from that time the monarchs of other countries forsake this city for fear of Agni. And the virtuous Sahadeva, beholding his troops afflicted with fear and surrounded by flames of fire, himself stood there immovable as a mountain. And purifying himself and touching water, the hero, Sahadeva, then addressed Agni, the god that sanctifieth everything, in these words. I bow unto thee, O thou whose track is always marked with smoke. These my exertions are all for thee. O thou sanctifier of all, thou art the mouth of the gods and thou art sacrifice personified. Thou art called Pavaka because thou sanctifiest everything, and thou art Havya Vahana, because thou carriest the clarified butter that is poured on thee. The Veda have sprung from ministering unto thee, and, therefore, thou art called Jataveda. Chief of the gods as thou art called Chitrabhanu, Anla, Bhavasu, Hutasana, Chvalana, Siki, Vaiswanara, Pinjasa, Plavanga, Baritja. Thou art he from whom Kumara, Kartikya, had his origin. Thou art holy, thou art called Rudragava and Hiranyakrit. Let thee, O Agni, grant me energy, let Vayu grant me life, let earth grant me nourishment and strength, and let water grant me prosperity. O Agni, thou who art the first cause of the waters, thou who art of great purity, thou for ministering unto whom the Vedas have sprung, thou who art the foremost of the deities, thou who art their mouth, O purify me by thy truth. Rishis and Brahmanas, deities and Asuras pour clarified butter every day, according to the ordinance into thee during sacrifices. Let the rays of truth emanating from thee, while thou exhibitest thyself in those sacrifices, purify me. Smoke bannered as thou art and possessed of flames, thou great purifier from all sins born of Vayu and ever present as thou art in all creatures, O purify me by the rays of thy truth. Having cleansed myself thus cheerfully, O exalted one, do I pray unto thee. O Agni, grant me now contentment and prosperity, and knowledge and gladness. Vaisampayana continued. He that will pour clarified butter into Agni reciting these mantras, will ever be blessed with prosperity, and having his soul under complete control will also be cleansed from all his sins. Sahadeva, addressing Agni again, said, O carrier of the sacrificial libations, it behoveth thee not to obstruct a sacrifice. Having said this, that tiger among men, the son of Madri, spreading some kusa grass on earth, sat down in expectation of the approaching fire and in front of those terrified and anxious troops of his. And Agni, too, like the ocean that never transgresseth its continents, did not pass over his head. On the other hand, approaching Sahadeva quietly and addressing that prince of the Kuru race, Agni, that god of men, gave him every assurance and said, O thou of the Kuru race, rise up from this posture. O rise up, I was only trying thee. I know all thy purpose, as also those of the son of Dharma, Yudhisthira. But, O best of the Bhatta race, as long as there is a descendant of King Nila's line, so long should this town be protected by me. I will, however, O son of Pandu, gratify the desires of thy heart. And at these words of Agni, O bull of the Bhatta race, the son of Madri rose up with a cheerful heart, and joining his hands and bending his head worshipped that god of the fire, sanctifier of all beings. And at last, after Agni had disappeared, King Nila came there, and at the command of that deity, worshipped with due rites Sahadeva, that tiger among men, that master of battle. And Sahadeva accepted that worship and made him pay tribute. And having brought King Nila under his sway thus, the victorious son of Madri then went further towards the south. The long-armed hero then brought the king of Tripura of immeasurable energy under his sway. And next turning his forces against the poor of the kingdom, he vanquished and reduced to subjection the monarch thereof. And the prince, after this, with great efforts brought Akriti, the king of Saurashtra and preceptor of the Kausikas, under his sway. The virtuous prince, while staying in the kingdom of Saurashtra, sent an ambassador unto King Rakman of Bhishmaka within the territories of Bajukata, who, rich in possessions and intelligence, was the friend of Indra himself. And the monarch, along with his son, remembering their relationship with Krishna, cheerfully accepted, O king, the sway of the son of Pandu. And the master of battle then, having exacted jewels and wealth from King Rukmine, marched further to the south. And, endued with great energy and great strength, the hero then, reduced to subjection, Saparaka and Tilakata, and the Dandakas also. The Kuru warrior then vanquished and brought under his subjection numberless kings of the Mlitsha tribe living on the sea coast, and the Nishadas and the cannibals and even the Karnapravanas, and those tribes also called the Kalimikas, who were a cross between human beings and Rakshasas, and the whole of the Coal Mountains, and also Zorabapatna, and the island called the Copper Island, and the mountain called Ramaka. The Hyseld warrior, having brought under subjection King Timinla, conquered a wild tribe known by the name of the Karakas, who were men with one leg. The son of Bandu also conquered the town of Sanjay Anti and the country of the Pashandas and the Karahatakas by means of his messengers alone, and made all of them pay tributes to him. The hero brought under his subjection and exacted tributes from the Pondras and the Dravidas along with the Udrakaras and the Andhras and the Tilavanas, the Kalingas and the Ushtrakanicas, and also the delightful city of Atavi and that of the Avanas. And, O King of Kings, that slayer of all foes, the virtuous and intelligent son of Madri having arrived at the seashore, then dispatched with great assurance messengers unto the illustrious Vibhishana, the grandson of Pulastia. And the monarch willingly accepted the sway of the son of Pandu, for that intelligent and exalted king regarded it all as the act of time. And he sent unto the son of Bandu divers kinds of jewels and gems, and sandal and also wood, and many celestial ornaments, and much costly apparel, and many valuable pearls. And the intelligent Sahadeva, accepting them all, returned to his own kingdom. Thus it was, O king, that slayer of all foes, having vanquished by conciliation and borne numerous kings and having also made them pay tribute, came back to his own city. The bull of the Brata race, having presented the whole of that wealth unto King Yudhisthira, that just regarded himself, O Janimjaya, as crowned with success and continued to live happily. Section 31. Vaisampayana said, I shall now recite to you the deeds and triumphs of Nakula, and how that exalted one conquered the direction that had once been subjugated by Vasudeva. The intelligent Nakula, surrounded by a large host, set out from Kandavaprastha for the west, making this earth tremble with the shouts and the leonine roars of their warriors and the deep rattle of chariot wheels. And the hero first assailed the mountainous country called Rohataka that was dear unto the celestial generalissimo, Kartikeya, and which was delightful and prosperous and full of kine and every kind of wealth and produce. And the encounter the son of Pandu had with the Matamirikas of that country was fierce. And the illustrious Nakula after this subjugated the whole of the desert country and the region known as Sarishaka, full of plenty, as also that other one called Mata. And the hero had a fierce encounter with the royal sage Akrosa. And the son of Pandu left that part of the country having subjugated the Dasanas, the Sivis, the Trigartas, the Amvashtas, the Malavas, the 5 tribes of the Karnatas, and those twice-born classes that were called the Madhyamakers and the Tadanas. And making circuitous journey that bull among men, then conquered their Mletsha tribes called the Utsavasankitas. And the illustrious hero soon brought under subjection the mighty Gramani that dwelt on the shore of the sea, and the Sudras and the Abhiras that dwelt on the banks of the Saraswati, and all those tribes that lived upon fisheries, and those also that dwelt on the mountains, and the whole of the country called after the 5 rivers, and the mountains called Amara, and the country called Uttara Otisha, and the city of Divyakata, and the tribe called Dwarapala. And the son of Pandu, by sheer force, reduced to subjection the Ramathas, the Harahunas, and various kings of the west. And while staying the Nakula sent, O Bharata, messengers unto Vasudeva. And Vasudeva with all the Yadavas accepted his sway. And the mighty hero, proceeding thence to Sakala, the city of the Madras, made his uncles Alu accept from affection the sway of the Pandavas. And, O monarch, the illustrious prince, deserving the hospitality and entertainment at his uncle's hands, was well entertained by his uncle. And skilled in war, the prince, taking from Salu a large quantity of jewels and gems, left his kingdom. And the son of Pandu then reduced to subjection the fierce Mlitchas residing on the sea coast, as also the wild tribes of the Palhavas, the Kairatas, the Yavanas, and Sakas. And having subjugated various monarchs, and making all of them pay tributes, Nakula, that foremost of the Kurus, full of resources, retraced his way towards his own city. And, O king, so great was the treasure which Nakula brought that 10,000 camels could carry it with difficulty on their backs. And arriving at Indraprastha, the heroic and fortunate son of Madri presented the whole of the 12th unto Yudhishthira. Thus, O king, did Nakula subjugate the countries that lay to the west, the direction that is presided over by the god Varuna, and that had once before been subjugated by Vasudeva himself. Section 32. Rajasuya Pava. Vaisampayana said, in consequence of the protection afforded by Yudhishthira the just, and of the truth which he ever cherished in his behaviour, as also of the check under which he kept all foes, the subjects of that virtuous monarch were all engaged in their respective avocations, and by reason of the equitable taxation and the virtuous rule of the monarch, clouds in his kingdom poured as much rain as the people desired, and the cities and the town became highly prosperous. Indeed, as a consequence of the monarch's acts, every affair of the kingdom, especially cattle bleeding, agriculture and trade, prospered highly. O king, during those days even robbers and cheats never spoke lies amongst themselves, nor they that were the favourites of the monarch. There were no droughts and floods and plagues and fires and premature deaths in those days of Yudhishthira devoted to virtue. And it was only for doing agreeable services, or for worshipping, or for offering tributes that would not impoverish, that other kings used to approach Yudhishthira, and not for hostility or battle. The large treasure room of the king became so much filled with hoards of wealth virtuously obtained that it could not be emptied even in 100 years. And the son of Kunti, ascertaining the state of his treasury and the extent of his possessions, fixed his heart upon the celebration of a sacrifice. His friends and officers, each separately and all together, approaching him said, "The time hath come, O exalted one, for thy sacrifice. Let arrangements, therefore, be made without loss of time." While they were thus talking, Hari, Krishna, that omniscient and ancient one, that soul of the Vedas, that invincible one as described by those that have knowledge, that foremost of all lasting existences in the universe, that origin of all things, as also that in which all things come to be dissolved, that Lord of the past, the future, and the present Kesava, the slayer of Kasi, and the bullock of all Vrishnis, and the dispeller of all fear in times of distress, and the smiter of all foes, having appointed Vasudeva to the command of the Yadava army, and bringing with him from the king Yudhishthira just a large mass of treasure, entered that excellent city of cities, Kandava, himself surrounded by a mighty host and filling the atmosphere with the rattle of his chariot wheels. And Madhava, that tiger among men, enhancing that limitless mass of wealth the Pandavas had by that inexhaustible ocean of gems he had brought, enhanced the sorrows of the enemies of the Pandavas. The capital of the Bharata was gladdened by Krishna's presence, just as a dark region is rendered joyful by the sonora region of still air by a gentle breeze. Approaching him joyfully and receiving him with due respect, Yudhishthira inquired of his welfare. And after Krishna had been seated at ease, that bull among men, the son of Pandu, with Dharmya and Dwaipayana and the other sacrificial priests, and with Bhima and Arjuna and that winds, addressed Krishna thus: "O Krishna, it is for thee that the whole earth is under my sway. And, O thou of the Vrishni race, it is through thy grace that vast wealth had been got by me. And, O son of Devaki, O Madhava, I desire to devote that wealth according to the ordinance, and to superior Brahmanas and the carrier of sacrificial libations. And, O thou of the Dasaha race, it behoveth thee, O thou of mighty arms, to grant me permission to celebrate a sacrifice along with thee and my younger brothers. Therefore, O go, Vinder, O thou of long arms, install thyself at that sacrifice. For, O thou of the Dazahar race, if thou perform the sacrifice, I shall be cleansed of sin. Or, O exalted one, grant permission for myself being installed at the sacrifice along with these my younger brothers, for permitted by thee, O Krishna, I shall be able to enjoy the fruit of an excellent sacrifice. Vaisampayana continued, and to Yudhisthira after he had said this, Krishna, extolling his virtues, said, Thou, O tiger among kings, deservest imperial dignity. Let, therefore, the great sacrifice be performed by thee. And if thou performest that sacrifice and obtainest its fruit, we all shall regard ourselves as crowned with success. I am always engaged in seeking good. Perform thou then the sacrifice thou desirest. Employ me also in some office for that purpose, for I should obey all thy commands. Yudhisthira replied, O Krishna, my resolve is already crowned with fruit, and success also is surely mine, when thou, O Harishikasa, hast arrived here agreeably to my wish. Vaisampayana continued, commanded by Krishna, the son of Bandu along with his brothers set himself upon collecting the materials for the performance of the Rajasuya sacrifice. And that chastiser of all foes, the son of Pandu, then commanded Sahadeva, that foremost of all warriors and all ministers also, saying, let persons be appointed to collect without loss of time all those articles which the Brahmanas have directed as necessary for the performance of this sacrifice, and all materials and auspicious necessaries that Dharma may order as required for it, each of the kind needed and one after another in due order. Let Indrasena and Vaisuka and Puru with Arjuna for his charioteer be engaged to collect food if they are to please me. Let these foremost of the Kuras also gather every article of agreeable taste and smell that may delight and attract the hearts of the Brahmanas. Simultaneously with these words of King Yudhisthira the Just, Sahadeva, that foremost of warriors, having accomplished everything, represented the matter to the king. And Dwapayana, O king, then appointed as sacrificial priests exalted Brahmanas that were like the Vedas themselves in embodied forms. The son of Satyavati became himself the Brahma of that sacrifice, and that bull of the Dhananjaya race, Susaman, became the chanter of the Vedic Sama hymns. Yajnavalkya, devoted to Brahma, became the adherent, and Pala, the son of Vasu and Dharmya, became the hortress. And O bull of the Brata race, the disciples and the sons of these men, all well acquainted with the Vedas and branches of the Vedas, became hotragts. And all of them, having uttered benedictions and recited the object of the sacrifice, worshipped, according to the ordinance, the large sacrificial compound. Commanded by the Brahmanas, builders and artificers erected numerous edifices that were spacious and well perfumed like unto the temples of the gods. After these were finished, that best of kings and that bull among men Yudhisthira commanded his chief adviser Sahadeva, saying, dispatch thou, without loss of time, messengers endued with speed to invite all to the sacrifice. And Sahadeva, hearing these words of the king, dispatched messengers telling them, invite ye all the Brahmanas in the kingdom and all the owners of land, Kshatriyas, and all the Vaisyas and also all the respectable Sudras, and bring them hither. Vaisampayana continued, endued with speed. These messengers then, thus commanded, invited everybody according to the orders of the Pandava, without losing any time, and brought with them many persons, both friends and strangers. Then, O Bharata, the Brahmanas at the proper time installed Yudhisthira the son of Kunti at the Rajasuya sacrifice. And after the ceremony of installation was over, that foremost of men, the virtuous king Yudhisthira, that just like the god Dhamma himself in human frame, entered the sacrificial compound, surrounded by thousands of Brahmanas and his brothers and the relatives and friends and councillors, and by a large number of Kshatriya kings who had come from various countries, and by the officers of state. Numerous Brahmanas, well skilled in all branches of knowledge and versed in the Vedas and their several branches, began to pour in from various countries. Thousands of craftsmen, at the command of King Yudhishthira the Just, erected for those Brahmanas with their attendants separate habitations well provided with food and clothes and the fruits and flowers of every season. And, O King, duly worshipped by the monarch, the Brahmanas continued to reside the passing their time in conversation on diverse topics and beholding the performances of actors and dancers. And the clamour of high-souled Brahmanas, cheerfully eating and talking, was heard there without intermission. Give and eat were the words that were heard there incessantly and every day. And, O Bharata, King Yudhishthira the Just gave unto each of those Brahmanas thousands of kine and beds and gold coins and damsels. Thus commenced on earth the sacrifice of that unrivalled hero, the illustrious son of Pandu, like the sacrifice in heaven of Sakra himself. Then that bull among men, King Yudhishthira dispatched Nakula the son of Bandu unto Hastinapura to bring Bhishma and Drona, Dhritarashtra and Vidura and Gripa and those amongst his cousins that were well disposed towards him. Section 33. Vaisampayana said, the ever-victorious Nakula, the son of Pandu, having reached Hastinapura, formally invited Bhishma and Dhritarashtra, the elder of the Kuru race with the preceptor at the head, invited with due ceremonies, came with joyous hearts to that sacrifice, with Brahmanas walking before them. And, O Hull of the Bharata race, having heard of King Yudhishthira's sacrifice, hundreds of other Kshatriyas acquainted with the nature of the sacrifice, with joyous hearts came from various countries, desiring to behold King Yudhishthira the son of Bandu and his sacrificial mansion, and brought with them many costly jewels of various kinds. And Dhritarashtra and Bhishma and Vidura of high intelligence, and all Kaurava brothers with Duryodhana at the head, and Shavala the king of Gandhara and Sakuni endued with great strength, and Akala, and Vrishaka, and Karna that foremost of all charioteers, and Salya endued with great might and the strong Valaka, and Somadatta, Ampari of the Kuru race, Amparisravas and Sala, and Aswadama, Kripa, Drona, and Jayadratha, the ruler of Sindhu, and Yajnasna with his sons, and Salya that lord of earth and that great Ka warrior king Bhagadatta of Pragjyotishu accompanied by all Mlitsha tribes inhabiting the marshy regions on the seashore, and many mountain kings, and King Vrihadvala, and Vasudeva the king of the Pandras, and the kings of Vanga and Kalinga, and Akastaka and Kantala and the kings of the Malavas and the Andrukas, and the Dravidas and the Singalas and the king of Kashmira, and King Kantibhoa of great energy and King Gauravahana, and all the other heroic kings of Valika, and Virata with his 2 sons, and Mavla endued with great might, and various kings and princes ruling in various countries, and, O Bharata King Sisupala endued with great energy and invincible in battle accompanied by his son, all of them came to the sacrifice of the son of Pandu. And Rama and Aniruddha and Kanaka and Sarana, and Gada, Pradama, Shambhava, and Charudishna of great energy, and Ulmuka and Nishitha and the brave Angavaha, and innumerable other Vrishnis, almighty Ka warriors, came there. These and many other kings from the middle country came, O monarch, to that great Rajasuya sacrifice of the son of Pandu. And, O king, at the command of King Yudhishthira the Just, mansions were assigned to all those monarchs, that were full of various kinds of edibles and adorned with tanks and tall trees. And the son of Dharma worshipped all those illustrious monarchs as they deserved. Worshipped by the king, they retired to mansions that were assigned to them. Those mansions were white and high, like the cliffs of Kailasa, and delightful to behold, and furnished with every kind of furniture. They were enclosed on all sides with well-built and high whitewashed walls. Their windows were covered with networks of gold, and their interiors were furnished with rows of pearls. Their flights of stairs were easy of ascent, and the floors were all laid over with costly carpets. They were all hung over with garlands of flowers and perfumed with excellent tallows. White as snow or the moon, they looked extremely handsome even from the distance of a yojana. Their doors and entrances were set uniformly and were wide enough to admit a crowd of persons. Adorned with various costly articles and built with various metals, they looked like peaks of the Himavat. Having rested a while in those mansions, the monarchs beheld King Yudhishthira the Just surrounded by numerous sardasyas, sacrificial priests, and ever performing sacrifices distinguished by large gifts to Brahmanas. That sacrificial mansion wherein were present the kings and Brahmanas and great rishis looked, O king, as handsome as heaven itself crowded with the gods. Thus ends the 34th section in the Rajasuya Parva of the Sabha. Section 34. Vaisampayana said, Then, O king, Yudhishthira, having approached and worshipped his grandfather and his preceptor, addressed Bhishma and Drona and Kripa and the son of Drona and Duryodhana and Vivangsati, and said, Help me ye all in the matter of this sacrifice. This large treasure that is here is yours. Consult ye with one another and guide me as ye desire. The eldest of the sons of Pandu, who had been installed at the sacrifice, having said this unto all, appointed every one of them to suitable offices. He appointed Dasasana to superintend the department of food and other enjoyable articles. As Watama was asked to attend on the Brahmanas, Sanjaya was appointed to offer return worship unto the kings. Bhishma and Drona, both endued with great intelligence, were appointed to see what was done and what was left undone. And the king appointed Kripa to look after the diamonds and gold and the pearls and gems, as also after the distribution of gifts to Brahmanas. And so other tigers among men were appointed to similar offices. Balaka and Dhritarashtra and Somadatta and Jayadratha, brought thither by Nakula, went about, enjoying themselves as lords of the sacrifice. Vidura, otherwise called Kshata, conversant with every rule of morality, became the disperser. Duryodhana became the receiver of the tributes that were brought by the kings. Krishna, who was himself the centre of all worlds and round whom moved every creature, desirous of acquiring excellent fruits, was engaged at his own will in washing the feet of the Brahmanas, and desirous of beholding that sacrificial mansion, as also King Yudhishthira the Just. None came there with tribute less than 1,000 in number, weight or measure. Everyone honoured the King Yudhishthira the Just with large presents of jewels. And each of the kings made a present of his wealth, flattering himself with the proud belief that the jewels he gave would enable the Kuru king Yudhishthira to complete his sacrifice. And, O monarch, the sacrificial compound of the illustrious son of Kunti looked extremely handsome, with a multitude of palaces built so as to last forever and crowded with guards and warriors. These were so high that their tops touched the cars of the gods that came to behold that sacrifice, as also with the cars themselves of the celestials, and with the dwelling of the Brahmanas and the mansions made for the kings resembling the cars of the celestials and adorned with gems and filled with every kind of wealth, and lastly with crowds of the kings that came there all endued with beauty and wealth. Yudhishthira, as though vying with Varuna himself in wealth, commenced the sacrifice of Rajasuya, distinguished by 6 fires and large gifts to Brahmanas. The king gratified everybody with presents of great value and indeed with every kind of object that one could desire, with abundance of rice and of every kind of food, as also with a mass of jewels brought as tribute. That vast concourse consisted of persons every one of whom was fed to the full. The gods also were gratified at the sacrifice by the Ida, clarified butter, homa and libations poured by the great rishis versed in mantras and pronunciation. Like the gods, the brahmanas also were gratified with the sacrificial gifts and food and great wealth. And all the other orders of men also were gratified at that sacrifice and filled with joy. Section 35. Agaya Pava. Vaisampayana said, on the last day of the sacrifice, when the king was to be sprinkled over with the sacred water, the great Brahmana rishis, ever deserving of respectful treatment, along with the invited kings, entered together the inner enclosure of the sacrificial compound. And those illustrious rishis, with Narada as their foremost, seated at their ease with those royal sages within that enclosure, looked like the gods seated in the mansion of Brahma in the company of the celestial rishis. Endued with immeasurable energy, those rishis, having obtained leisure, started various topics of conversation. This is so, this is not so, this is even so. This cannot be otherwise, thus did many of them engage in discussions with one another. Some amongst the disputants, by well-chosen arguments, made the weaker position appear the stronger, and the stronger the weaker. Some disputants, endued with great intelligence, fell upon the position urged by others like hawks darting at meat thrown up into the air, while some amongst them versed in the interpretations of religious treatises and others of rigid vows, and well acquainted with every commentary and gloss, engaged themselves in pleasant converse. And, O king, that platform crowded with gods, brahmanas and great rishis looked extremely handsome, like the wide expanse of the firmament studded with stars. O monarch, there was then no Sudra near that platform of Yudhisthira's mansion, nor anybody that was without vows. And Narada, beholding the fortunate Yudhisthira's prosperity that was born of that sacrifice, became highly gratified. Beholding that vast concourse, all the Kshatriyas, the Muni Narada, O king of men, became thoughtful. And, O bull amongst men, the Rishi began to recollect the words he had heard of old in the mansion of Brahma regarding the incarnation on earth of portions of every deity. And knowing, O son of the Kuru race, that was a concourse of incarnate gods, Narada thought in his mind of Hari with eyes like lotus petals. He knew that creator himself of every object, one, that exalted of all gods, Narayana, who had formerly commanded the celestials, saying, Be ye born on earth and slay one another and come back to heaven, that slayer of all the enemies of the gods, that subjugator of all hostile towns, in order to fulfill his own promise, had been born in the Kshatriya order. And Narada knew that the exalted and holy Narayana, also called Sambhu, the Lord of the universe, having commanded all the celestials thus, had taken his birth in the race of Yudhas, and that foremost of all perpetuator of races, having sprung from the line of the Andaka Vrishnis on earth, was graced with great good fortune, and was shining like the moon herself among stars. Narada knew that Hari, the grinder of foes, whose strength of arm was ever praised by all the celestials with Indra among them, was then living in the world in human form. Oh, the self-create will himself take away from the earth this vast concourse of Kshatriyas endued with so much strength. Such was the vision of Narada the omniscient, who knew Hari or Narayana to be that supreme Lord whom everybody worshipped with sacrifice. And Narada, gifted with great intelligence and the foremost of all persons and conversant with morality, thinking of all this, sat at that sacrifice of the wise king Yudhisthira, that just with feelings of awe. Then Bhishma, O king, addressing King Yudhisthira the just, said, O Bharata, let Agaya, an article of respect, be offered unto the kings as each of them deserveth. Listen, O Yudhishthira, the preceptor, the sacrificial priest, the relative, the Snataka, the friend, and the king. It hath been said are the six that deserve Agaya. The wise have said that when any of these dwell with one for full 1 year, he deserveth to be worshipped with Argyle. These kings have been staying with us for some time. Therefore, O king, let Argyles be procured to be offered unto each of them. And let an Argyle be presented first of all unto him among those present who is the foremost. Hearing these words of Bishma, Yudhishthira said, O grandsire, O thou of the Kuru race, whom thou deemest the foremost amongst these, and unto whom the Argyle should be presented by us, O tell me. Vaisampayana continued, then, O Bharata, Bhishma the son of Santanu, judged it by his intelligence that on earth Krishna was the foremost of all. And he said, as is the sun among all luminous objects, so is the one, meaning Krishna, who shines like the sun, among us all, in consequence of his energy, strength and prowess. And this our sacrificial mansion is illuminated and gladdened by him as a sunless region by the sun, or a region of still air by a gust of breeze. Thus commanded by Bhishma, Sahadeva, endued with great prowess, duly presented the first Argyle of excellent ingredients unto Krishna of the Vrishani race. Krishna also accepted it according to the forms of the ordinance. But Sisupala could not bear to see that worship offered unto Vasudeva. And this mighty king of Chedi, reproving in the midst of that assembly both Bhishma and Yudhishthira, censured Vasudeva thereafter. Section 36. Sisupala said, O thou of the Kuru race, this one of the Vrishani race doth not deserve royal worship as if he were a king, in the midst of all these illustrious monarchs. O son of Pandu, this conduct of thine in thus willingly worshipping him with eyes like lotus petals is not worthy of the illustrious Pandavas. Ye sons of Pandu, ye are children. Ye know not what morality is, for that is very subtle. Bhishma, this son also of Ganga, is of little knowledge and hath transgressed the rules of morality, by giving ye such counsel. And, O Bhishma, if one like thee, possessed of virtue and morality, acteth from motives of interest, he is deserving of censure among the honest and the wise. How doth he of the Dasaha race, who is not even a king, accept worship before these kings? And how is it that he hath been worshipped by ye? O bull of the Kuru race, if thou regardest Krishna as the oldest in age, here is Vasudeva, and how can his son be said so in his presence? Or, if thou regardest Vasudeva as your well-wisher and supporter, here is Drupada, how then can Madhava deserve their first worship? Or, O son of Kuru, regardest thou Krishna as preceptor? When Drona is here, how hast thou worshipped him of the Vrishani race? Or, O son of Kuru, regardest thou Krishna as the Ritviya? When old Vaipayana is here, how hath Krishna been worshipped by thee? Again, when old Bhishma, the son of Santanu, that foremost of men who is not to die save at his own wish, is here, why, O king, hath Krishna been worshipped by thee? When the brave Aswataman, versed in every branch of knowledge, is here, why, O king, hath Krishna, O thou of the Kuru race, been worshipped by thee? When that king of kings, Duryodhana, that foremost of men, is here, as also Kripa, the preceptor of the Bharata princes, why hath Krishna been worshipped by thee? How, O son of Pandu, passing over Druma, the preceptor of the Kimpurusas, hast thou worshipped Krishna? When the invincible Bhishmaka and King Bandya, possessed of every auspicious mark, and that foremost of kings, Rukmi and Ekalavya and Saliya, the king of the Madras, are here, how, O son of Pandu, hast thou offered the first worship unto Krishna? Here also is Karna, ever boasting of his strength amongst all kings, and, really, endued with great might, the favourite disciple of the Brahmana Jamadanya, the hero who vanquished in battle all monarchs by his own strength alone. How, O Bharata, hast thou, passing him over, offered the first worship unto Krishna? the slayer of mad, who is neither a sacrificial priest nor a preceptor, nor a king? That thou hast notwithstanding all these worshipped him, O chief of the Kurus, could only have been from motives of gain. If, O Bharata, it was your wish to offer the first worship unto the slayer of Manu, why were these monarchs brought here to be insulted thus? We have not paid tributes to the illustrious son of Kunti from fear, from desire of gain, or from having been won over by conciliation. On the other hand, we have paid him tribute simply because he hath been desirous of the imperial dignity from motives of virtue. And yet he it is that thus insulteth us. O king, from what else, save motives of insult, could it have been that thou hast worshipped Krishna, who possesseth not the insignia of royalty, with the Argyle in the midst of the assembled monarchs? Indeed, the reputation for virtue that the son of Dharma hath been acquired by him without cause, for who would offer such undue worship unto one that hath fallen off from virtue? This wretch born in the race of the Vrishanis unrighteously slew of old the illustrious king Jarasandha. Righteousness hath today been abandoned by Yudhishthira, and meanness only hath been displayed by him in consequence of his having offered the Argyle to Krishna. If the helpless sons of Kunti were affrighted and disposed to meanness, thou, O mad Dava, ought to have enlightened them as to thy claims to the first worship. Why also, O Janardana, didst thou accept the worship of which thou art unworthy, although it was offered unto thee by those mean-minded princes? Thou thinkest much of the worship unworthily offered unto thee, like a dog that lappeth in solitude a quantity of clarified butter that it hath obtained. O Janardana, this is really no insult offered unto the monarchs. On the other hand, it is thou whom the Kurus have insulted. Indeed, O slayer of Manu, as a wife is to one that is without virile power, as a fine show is to one that is blind, so is this royal worship to thee who art no king. What Yudhishthira is, hath been seen, what Bhishma is, hath been seen, and what this Vasudeva is hath been seen. Indeed, all these have been seen as they are. Having spoken these words, Sisupala rose from his excellent seat, and accompanied by the kings, went out of that assembly. Section 37. Vaisampayana said, then the king Yudhishthira hastily ran after Sisupala and spoke unto him sweetly and in a conciliating tone the following words, O Lord of earth, what thou hast said is scarcely proper for thee. O king, it is highly sinful and needlessly cruel. Insult not Bhishma, O king, by saying that he doth not know what virtue is. Behold, these many kings, older than thou art, all approve of the worship offered unto Krishna. It behoveth thee to bear it patiently like them. O ruler of Chedi, Bhishma knoweth Krishna truly. Thou knowest him not so well as this one of the Kuru race. Bhishma also, after this, said, he that approveth not the worship offered unto Krishna, the oldest one in the universe, deserveth neither soft words nor conciliation. The chief of warriors of the Kshatriya rare, who having overcome a Kshatriya in battle and brought him under his power, setteth him free, becometh the Guru, preceptor or master, of the vanquished one. I do not behold in this assembly of kings even one ruler of men who hath not been vanquished in battle by the energy of this son of the Satvata race. This one, meaning Krishna, here, of undefiled glory, deserveth to be worshipped not by ourselves alone, but being of mighty arms, he deserveth to be worshipped by the 3 worlds also. Innumerable warriors among Kshatriyas have been vanquished in battle by Krishna. The whole universe without limit is established in him of the Vrishani race. Therefore do he worship Krishna amongst the best and the oldest, and not others. It behoveth thee not to say so. Let thy understanding be never so. I have, O king, waited upon many persons that are old in knowledge. I have heard from all those wise men, while talking, of the numerous much regarded attributes of the accomplished Suri. I have also heard many times all the acts recited by people that Krishna of great intelligence hath performed since his birth. And, O King of Chedi, we do not from caprice, or keeping in view our relationship or the benefits he may confer on us, worship Janardana, who is worshipped by the good on earth and who is the source of the happiness of every creature. We have offered unto him the first worship because of his fame, his heroism, his success. There is none here of even tender years whom we have not taken into consideration. Passing over many persons that are foremost for their virtues, we have regarded Hari as deserving of the first worship. Amongst the Brahmanas one that is superior in knowledge, amongst the Kshatriyas one that is superior in strength, amongst the Vaisyas one that is superior in possessions and wealth, and amongst the Sudras one that is superior in years, deserveth to be worshipped. In the matter of the worship offered unto Govinda, there are two reasons, viz., knowledge of the Vedas and their branches, and also excess of strength. Who else is there in the world of men save Kesava that is so distinguished? Indeed, liberality, cleverness, knowledge of the Vedas, bravery, modesty, achievements, excellent intelligence, humility, beauty, firmness, contentment and prosperity, all dwell forever in Lokayuta. Therefore, ye kings, it behoveth thee to approve of the worship that hath been offered unto Krishna, who is of great accomplishments, who as the preceptor, the father, the guru, is worthy of the argyle and deserving of everybody's worship. Rishikasa is the sacrificial priest, the guru, worthy of being solicited to accept one's daughter in marriage, the Snataka, the king, the friend, therefore hath Lokayuta been worshipped by us. Krishna is the origin of the universe and that in which the universe is to dissolve. Indeed, this universe of mobile and immobile creatures hath sprung into existence from Krishna only. He is the unmanifest primal cause, Avyakta Prakriti, the creator, the eternal, and beyond the ken of all creatures. Therefore doth he of unfading glory deserve highest worship. The intellect, the seat of sensibility, the five elements, air, heat, water, ether, earth, and the four species of beings, oviparous, viviparous, born of filthy damp and vegetal, are all established in Krishna. The sun, the moon, the constellations, the planets, all the principal directions, the intermediate directions, are all established in Krishna. As the Agnihotra is the foremost among all Vedic sacrifices, as the Gayatri is the foremost among meters, as the king is the foremost among men, as the ocean is the foremost among all rivers, as the moon is the foremost among all constellations, as the sun is the foremost among all luminous bodies, as the Maru is the foremost among all mountains, as Garuda is the foremost among all birds, so as long as the upward, downward, and sideway course of the universe lasteth, Kesava is the foremost in all the worlds, including the regions of the celestials. This Sisupala is a mere boy, and hence he knoweth not Krishna, and ever and everywhere speaketh of Krishna thus. This ruler of Chedi will never see virtue in that light in which one that is desirous of acquiring high merit will see it. Who is there among the old and the young, or among these illustrious lords of earth, that doth not regard Krishna as deserving of worship, or that doth not worship Krishna? If Sisupala regardeth this worship as undeserved, it behoveth him to do what is proper in this matter. Section 38. Vaisampayana said, the mighty Bhishma ceased. Having said this, Sahadeva then answered, Sisupala, in words of grave import, saying, if amongst ye there be any king that cannot bear to see Kesava of dark hue, the slayer of Kasi, the possessor of immeasurable energy, worshipped by me, this my foot is placed on the heads of all mighty ones, like him. When I say this, let that one give me an adequate reply. And let those kings that possess intelligence approve the worship of Krishna, who is the preceptor, the father, the guru, and deserveth the argyle and the worship already offered unto him. When Sahadeva thus showed his foot, no one among those intelligent and wise and proud and mighty monarchs said anything. And a shower of flowers fell on Sahadeva's head, and an incorporeal voice said, "Excellent, excellent." Then Narada, clad in black deer skin, speaking of both the future and the past, that dispeller of all doubts, fully acquainted with all the worlds, said in the midst of innumerable creatures, these words of the clearest import, "Those men that will not worship the lotus-eyed Krishna should be regarded as dead though moving, and should never be talked to on any occasion." Vaisampayana continued, "Then that god among men, Sahadeva, cognizant of the distinction between a Brahmana and a Kshatriya, having worshipped those that deserved worship, completed that ceremony. But upon Krishna having received the first worship, Sunitha, Sisupala, that mower of foes, with eyes red as copper from anger, addressed those rulers of men and said, "When I am here to head ye all, what are ye thinking of now? Arrayed, let us stand in battle against the assembled Vrishnis and the Pandavas." And the bull of the Chedis, having thus stirred the kings up, began to consult with them how to obstruct the completion of the sacrifice. All the invited monarchs who had come to the sacrifice, with Sunitha as their chief, looked angry and their faces became pale. They all said, "We must so act that the final sacrificial rite performed by Yudhishthira and the worship of Krishna may not be regarded as having been acquiesced in by us." And impelled by a belief in their power and great assurance, the kings, deprived of reason through anger, began to say this. And being moved by self-confidence and smarting under the insult offered unto them, the monarchs repeatedly exclaimed thus. Though their friends sought to appease them, their faces glowed with anger like those of roaring lions driven away from their prey. Krishna then understood that the vast sea of monarchs with its countless waves of troops was preparing for a terrific rush. Section 39. Sisupala Bhaddapava. Vaisampayana said, "Beholding that vast assembly of kings agitated with wrath, even like the terrific sea agitated by the winds that blow at the time of the universal dissolution, Yudhishthira addressing the aged Bhishma, the chief of intelligent men and the grandsire of the Kurus, even like Purita, Indra, that slayer of foes, of abundant energy addressing Vrihaspati, said, "This vast ocean of the kings hath been agitated by wrath. Tell me, O grandsire, what I should do in view of this. O grandsire, now what I should do that my sacrifice may not be obstructed and my subjects may not be injured." When King Yudhishthira the Just, conversant with morality, said this, Bhishma the grandsire of the Kurus, spoke these words in reply, "Fear not, O tiger of the Kurus. Can the dog slay the lion? I have before this found out a way that is both beneficial and comfortable to practice. As dogs in a pack approaching the lion that is asleep bark together, so are all these lords of earth. Indeed, O child, like dogs before the lion, these monarchs are barking in rage before the sleeping lion of the Vrishni race. Achyuta now is like a lion that is asleep. Until he waketh up, this chief of the Chedis, this lion among men, maketh these monarchs look like lions. O child, O thou foremost of all monarchs, this Sisupala possessed of little intelligence is desirous of taking along with him all these kings, through the agency of him who is the soul of the universe, to the regions of Yama. Assuredly, O Bhrata Vishnu hath been desirous of taking back unto himself the energy that existeth in this Sisupala. O chief of all intelligent men, O son of Kunti, the intelligence of this wicked-minded king of the Chedis, as also of all these monarchs, hath become perverse. Indeed, the intelligence of all those whom this tiger among men desireth to take unto himself, becometh perverse even like that of this king of the Chedis. O Yudhishthira, Madhava is the progenitor as also the destroyer of all created beings of the four species, of Viparis, etc., existing in the three worlds. Vaisampayana continued. Then the ruler of Chedis, having heard these words of Bhishma, addressed the latter, O Bharata, in words that were stern and rough. Section XL. Sisupala said, Old and infamous wretch of thy race, art thou not ashamed of affrighting all these monarchs with these numerous false terrors? Thou art the foremost of the Kurus, and living as thou dost in the third state, celibacy, it is but fit for thee that thou shouldst give such counsel that is so wide of morality. Like a boat tied to another boat, O the blind following the blind, are the Kurus who have thee for their guide. Thou hast once more simply pained a heart by reciting particularly the deeds of this one, Krishna, such as the slaying of Putana and others. Arrogant and ignorant as thou art, and desirous of praising Kesava, why doth not this tongue of thine split up into 100 parts? How dost thou, superior as thou art in knowledge, desire to praise that cowboy in respect of whom even men of little intelligence may address invectives? If Krishna in his infancy slew a vulture, what is there remarkable in that, or in that other feat of his, O Bhishma, viz., in his slaughter of Urswa and Vrishava, both of whom were unskilled in battle? If this one threw down by a kick an inanimate piece of wood, viz., a car, what is there, O Bhishma, wonderful in that? O Bhishma, what is there remarkable in this one's having supported for a week the Govardhan mount which is like an anthill? While sporting on the top of a mountain this one ate a large quantity of food, hearing these words of thine many have wondered exceedingly. But, O thou who art conversant with the rules of morality, is not this still more wrongful that that great person, viz., Kansa, whose food this one ate, hath been slain by him? Thou infamous one of the Kuru race, thou art ignorant of the rules of morality. Hast thou not ever heard, from wise men speaking unto thee, what I would now tell thee? The virtuous and the wise always instruct the honest that weapons must never be made to descend upon women and kine and brahmanas and upon those whose food hath been taken, as also upon those whose shelter hath been enjoyed. It seemeth, O Bhishma, that all these teachings hath been thrown away by thee. O infamous one of the Kuru race, desiring to praise Kesava, thou describest him before me as great and superior in knowledge and in age, as if I knew nothing. If at thy word, O Bhishma, one that hath slain women, meaning Putana, and kine be worshipped, then what is to become of this great lesson? How can one who is such deserve praise, O Bhishma? This one is the foremost of all wise men, this one is the Lord of the universe. Hearing these words of thine, Janardana believeth that these are all true. But surely, they are all false. The verses that a chanter sings, even if he sings them often, produce no impression on him. And every creature acts according to his disposition, even like the bird Bulinger, that picks the particles of flesh from between the lion's teeth, though preaching against rashness. Assuredly thy disposition is very mean. There is not the least doubt about it. And so also, it seemeth, that the sons of Pandu who regard Krishna as deserving of worship and who have thee for their guide, are possessed of the sinful disposition. Possessing a knowledge of virtue, thou hast fallen off from the path of the wise. Therefore thou art sinful. Who, O Bhishma, knowing himself to be virtuous and superior in knowledge, will so act as thou hast done from motives of virtue. If thou knowest the ways of the morality, if thy mind is guided by wisdom, blessed be thou. Why then, O Bhishma, was that virtuous girl Amva, who had set her heart upon another, carried off by thee, so proud of wisdom and virtue? Thy brother Vichitravirya, conformably to the ways of the honest and the virtuous, knowing that girl's condition, did not marry her though brought by thee. Boasting as thou dost of virtue, in thy very sight, upon the widow of thy brother were sons begotten by another according to the ways of the honest. Where is thy virtue, O Bhishma? This thy celibacy, which thou leadest either from ignorance or from impotence, is fruitless. O thou who art conversant with virtue, I do not behold thy well-being. Thou who expoundest morality in this way dost not seem to have ever waited upon the old. Worship, gift, study, sacrifices distinguished by large gifts to the Brahmanas, these all equal not in merit even 1/16th part of that which is obtainable by the possession of a son. The merit, O Bhishma, that is acquired by numberless vows and fasts assuredly becomes fruitless in the case of one that is childless. Thou art childless and old and the expounder of false morality. Like the swan in the story, thou shalt now die at the hands of thy relatives. Other men possessed of knowledge have said this of old. I will presently recite it fully in thy hearing. There lived of yore an old swan on the sea-coast. Ever speaking of morality, but otherwise in his conduct, he used to instruct the feathery tribe. Practice ye virtue and forego sin, these were the words that other truthful birds, O Bhishma, constantly heard him utter, and the other oviparous creatures ranging the sea, it hath been heard by us, O Bhishma, use for virtue's sake to bring him food. And, O Bhishma, all those other birds, keeping their eggs, with him, ranged and dived in the waters of the sea. And the sinful old swan, attentive to his own pursuits, used to eat up the eggs of all those birds that foolishly trusted in him. After a while, when the eggs were decreasing in number, a bird of great wisdom had his suspicions roused, and he even witnessed the affair one day. And having witnessed the sinful act of the old swan, that bird in great sorrow spoke unto all the other birds. Then, O thou best of the chorus, all those birds, witnessing with their own eyes the act of the old swan, approached that wretch of false conduct and slew him. Thy behavior, O Bhishma, is even like that of the old swan. These lords of earth might slay thee in anger like those creatures of the feathery tribe slaying the old swan. Persons conversant with the Puranas recite a proverb, O Bhishma, as regards this occurrence. I shall, O Bharata, repeat it to thee fully. It is even this, O thou that supportest thyself on thy wings, though thy heart is affected by the passions, thou preachest yet of virtue, but this thy sinful act of eating up the eggs transgresseth thy speech. Section XLI. Sisupala said that mighty King Jarasandha, who desired not to fight with Krishna, saying he is a slave, was worthy of my greatest esteem. Who will regard as praiseworthy the act which was done by Kusava, as also by Bhima and Arjuna, in the matter of Jarasandha's death. Entering by an improper gate, disguised as a Brahmana, thus Krishna observed the strength of King Jarasandha. And when that monarch offered at first unto this wretch water to wash his feet, it was then that he denied his Brahmanahood from seeming motives of virtue. And when Jarasandha, O thou of the Kuru race, asked Krishna and Bhima and Dhananjaya to eat, it was this Krishna that refused that monarch's request. If this one is the Lord of the universe, as this fool representeth him to be, why doth he not regard himself as a Brahmana? This, however, surpriseth me greatly, that though thou leadest the Pandavas away from the path of the wise, they yet regard thee as honest. Or, perhaps, this is scarcely a matter of surprise in respect of those that have thee, O Bharata, womanish in disposition and bent down with age, for their counsellor in everything. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of Sisupala, harsh both in import and sound, that foremost of mighty men, Bhimasena, endued with energy, became angry. And his eyes, naturally large and expanding and like unto lotus leaves, became still more extended and red as copper under the influence of that rage. and the assembled monarchs beheld on his forehead 3 lines of wrinkles like the Ganga of treble currents on the treble-peaked mountain. When Bhimasena began to grind his teeth in rage, the monarchs beheld his face resembling that of Death himself, at the end of the Yuga, prepared to swallow every creature. And as the hero endued with great energy of mind was about to leap up impetuously, the mighty armed Bhishma caught him like Mahadeva seizing Mahesana, the celestial generalissimo. And, O Bharata, Bhima's wrath was soon appeased by Bhishma, the grandsire of the Kurus, with various kinds of counsel. And Bhima, that chastiser of foes, could not disobey Bhishma's words, like the ocean that never transgresseth, even when swollen with the waters of the rainy season, its continents. But, O king, even though Bhima was angry, the brave Sisupala, depending on his own manhood, did not tremble in fear. And though Bhima was leaping up impetuously every moment, Sisupala bestowed not a single thought on him, like a lion that wrecks not a little animal in rage. The powerful king of Chedi, beholding Bhima of terrible prowess in such rage, laughingly said, "Release him, O Bhishma. Let all the monarchs behold him scorched by my prowess like an insect in fire." Hearing these words of the ruler of the Chedis, Bhishma, that foremost of the Kurus and chief of all intelligent men, spoke unto Bhima these words. Section Xli. Bhishma said, "This Sisupala was born in the line of the king of Chedi with 3 eyes and 4 hands. As soon as he was born, he screamed and brayed like an ass. On that account, his father and mother, along with their relatives, were struck with fear. And beholding these extraordinary omens, his parents resolved to abandon him. But an incorporeal voice, about this time, said unto the king and his wife with their ministers and priest, all with hearts paralyzed by anxiety, those words, "This thy son, O king, that hath been born will become both fortunate and superior in strength. Therefore thou hast no fear from him. Indeed, cherish the child without anxiety. He will not die in childhood. His time is not yet come. He that will slay him with weapons hath also been born." Hearing these words, the mother, rendered anxious by affection for her son, addressed the invisible being and said, "I bow with joined hands unto him that hath uttered these words respecting my son, whether he be an exalted divinity or any other being. Let him tell me another word. I desire to hear who will be the slayer of this my son." The invisible being then said, "He upon whose lap this child being placed the superfluous arms of his will fall down upon the ground like a pair of 5-headed snakes, and at the sight of whom his 3rd eye on the forehead will disappear, will be his slayer." Hearing of the child's 3 eyes and 4 arms, as also of the words of the invisible being, all the kings of the earth went to Chedi to behold him. The king of Chedi, worshipping, as each deserved, the monarchs that came, gave his child upon their laps one after another. And though the child was placed upon the laps of 1,000 kings, one after another, yet that which the incorporeal voice had said came not to pass. And having heard of all this at Dwaravati, the mighty Yadava heroes Sankarsana and Janardana also went to the capital of the Chedis, to see their father's sister, that daughter of the Yadavas, the queen of Chedi, and saluting everybody according to his rank and the king and queen also, and inquiring after everybody's welfare, both Rama and Kesava took their seats. And after those heroes had been worshipped, the queen with great pleasure herself placed the child on the lap of Damodara. As soon as the child was placed on his lap, those superfluous arms of his fell down and the eye on his forehead also disappeared. And beholding this, the queen in alarm and anxiety begged of Krishna a boon. And she said, "O mighty armed Krishna, I am afflicted with fear, grant me a boon. Thou art the assurer of all afflicted ones and that the dispeller of everybody's fear." Thus addressed by her, Krishna, that son of the Yadu race, said, Fear not, O respected one. Thou art acquainted with morality. Thou needest have no fear from me. What boon shall I give thee? What shall I do, O aunt? Whether able or not, I shall do thy bidding. Thus spoken to by Krishna, the queen said, O thou of great strength, thou wilt have to pardon the offences of Sisupala for my sake. O tiger of the Yadu race. No, O Lord, even this is the boon that I ask. Krishna then said, O aunt, even when he will deserve to be slain, I will pardon 100 offences of his. Grieve thou not. Bhishma continued, even thus, O Bhima, is this wretch of a king, Sisupala of wicked heart, who, proud of the boon granted by Govinda, summons thee to battle. Section Xli. Bhishma said, the will under which the ruler of Chedi summoneth thee to fight, though thou art of strength that knoweth no deterioration, is scarcely his own intention. Assuredly, this is the purpose of Krishna himself, the Lord of the universe. O Bhima, what king is there on earth that would dare abuse me thus, as this wretch of his race, already possessed by death, hath done today? This mighty armed one is, without doubt, a portion of Hari's energy. And surely, the Lord desireth to take back unto himself that energy of his own. In consequence of this, O tiger of the Kuru race, this tiger-like king of Chedi, so wicked of heart, roareth in such a way, caring little for us all. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of Bhishma, the king of Chedi could bear no more. He then replied in rage unto Bhishma in these words, Let our foes, O Bhishma, be endued with that prowess which this Kesava hath, whom thou like a professional chanter of hymns praisest, raising repeatedly from thy seat. If thy mind, O Bhishma, delighteth so in praising others, then praise thou these kings, leaving off Krishna. Praise thou this excellent of kings, Darada, the ruler of Valika, who rent this earth as soon as he was born. Praise thou, O Bhishma, this Karna, the ruler of the territories of Anga and Vanga, who is equal in strength unto him of 1,000 eyes, who draweth a large bow, who endues with mighty arms, owneth celestial earrings of heavenly make with which he was born, and this coat of mail possessing the splendor of the rising sun, who vanquished in a wrestling encounter the invincible Jarasandha, equal unto Vasava himself, and who tore and mangled that monarch. O Bhishma, praise Drona and Aswathaman, who both father and son are mighty warriors, worthy of praise, and the best of Brahmanas, and either of whom, O Bhishma, if enraged, could annihilate this earth with its mobile and immobile creatures, as I believe. I do not behold, O Bhishma, the king that is equal in battle unto Drona or Aswathaman. Why wishest thou not to praise them? Passing over Duryodhana, that mighty armed king of kings, who is unequalled in whole earth girt with her seas, and King Jayadratha accomplished in weapons and endues with great prowess, and Druma the preceptor of the Kimpurashas and celebrated over the world the prowess, and Saradwata's son, old Gripa, the preceptor of the Bharata princes and endues with great energy. Why dost thou praise Kesava? Passing over that foremost of bowmen, that excellent of kings, Rukmin of great energy, why praisest thou Kesava? Passing over Bhishmaka of abundant energy, and King Dantavakra, and Bhagadatta known for his innumerable sacrificial stakes, and Jayatsana the king of the Magadha, and Virata and Drupada, and Sakuni and Vrihadvala, and Vinda and Danuvinda of Avon Pandya, Swetiyutamasankhya of great prosperity, the proud Vrishasana, the powerful Ekalavya, and the great charioteer Kalinga of abundant energy. Why dost thou praise Kesava? And, O Bhishma, if thy mind is always inclined to sing the praises of others, why dost thou not praise Salya and other rulers of the earth? O king, what can be done by me when, it seemeth, thou hast not heard anything before from virtuous old men giving lessons in morality? Hast thou never heard, O Bhishma, that reproach and glorification, both of self and others, and not practices of those that are respectable. There is no one that approveth thy conduct, O Bhishma, in unceasingly praising with devotion, from ignorance alone, perseverest so unworthy of praise. How dost thou, from thy wish alone, establish the whole universe in the servitor and cowherd of Boa, Kansa? Perhaps, O Bharata, this thy inclination is not conformable to thy true nature, like to what may be in the bird Bulinger, as hath already been said by me. There is a bird called Bulinger living on the other side of the Himavat. O Bhishma, that bird ever uttereth words of adverse import. Never do anything rash, this is what she always saith, but never understandeth that she herself always acteth very rashly. Possessed of little intelligence, that bird picketh from the lion's mouth the pieces of flesh sticking between the teeth, and at a time when the lion is employed in eating. Assuredly, O Bhishma, that bird liveth at the pleasure of the lion. O sinful wretch, thou always speakest like that bird. And assuredly, O Bhishma, thou art alive at the pleasure only of these kings. Employed in acts contrary to the opinions of all, there is none else like thee. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these harsh words of the ruler of Chedi, Bhishma, O king, said in the hearing of the king of Chedi, truly am I alive at the pleasure of these rulers of earth. But I do regard these kings as not equal to even a straw. As soon as these words were spoken by Bhishma, the kings became inflamed with wrath, and the down of some amongst them stood erect, and some began to reprove Bhishma. And hearing those words of Bhishma, some amongst them, that were wielders of large bows, exclaimed, This wretched Bhishma, though old, is exceedingly boastful. He deserveth not our pardon. Therefore, ye kings, incensed with rage as this Bhishma is, it is well that this wretch was slain like an animal, or, mustering together, let us burn him in a fire of grass or straw. Hearing these words of the monarchs, Bhishma, the grandsire of the Kurus, endued with great intelligence, addressing those lords of earth, said, I do not see the end of our speeches, for words may be answered with words. Therefore, ye lords of earth, listen ye all unto what I say. Whether I be slain like an animal or burnt in a fire of grass and straw, thus do I distinctly place my foot on the heads of ye all. Here is Govinda, that knoweth no deterioration. Him have we worshipped. Let him who wisheth for speedy death, summon to battle Madhava of dark hue and the wielder of the discus and the mace, and falling enter into and mingle with the body of this god. Section Xlif. Vaisampayana said, hearing these words of Bhishma, the ruler of Chedi, endued with exceeding prowess, desirous of combating with Vasudeva, addressed him and said, O Janardana, I challenge thee. Come, fight with me until I slay thee today with all the Pandavas. For, O Krishna, the sons of Bandhu also, who disregarding the claims of all these kings, have worshipped thee who art no king, deserve to be slain by me along with thee. Even this is my opinion, O Krishna, that they who from childishness have worshipped thee, as if thou deservest it, although thou art unworthy of worship, being only a slave and a wretch and no king, deserve to be slain by me. Having said this, that tiger among kings stood the roaring in anger. And after Sisupala had ceased, Krishna, addressing all the kings in the presence of the Pandavas, spoke these words in a soft voice. Ye kings, this wicked-minded one, who is the son of a daughter of the Satvata race, is a great enemy of us of the Satvata race, and though we never seek to injure him, he ever seeketh our evil. This wretch of cruel deeds, ye kings, hearing that we had gone to the city of Pragjyotisha, came and burnt Dwaraka, although he is the son of my father's sister. While King Boa was sporting on the Rayavataka hill, this one fell upon the attendants of that king and slew and led away many of them in chains to his own city. Sinful in all his purpose, this wretch, in order to obstruct the sacrifice of my father, stole the sacrificial horse of the horse sacrifice that had been let loose under the guard of armed men. Prompted by sinful motives, this one ravished the reluctant wife of the innocent Vabru, Akrura, on her way from Dwarka to the country of the Sauviras. This cincher of his maternal uncle, disguising himself in the attire of the king of Karashaw, ravished also the innocent Badra, the princess of Vizela, the intended bride of King Karashaw. I have patiently borne all these sorrows for the sake of my father's sister. It is, however, very fortunate that all this hath occurred today in the presence of all the kings. Behold ye all today the hostility this one beareth towards me. And know ye also all that he hath done me at my back. For the excess of that pride in which he hath indulged in the presence of all these monarchs, he deserveth to be slain by me. I am ill able to pardon today the injuries that he hath done me. Desirous of speedy death, this fool had desired Rukmani. But the fool obtained her not, like a Sudra failing to obtain the audition of the Vedas. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of Vasudeva, all the assembled monarchs began to reprove the ruler of Chedi. But the powerful Sisupala, having heard these words, laughed aloud and spoke thus, O Krishna, art thou not ashamed in saying in this assembly, especially before all these kings, that Rukmani, thy wife, had been coveted by me? O slayer of Madhu, who else is there than thee, who regarding himself a man would say in the midst of respectable men that his wife had been intended for somebody else? O Krishna, pardon me if thou pleasest, or pardon me not. But angry or friendly, what canst thou do unto me? And while Sisupala was speaking thus, the exalted slayer of Mad who thought in his mind of the discus that humbleth the pride of the Asuras. And as soon as the discus came into his hands, skilled in speech the illustrious one loudly uttered these words, Listen ye lords of earth, why this one had hitherto been pardoned by me. As asked by his mother, 100 offences of his were to be pardoned by me. Even this was the boon she had asked, and even this I granted her. That number, ye kings, hath become full. I shall now slay him in your presence, ye monarchs. Having said this, the chief of the Idus, that slayer of all foes, in anger, instantly cut off the head of the ruler of Chedi by means of his discus. And the mighty armed one fell down like a cliff struck with thunder. And, O monarch, the assembled kings then beheld a fierce energy, like unto the sun in the sky, issue out of the body of the king of Chedi. And O king, that energy then adored Krishna, possessed device like lotus leaves and worshipped by all the worlds, and entered his body. And all the kings beholding the energy which entered that mighty armed chief of men regarded it as wonderful. And when Krishna had slain the king of Chedi, the sky, though cloudless, poured showers of rain, and blasting thunders were hurled, and the earth itself began to tremble. There were some among the kings who spoke not a word during those unspeakable moments, but merely sat gazing at Janardana. And some there were that rubbed in rage their palms with their forefingers. And there were others who, deprived of reason by rage, bit their lips with their teeth. And some amongst the kings applauded him of the Vrishan race in private. And some there were that became excited with anger, while others became mediators. The great rishis with pleased hearts praised Kesava and went away. And all the high-souled brahmanas and the mighty kings that were there, beholding Krishna's prowess, became glad at heart and praised him. Yudhishthira then commanded his brothers to perform without delay the funeral rites of King Sisupala, the brave son of Dharmaghasha, with proper respect. The sons of Bandu obeyed the behest of their brother. And Yudhishthira then, with all the kings, installed the son of King Sisupala in the sovereignty of the Chedis. Then that sacrifice, O monarch, of the king of the Kuras possessed of great energy, blessed with every kind of prosperity, became exceedingly handsome and pleasing unto all young men, and commenced auspiciously, and all impediments removed, and furnished with abundance of wealth and corn, as also with plenty of rice and every kind of food. It was properly watched by Kusuva. And Yudhishthira in due time completed the great sacrifice. And the mighty armed Janardana, the exalted Sori, with his bow called Saranga and his discus and mace, guarded that sacrifice till its completion. And all the Kshatriya monarchs, having approached the virtuous Yudhishthira, who has bathed after the conclusion of the sacrifice, said these words, "By good fortune thou hast come out successful. O virtuous one, thou hast obtained the imperial dignity. O thou of the Ajumida race, by thee hath been spread the fame of thy whole race. And, O King of kings, by this act of thine, thou hast also acquired great religious merit. We have been worshipped by thee to the full extent of our desires. We now tell thee that we are desirous of returning to our own kingdoms. It behoveth thee to grant us permission." Hearing these words of the monarchs, King Yudhishthira the Just, worshipping each as he deserved, commanded his brothers, saying, "These monarchs had all come to us at their own pleasure. These chastisers of foes are now desirous of returning to their own kingdoms, bidding me farewell. Blessed be ye, follow ye these excellent kings to the confines of our own dominions." Hearing these words of their brother, the virtuous Pandava princes followed the kings, one after another as each deserved. The powerful Drishthadhyumna followed without loss of time King Virata, and Dhananjaya followed the illustrious and mighty charioteer Yajnasena, and the mighty Bhimasena followed Bhishma and Dhritarashtra, and Sahadeva, that master of battle, followed the brave Drona and his son, and Nakula, O king, followed Shavala with his son, and the sons of Draupadi with the son of Subhadra followed those mighty warriors, the kings of the mountainous countries. And other bulls among Kshatriyas followed other Kshatriyas. And the Brahmanas by thousands also went away, duly worshipped. After all the kings and the Brahmanas had gone away, the powerful Vasudeva addressing Yudhishthira said, "O son of the Kuru race, with thy leave, I also desire to go to Dwaraka. By great good fortune, thou hast accomplished the foremost of sacrifices, Rajasuya." Thus addressed by Janardana, Yudhishthira replied, "Owing to thy grace, O Govinda, I have accomplished the great sacrifice. And it is owing to thy grace that the whole Kshatriya world, having accepted my sway, had come hither with valuable tribute. O hero, without thee, my heart never feeleth any delight. How can I, therefore, O hero, give thee, O sinless one, leave to go? But thou must have to go to the city of Dwaraka." The virtuous Hari of worldwide fame, thus addressed by Yudhishthira, cheerfully went with his cousin to Pritha and said, "O aunt, thy sons have now obtained the imperial dignity. They have obtained vast wealth and been also crowned with success. Be pleased with all this. Commanded by thee, O aunt, I desire to go to Dwaraka." After this, Kusuva bade farewell to Draupadi and Subhadra. Coming out then of the inner apartments accompanied by Yudhishthira, he performed his ablutions and went through the daily rites of worship, and then made the Brahmanas utter benedictions. Then the mighty armed Daruka came there with a car of excellent design and body resembling the clouds. And beholding that Garuda-bannered car arrived thither, the high-souled one, with eyes like lotus leaves, walked round it respectfully and ascending on it set out for Dwaravati. And King Yudhishthira the Just, blessed with prosperity, accompanied by his brothers, followed on foot the mighty Vasudeva. Then Hari, with eyes like lotus leaves, stopping that best of cars for a moment, addressing Yudhishthira the son of Kunti, said, "O king of kings, cherishest thou thy subjects with ceaseless vigilance and patience. And as the clouds are unto all creatures, as the large tree of spreading bough is unto birds, as he of 1,000 eyes is unto the immortals, be thou the refuge and support of thy relatives. And Krishna and Yudhishthira, having thus talked unto each other, took each other's leave and returned to their respective homes. And, O king, after the chief of the Satwata race had gone to Dwaravati, King Duryodhana alone, with King Shivala's son, Sakuni, these bulls among men, continued to live in that celestial assembly house. Section XRV. Dutapava. Vaisampayana said, when that foremost of sacrifices, the Rajasuya so difficult of accomplishment, was completed, Vyasa, surrounded by his disciples, presented himself before Yudhishthira. And Yudhishthira, upon beholding him, quickly rose from his seat, surrounded by his brothers, and worshipped the rishi who was his grandfather, with water to wash his feet and the offer of a seat. The illustrious one, having taken his seat on a costly carpet inlaid with gold, addressed King Yudhishthira the just and said, "Take thy seat." And after the king had taken his seat surrounded by his brothers, the illustrious Vyasa, truthful in speech, said, "O son of Kunti, thou growest from good fortune. Thou hast obtained imperial sway so difficult of acquisition. And O perpetuator of the Kuru race, all the Kauravas have prospered in consequence of thee. O emperor, I have been duly worshipped. I desire now to go with thy leave." King Yudhishthira the just, thus addressed by the rishi of dark hue, saluted him, his grandfather, and touching his feet said, "O chief of men, a doubt difficult of being dispelled hath risen within me. O bull among regenerate ones, save thee there is none to remove it." The illustrious Rishi Narada said that, as a consequence of the Rajasuya sacrifice, 3 kinds of portents, viz., celestial, atmospherical and terrestrial ones, happen. O grandsire, have those portents been ended by the fall of the kind of the Chedas? Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of the king, the exalted son of Parasara, the island-born Vyasa of dark hue, spoke these words, for 13 years, O king, those portents will bear mighty consequences ending in destruction, O king of kings, of all the Kshatriyas. In course of time, O bull of the Bharata race, making thee the sole cause, the assembled Kshatriyas of the world will be destroyed, O Bharata, for the sins of Duryodhana and through the might of Bhima and Arjuna. In thy dream, O king of kings, thou wilt behold towards the end of this might the blue-throated Bhava, the slayer of Tripura, ever absorbed in meditation, having the bull for his mark, drinking off the human skull, and fierce and terrible, that lord of all creatures, that god of gods, the husband of otherwise called Hara and Sava, and Vrisha, armed with a trident and the bow called Pinaka, and attired in tiger skin. And thou wilt behold Shiva, tall and white as the Kailasa cliff, and seated on his bull, gazing unceasingly towards the direction, south, presided over by the king of the Pitris. Even this will be the dream thou wilt dream today, O king of kings. Do not grieve for dreaming such a dream. None can rise superior to the influence of time. Blessed be thou. I will now proceed towards the Kailasa mountain. Rule thou the earth with vigilance and steadiness, patiently bearing every privation. Vaisampayana continued, having said this, the illustrious and island-born Vyasa of dark hue, accompanied by his disciples ever following the dictates of the Vedas, proceeded towards Kailasa. And after the grandfather had thus gone away, the king, afflicted with anxiety and grief, began to think continuously upon what the rishi hath said. And he said to himself, "Indeed, what the rishi hath said must come to pass. We will succeed in warding off the fates by exertion alone." Then Yudhishthira, endued with great energy, addressing all his brothers, said, "Ye tigers among men, ye have heard what the island-born rishi hath told me. Having heard the words of the rishi, I have arrived at this firm resolution, viz., that I should die, as I am ordained to be the cause of the destruction of all Kshatriyas. Ye my dear ones, if time hath intended so, what need is there for me to live? Hearing these words of the king, Arjuna replied, O king, yield not thyself to this terrible depression that is destructive of reason. Mustering fortitude, O great king, do what would be beneficial. Yudhishthira then, firm in truth, thinking all the while of Dwayapayana's words, answered his brothers thus, Blessed be ye. Listen to my vow from this day. For 13 years, whatever purpose have I to live for, I shall not speak a hard word to my brothers or to any of the kings of the earth. Living under the command of my relatives, I shall practice virtue, exemplifying my vow. If I live in this way, making no distinction between my own children and others, there will be no disagreement between me and others. It is disagreement that is the cause of war in the world. Keeping war at a distance, and ever doing what is agreeable to others, evil reputation will not be mine in the world, ye bulls among men. Hearing these words of their eldest brother, the Pandavas, always engaged in doing what was agreeable to him, approved of them. And Yudhishthira the just, having pledged so, along with his brothers in the midst of that assembly, gratified his priests as also the gods with due ceremonies. And, O bull of the Brata race, after all the monarchs had gone away, Yudhishthira along with his brothers, having performed the usual auspicious rites, accompanied by his ministers, entered his own palace. And, O ruler of men, King Duryodhana and Sakuni, the son of Shavala, continued to dwell in the delightful assembly house. Section XLVI. Vaisampayana said that bull among men, Duryodhana, continued to dwell in that assembly house of the Pandavas, and with Sakuni, the Kuru prince, slowly examined the whole of that mansion, and the Kuru prince beheld in it many celestial designs, which he had never seen before in the city called after the elephant, Hastinapur. And one day King Duryodhana, in going round that mansion, came upon a crystal surface. And the king, from ignorance, mistaking it for a pool of water, drew up his clothes. And afterwards, finding out his mistake, the king wandered about the mansion in great sorrow. And some time after, the king, mistaking a lake of crystal water adorned with lotuses of crystal petals for land, fell into it with all his clothes on. Beholding Duryodhana fallen into the lake, the mighty Bhima laughed aloud, as also the menials of the palace. And the servants, at the command of the king, soon brought him dry and handsome clothes. Beholding the plight of Duryodhana, the mighty Bhima and Arjuna and both the twins, all laughed aloud. Being unused to putting up with insults, Duryodhana could not bear that laugh of theirs. Concealing his emotions, he even did not cast his looks on them. And beholding the monarch once more draw up his clothes to cross a piece of dry land which he had mistaken for water, they all laughed again. And the king sometime after mistook a closed door made of crystal as open, and as he was about to pass through it, his head struck against it, and he stood with his brain reeling. And mistaking as closed another door made of crystal that was really open, the king, in attempting to open it with stretched hands, tumbled down. And coming upon another door that was really open, the king, thinking it as closed, went away from it. And, O monarch, King Duryodhana, beholding that vast wealth in the Rajasuya sacrifice, and having become the victim of those numerous errors within the assembly house, at last returned, with the leave of the Pandavas, to Hastinapur. And the heart of King Duryodhana, afflicted at sight of the prosperity of the Pandavas, became inclined to sin, as he proceeded towards his city, reflecting on all he had seen and suffered. And beholding the Pandavas happy, and all the kings of the earth paying homage to them, as also everybody, young and old, engaged in doing good unto them, and reflecting also on the splendor and prosperity of the illustrious sons of Pandu, Duryodhana, the son of Dhritarashtra, became pale. In proceeding to his city, with an afflicted heart, the prince thought of nothing else but that assembly house and that unrivaled prosperity of the wise Yudhishthira. And Duryodhana, the son of Dhritarashtra, was so taken up with his thoughts then that he spoke not a word to Shivala's son, even though the latter addressed him repeatedly. And Sakuni, beholding him absent-minded, said, O Duryodhana, why art thou proceeding thus? Duryodhana replied, O uncle, beholding this whole earth owning the sway of Yudhishthira in consequence of the might of the illustrious Arjuna's weapons, and beholding also that sacrifice of the son of Pritha like unto the sacrifice of Sakra, himself of great glory among the celestials, I, being filled with jealousy and burning day and night, am being dried up like a shallow tank in the summer season. Behold, when Sisupala was slain by the chief of the Satwatas, there was no man to take the side of Sisupala. Consumed by the fire of the Pandava, they all forgave that offence, otherwise who is there that could forgive it? That highly improper act of grave consequence done by Vasudeva succeeded in consequence of the power of the illustrious son of Pandu. And so many monarchs also brought with them various kinds of wealth for King Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, like tribute-paying Vaisyas. Beholding Yudhishthira's prosperity of such splendor, my heart burneth, afflicted with jealousy, although it behoveth me not to be jealous. Having reflected in this way, Duryodhana, as if burnt by fire, addressed the king of Gandhara again and said, I shall throw myself upon the flaming fire, or swallow poison, or drown myself in water. I cannot live. What man is there in the world possessed of vigor who can bear to see his foes in the enjoyment of prosperity and himself in destitution? Therefore I who bear to see that accession of prosperity and fortune in my foes, am neither a woman nor one that is not a woman, neither also a man nor one that is not a man, beholding their sovereignty over the world and vast affluence, as also that sacrifice, who is the like me that would not smart under all that. Alone I am incapable of acquiring such royal prosperity, nor do I behold allies that could help me in the matter. It is for this that I am thinking of self-destruction. Beholding that great and serene prosperity of the son of Kunti, I regard fate as supreme and exertions fruitless. O son of Shivala, formerly I strove to compass his destruction, but baffling all my efforts he hath grown in prosperity even like the lotus from within a pool of water. It is for this that I regard fate as supreme and exertions fruitless. Behold, the sons of Dhritarashtra are decaying and the sons of Pritha are growing day by day. Beholding that prosperity of the Pandavas, and that assembly house of theirs, and those menials laughing at me, my heart burneth as if it were on fire. Therefore, O uncle, know me now as deeply grieved and filled with jealousy, and speak of it to Dhritarashtra. Section XVII. Sakuni said, O Duryodhana, thou shouldst not be jealous of Yudhishthira. The sons of Pandu are enjoying what they deserve in consequence of their own good fortune. O slayer of foes, O great king, thou canst not destroy them by repeatedly devising numberless plans, many of which thou hadst even put to practice. Those tigers among men out of sheer luck escaped all those machinations. They have obtained Draupadi for wife and Drupada with his sons, as also Vasudeva of great prowess as allies, capable of helping them in subjugating the whole world. And O king, having inherited the paternal share of the kingdom without being deprived of it, they have grown in consequence of their own energy. What is there to make thee sorry for this? Having gratified Hastusana, Dhananjaya hath obtained the bow Gandiva and the couple of inexhaustible quivers and many celestial weapons. With that unique bow and by the strength of his own arms also he hath brought all the kings of the world under his sway. What is there to make thee sorry for this? Having saved the Azura Maya from the conflagration, Arjuna, that slayer of foes, using both his hands with equal skill, caused him to build that assembly house. And it is for this also that commanded by Maya, those grim Rakshasas called Kinkaras supported that assembly house. What is there in this to make thee sorry? Thou hast said, O king, that thou art without allies. This, O Bharata, is not true. These thy brothers are obedient to thee. Drona of great prowess and wielding the large bow along with his son, Radha's son Karna, the great warrior Gautama, Kripa, myself with my brothers and King Somadati, these are thy allies. Uniting thyself with these, conquer thou the whole of the earth. Duryodhana said, O king, with thee, as also with these great warriors, I shall subjugate the Pandavas, if it pleases thee. If I can now subjugate them, but the world will be mine and all the monarchs, and that assembly house so full of wealth. Sakuni replied, Dhananjaya and Vasudeva, Bhimasena and Yudhishthira, Nakula and Sahadeva and Drupada with his sons, these cannot be vanquished in battle by even the celestials, for they are all great warriors wielding the largest bows, accomplished in weapons, and delighting in battle. But, O king, I know the means by which Yudhishthira himself may be vanquished. Listen to me and adopt it. Duryodhana said, without danger to our friends and other illustrious men, O uncle, tell me if there is any way by which I may vanquish him. Sakuni said, the son of Kunti is very fond of dice play, although he doth not know how to play. That king, if asked to play, is ill able to refuse. I am skillful at dice. There is none equal to me in this respect on earth, no, not even in the three worlds, O son of Kuru. Therefore, ask him to play at dice. Skilled at dice, I will win his kingdom, and that splendid prosperity of his for thee, O bull among men. But, O Duryodhana, represent all this unto the king, Dhritarashtra. Commanded by thy father, I will win without doubt the whole of Yudhishthira's possessions. Duryodhana said, O son of Shivala, thou thyself represent properly all this to Dhritarashtra, the chief of the Kurus. I shall not be able to do so. Section Xlvi. Vaisampayana said, O king, impressed with the great Rajasuya sacrifice of King Yudhishthira, Sakuni, the son of Shivala, having learnt before the intentions of Duryodhana, while accompanying him in the way from the assembly house, and desirous of saying what was agreeable to him, approached Dhritarashtra endued with great wisdom, and finding the monarch deprived of his eye seated in his throne, told him these words, O great king, O bull of the Bharata race, that Duryodhana, having lost colour, hath become pale and emaciated and depressed and a prey to anxiety. Why dost thou not, after due inquiry, ascertain the grief that is in the heart of thy eldest son, the grief that is caused by the foe? Dhritarashtra said, Duryodhana, what is the reason of thy great affliction? O son of the Kuru race! If it is fit for me to hear it, then tell me the reason. This Sakuni here says that thou hast lost colour, become pale and emaciated, and a prey to anxiety. I do not know what can be the reason of the sorrow. This vast wealth of mine is at thy control. Thy brothers and all our relations never do anything that is disagreeable to thee. Thou wearest the best apparel and eatest the best food that is prepared with meat. The best of horse carries thee. What it is, therefore, that hath made thee pale and emaciated? Costly beds, beautiful damsels, mansions decked with excellent furniture, and sport of the delightful kind. Without doubt these all wait but at thy command, as in the case of the gods themselves. Therefore, O proud one, why dost thou grieve, O son, as if thou wert destitute? Duryodhana said, I eat and dress myself like a wretch and pass my time all the while a prey to fierce jealousy. He indeed is a man, who incapable of bearing the pride of the foe, liveth, having vanquished that foe with a desire of liberating his own subjects from the tyranny of the foe. Contentment, as also pride, O Bharata, are destructive of prosperity, and those other two qualities also, viz., compassion and fear. One who acteth under the influence of these, never obtaineth anything high. Having beheld Yudhishthira's prosperity, whatever I enjoy brings me no gratification. The prosperity of Kunti's son that is possessed of such splendor maketh me pale. Knowing the affluence of the foe and my own destitution, even though that affluence is not before me, I yet see it before me. Therefore have I lost colour and become melancholy, pale and emaciated. Yudhishthira supporteth 88,000 Snataka Brahmanas leading domestic lives, giving unto each of them 30 slave girls. Beside this, 1,000 other Brahmanas daily eat at his palace the best of food and golden plates. The king of Kampoa sent unto him, as tribute, innumerable skins, black, darkish, and red, of the deer Gidley, as also numberless blankets of excellent textures, and hundreds and thousands of she-elephants and 30,000 she-camels wander within the palace, for the kings of the earth brought them all as tribute to the capital of the Pandavas. And, O Lord of earth, the kings also brought unto this foremost of sacrifices heaps upon heaps of jewels and gems for the son of Kunti. Never before did I see or hear of such enormous wealth as was brought into the sacrifice of the intelligent sons of Pandu. And, O king, beholding that enormous collection of wealth belonging to the foe, I cannot enjoy peace of mind. Hundreds of Brahmanas, supported by the grants that Yudhishthira hath given them and possessing wealth of kine, waited at the palace gate with 3,000 of millions of tribute, but were prevented by the keepers from entering the mansion, bringing with them clarified butter in handsome kumandalas made of gold. They did not obtain admission into the palace, and Ocean himself brought unto him in vessels of white copper the nectar that is generated within his waters, and which is much superior to that which flowers and annual plants produce for Sakra. And Vasudeva, at the conclusion of the sacrifice, having brought an excellent conch, bathed the son of Pritha with sea water brought in 1,000 jars of gold, all well adorned with numerous gems. Beholding all this, I became feverish with jealousy. Those jars had been taken to the eastern and the southern oceans, and they had also been taken on the shoulders of men to the western ocean, O bull among men. And, O father, although none but birds only can go to the northern region, Arjuna, having gone thither, exacted as tribute a vast quantity of wealth. There is another wonderful incident also which I will relate to thee. O listen to me. When 100,000 Brahmanas were fed, it had been arranged that to notify this act every day conches would be blown in a chorus. But, O Bharata, I continually heard conches blown there almost repeatedly, and hearing those notes my hair stood on end. And, O great king, that palatial compound, filled with innumerable monarchs that came there as spectators, looked exceedingly handsome like the cloudless firmament with stars. And, O king of men, the monarchs came into that sacrifice of the wise son of Bandu, bringing with them every kind of wealth. And the kings that came that became like Vaisyas, the distributors of food unto the Brahmanas that were fed. And O king, the prosperity that I beheld of Yudhishthira was such that neither the chief himself of the celestials, nor Yama or Varuna, nor the lord of the Gaikas owneth the same. And beholding that great prosperity of the son of Pandu, my heart burneth, and I cannot enjoy peace. Hearing these words of Duryodhana, Sakuni replied, Hear how thou mayest obtain this unrivalled prosperity that thou beholdest in the son of Pandu, O thou that hast truth for thy prowess. O Bharata, I am an adept at dice, superior to all in the world. I can ascertain the success or otherwise of every throw, and when to stake and when not. I have special knowledge of the game. The son of Kunti also is fond of dice playing, though he possesseth little skill in it. Summoned to play or battle, he is sure to come forward, and I will defeat him repeatedly at every throw by practicing deception. I promise to win all that wealth of his, and thou, O Duryodhana, shalt then enjoy the same. Vaisampayana continued. King Duryodhana, thus addressed by Sakuni, without allowing a moment to elapse, said unto Dhritarashtra, this, Sakuni, an adept at dice, is ready to win at dice, O king, the wealth of the sons of Pandu. It behoveth thee to grant him permission to do so. Dhritarashtra replied, I always follow the counsels of Kshatta, my minister possessed of great wisdom. Having consulted with him, I will inform thee what my judgment is in respect of this affair. Endued with great foresight, he will, keeping morality before his eyes, tell us what is good and what is proper for both parties, and what should be done in this matter. Duryodhana said, if thou consultest with Kshatta, he will make thee desist. And if thou desist, O king, I will certainly kill myself. And when I am dead, O king, thou wilt become happy with Vidura. Thou wilt then enjoy the whole earth. What need hast thou with me? Vaisampayana continued. Dhritarashtra, hearing these words of affliction uttered by Duryodhana from mixed feeling, himself ready to what Duryodhana had dictated, commanded his servant, saying, let artificers be employed to erect without delay a delightful and handsome and spacious palace with 100 doors and 1,000 columns. And having brought carpenters and joiners, set ye jewels and precious stones all over the walls. And making it handsome and easy of access, report to me when everything is complete. And, O monarch, King Dhritarashtra, having made this resolution for the pacification of Duryodhana, sent messengers unto Vidura for summoning him. For without taking counsel with Vidura never did the monarch form any resolution. But as regards the matter at hand, the king, although he knew the evils of gambling, was yet attracted towards it. The intelligent Vidura, however, as soon as he heard of it, knew that the arrival of Kali was at hand. And seeing that the way to destruction was about to open, he quickly came to Dhritarashtra. And Vidura, approaching his illustrious eldest brother and bowing down unto his feet, said these words, O exalted king, I do not approve of this resolution that thou hast formed. It behave thee, O king, to act in such a way that no dispute may arise between thy children on account of this gambling match. Dhritarashtra replied, O Kshatta, if the gods be merciful unto us, assuredly no dispute will ever arise amongst my sons. Therefore, auspicious or otherwise, beneficial or otherwise, let this friendly challenge at dice proceed. Even this without doubt is what fate hath ordained for us. And, O son of the Bharata race, when I am near, and Drona and Bhishma and thou too, nothing evil that even fate might have ordained is likely to happen. Therefore, go thou on Nikayoking their 2 horses endued with the speed of the wind, so that thou mayest reach Kandavaprastha even today, and bring thou Yudhishthira with thee. And, O Vidura, I tell that even this is my resolution. Tell me nothing. I regard fate as supreme which bringeth all this. Hearing these words of Dhritarashtra and concluding that his race was doomed, Vidura in great sorrow went unto Bhishma with great wisdom. Section 6. Janamejaya said, O thou foremost of all conversant with the Vedas, how did that game at dice take place, fraught with such evil to the cousins, and through which my grandsires, the son of Pandu, were plunged into such sorrow? What kings also were present in that assembly, and who amongst them approved of the gambling match, and who amongst them forbade it? O sinless one, O chief of regenerate ones, I desire thee to recite in detail all about this, which, indeed, was the cause of the destruction of the world. Santi said, thus addressed by the king, the disciple of Vyasa, endued with great energy and conversant with the entire Vedas, narrated everything that had happened. Vaisampayana said, O best of the Bharatas, O great king, if thou desirest to hear, then listen to me as I narrate to thee everything again in detail. Ascertaining the opinion of Vidura, Dhritarashtra the son of Amvika, calling Duryodhana told him again in private, O son of Gandhari, have nothing to do with dice. Vidura doth not speak well of it. Possessed of great wisdom, he will never give me advice that is not for my good. I also regard what Vidura saith as exceedingly beneficial for me. Do that, O son, for I regard it all as for thy good also. Indeed, Vidura knoweth with all its mysteries the science of political morality, that the illustrious and learned and wise Vrihaspati, the celestial rishi who is the spiritual guide of Vasava, had unfolded unto the wise chief of the immortals. And O son, I always accept what Vidura adviseth. O king, as the wise Uddhava is ever regarded amongst the Vrishnis, so is Vidura possessed of great intelligence, esteemed as the foremost of the Kuras. Therefore, O son, have nothing to do with dice. It is evident that dice soweth dissensions, and dissensions are the ruin of the kingdom. Therefore, O son, abandon this idea of gambling. O son, thou hast obtained from us what it hath been ordained, a father and a mother should give unto their son, viz., ancestral rank and possessions. Thou art educated and clever in every branch of knowledge, and hast been brought up with affection in thy paternal dwelling. Born the eldest among all thy brothers, living within thy own kingdom, why regardest thou thyself as unhappy? O thou of mighty arms, thou obtainest food and attire of the very best kind, and which is not obtainable by ordinary men. Why dost thou grieve yet? O son, O mighty armed one, ruling thy large ancestral kingdom swelling with people and wealth, thou shinest as splendidly as the chief of the celestials in heaven. Thou art possessed of wisdom. It behoveth thee to tell me what can be the root of this grief that hath made thee so melancholy. Duryodhana replied, I am a sinful wretch, O king, because I eat and dress beholding the prosperity of the foes. It hath been said that man is a wretch who is not filled with jealousy at the sight of his enemy's prosperity. O exalted one, this kind of prosperity of mine doth not gratify me. Beholding that blazing prosperity of the son of Kunti, I am very much pained. I tell thee strong must be my vitality, inasmuch as I am living even at the sight of the whole earth owning the sway of Yudhishthira. The Nipas, the Chitrakas, the Kakaras, the Karaskaras, and the Lohajangas are living in the palace of Yudhishthira like bondsmen. The Himavat, the ocean, the regions on the seashore, and the numberless other regions that yield jewels and gems, have all acknowledged superiority of the mansion of Yudhishthira in respect of wealth it containeth. And, O monarch, regarding me as the eldest and entitled to respect, Yudhishthira, having received me respectfully, appointed me in receiving the jewels and gems that were brought as tribute. O Bharata, the limit and the like of the excellent and invaluable jewels that were brought there have not been seen. And O king, my hands were fatigued in receiving that wealth. And when I was tired, they that brought those valuable articles from distant regions used to wait till I was able to resume my labor. Bringing jewels from the lake Vindu, the Asura architect Maya constructed, for the Pandavas, a lake-like surface made of crystal. Beholding their artificial lotuses with which it was filled, I mistook it, O king, for water. And seeing me draw up my clothes, while about to cross it, Vrikadara, Bhima, laughed at me, regarding me as wanting in jewels and having lost my head at the sight of the affluence of my enemy. If I had the ability, I would, O king, without the loss of a moment, slay Vrikadara for that. But, O monarch, if we endeavour to slay Bhima now, without doubt, ours will be the fate of Sisupala. O Bharata, that insult by the foe burneth me. Once again, O king, beholding a similar lake that is really full of water, but which I mistook for a crystal surface, I fell into it. At that, Bhima with Arjuna once more laughed derisively, and Draupadi also, accompanied by other females, joined in the laughter. That paineth my heart exceedingly. My apparel having been wet, the menials at the command of the king gave me other clothes. That also is my great sorrow. And O king, hear now of another mistake that I speak of. In attempting to pass through what is exactly of the shape of a door but through which there was really no passage, I struck my forehead against stone and injured myself. The twins Nakula and Sahadeva, beholding from a distance that I was so hit at the head, came and supported me in their arms, expressing great concern for me. And Sahadeva repeatedly told me, as if with a smile, "This, O king, is the door. Go this way." And Bhimasena, laughing aloud, addressed me and said, "O son of Dhritarashtra, this is the door." And, O king, I had not even heard of the names of those gems that I saw in that mansion. And it is for these reasons that my heart so acheth. Section L. Duryodhana said, "Listen now, O Bharata, about all the most costly articles I saw, belonging unto the sons of Pandu, and brought one after another by the kings of the earth. Beholding the 12th of the foe, I lost my reason and scarcely knew myself. And, O Bharata, listen as I describe the 12th, consisting of both manufactures and the produce of the land. The king of Kambawa gave innumerable skins of the best king, and blankets made of wool, of the soft fur of rodents and other barofas, and of the hair of cats, all inlaid with threads of gold. And he also gave 300 horses of the Tititi and the Kalmasha species, possessing noses like parrots. And he also gave 300 camels and an equal number of she-asses, all fattened with the olives and the piloshaw, and innumerable brahmanas engaged in rearing cattle and occupied in low offices for the gratification of the illustrious king Yudhishthira, that just waited at the gate with 300 millions of tribute, but they were denied admission into the palace. And hundred upon hundreds of brahmanas, possessing wealth of kine and living upon the lands that Yudhishthira had given them, came there with their handsome golden kamandalas filled with clarified butter. And though they had brought such tribute, they were refused admission into the palace. And Sudra kings that dwelt in the regions on the sun coast brought with them, O king, 100,000s of serving girls of the Garpasika country, all of beautiful features and slender waist and luxuriant hair and decked in golden ornaments, and also many skins of the rank who dear worthy even of brahmanas as tribute unto King Yudhishthira. And the tribes of Iramas, Paridas, Tungas, with the Kitavas who lived upon crops that depended on water from the sky or of the river, and also they who were born in regions on the seashore, in woodlands, or countries on the other side of the ocean, waited at the gate, being refused permission to enter, with goats and kine and asses and camels and vegetable, honey and blankets and jewels and gems of various kinds. And that great warrior King Bhagadatta, the brave ruler of Pragjyotisha and the mighty sovereign of the Malachas, at the head of a large number of Yavanas, waited at the gate, unable to enter, with a considerable tribute comprising of horses of the best breed and possessing the speed of the wind. And King Bhagadatta, beholding the concourse, had to go away from the gate, making over a number of swords with handles made of the purest ivory and well adorned with diamonds and every kind of gems. And many tribes coming from different regions, of whom some possessed 2 eyes, some 3, and some had eyes on their foreheads, and those also called Oshmikas, and Nishadas, and Rumakas, some cannibals, and many possessing only 1 leg. I say, O king, standing at the gate, being refused permission to enter. And these diverse rulers brought as tribute 10,000 asses of diverse hues and black necks and huge bodies and great speed and much docility, and celebrated all over the world. And these asses were all of goodly size and delightful colour. And they were all bred on the coast of Banku. And there were many kings that gave unto Yudhishthira much gold and silver. And having given much tribute, they obtained admission into the palace of Yudhishthira. The people that came, the possessing only one leg, gave unto Yudhishthira many wild horses, some of which were as red as the cochineal, and some white, and some possessing the hues of the rainbow, and some looking like evening clouds, and some that were of variegated colour. And they were all endued with the speed of the mind. And they also gave unto the king enough gold of superior quality. I also saw numberless chins and sakas and udras and many barbarous tribes living in the woods, and many Vrishnis and Harahunas, and dusky tribes of the Himavat, and many Nipas and people residing in regions on the sun coast, waiting at the gate, being refused permission to enter. And the people of Valika gave unto him as tribute 10,000 asses, of goodly size and black necks, and daily running 200 miles, and those asses were of many shapes. And they were well trained and celebrated all over the world, and possessed of symmetrical proportion and excellent colour. Their skins were pleasant to the touch. And the Valikas also presented numerous blankets of woolen texture manufactured in Chin, and numerous skins of the Ranku deer, and clothes manufactured from jute, and others woven with the thread spun by insects. And they also gave thousands of other clothes not made of cotton, possessing the colour of the lotus, and these were all of smooth texture. And they also gave soft sheepskins by thousands. And they also gave many sharp and long swords and scimitars, and hatchets and fine-edged battle-axes manufactured in the western countries. And having presented perfumes and jewels and gems of various kinds by thousands as tribute, they waited at the gate, being refused admission into the palace. And sakas and takatas and tekaras and kankas and rumakas and men with horns, bringing with them as tribute numerous large elephants and 10,000 horses, and hundreds of millions of gold, waited at the gate, being refused permission to enter. And the kings of the eastern countries, having presented numerous valuable articles, including many costly carpets and vehicles and beds, and armors of diverse hues decked with jewels and gold and ivory, and weapons of various kinds, and cars of various shapes and handsome make and adorned with gold, with well-trained horses trimmed with tiger skins, and rich and variegated blankets for caprisoning elephants, and various kinds of jewels and gems, arrows long and short, and various other kinds of weapons, obtained permission to enter the sacrificial palace of the illustrious Pandava. Section Li. Duryodhana said, O sinless one, listen to me as I describe that large mass of wealth consisting of various kinds of tribute presented unto Yudhishthira by the kings of the earth. They that dwell by the side of the river Sayaloda, flowing between the mountains of Mur and Mandara, and enjoy the delicious shade of topes of the Kikaka bamboo, viz., the Kushas, Ekusanas, the Argas, the Pradaras, the Durgavenus, the Paridas, the Kulindas, the Tanganas, and the other Tanganas, brought as tribute heaps of gold measured in dronas, jars, and raised from underneath the earth by ants, and therefore called after these creatures. The mountain tribes, endued with great strength, having brought as tribute numerous chamaras, long brushes, soft and black, and others white as moonbeam, and sweet honey extracted from the flowers growing on the hem of it, as also from the mishali champaka, and garlands of flowers brought from the region of the northern Kuras, and diverse kinds of plants from the north, even from Kailasa, waited with their heads bent down at the gate of King Yudhishthira, being refused permission to enter. I also beheld the numberless chiefs of the Kairatas armed with cruel weapons, and ever engaged in cruel deeds, eating of fruits and roots, and attired in skins, and living on the northern slopes of the Himavat, and on the mountain from behind which the sun rises, and in the region of Karashor on the sea coast, and on both sides of the Lochatia mountains. And, O king, having brought with them as tribute loads upon loads of sandal and aloe, as also black aloe, and heaps upon heaps of valuable skins, and gold and perfumes, and 10,000 serving girls of their own race, and many beautiful animals and birds of remote countries, and much gold of great splendor procured from mountains, the Kairatas waited at the gate, being refused permission to enter. The Kairatas, the Daridas, the Davas, the Zuras, the Vayamarkas, the Audamvaras, the Dervibagas, the Kumaras, the Paridas, along with the Valakas, the Kashmiras, the Gorakas, the Hanzakyanas, the Sivis, the Trigartas, the Yodhias, the ruler of Madras, and the Kakiyas, the Amvashtas, the Kaukaras, the Darkshires, the Vastrapas, along with the Palhavas, the Vashatayas, the Maulyas, along with the Kshudrakas, and the Malavas, the Pondras, the Kakaras, the Sakas, the Angas, the Vangas, the Panras, the Anavatyas, and the Gayas. These good and well-born Kshatriyas, distributed into regular clans and trained to the use of arms, brought tribute unto King Yudhishthira by hundreds and thousands. And the Vangas, the Kalingas, the Magadhas, the Tamraliptas, the Sapantrakas, the Dorvalikas, the Sagarikas, the Patronas, the Saisavas, and innumerable Karnapravaranas, who presented themselves at the gate, were told by the gatekeepers at the command of the king, that if they could wait and bring good tribute they could obtain admission. Then the kings of those nations each gave 1,000 elephants furnished with tusks like unto the shafts of ploughs, and decked with girdles made of gold, and covered with fine blankets, and therefore resembling the lotus in hue. And they were all darkish as rocks, and always musty, and procured from the sides of the Kamyaka lake, and covered with defensive armor. And they were also exceedingly patient and of the best breed. And having made these presents, those kings were permitted to enter. O king, these and many others, coming from various regions, and numberless other illustrious kings, brought jewels and gems unto this sacrifice. And Chitraratha, also the king of Gandhavas, the friend of Indra, gave 400 horses gifted with the speed of the wind. And the Gandhava gladly gave 100 horses of the colour of mango leaf and decked in gold. And, O thou of the Kuru race, the celebrated king of the Mletsha tribe, called the Sagaras, gave many hundreds of excellent elephants. And Virata, the king of Matsya, gave as tribute 2,000 elephants decked in gold. And King Vasudana from the kingdom of Pandu presented unto the son of Pandu 26 elephants and 2,000 horses. O king, all decked in gold and endued with speed and strength and in full vigour of youth, and divers other kinds of wealth. And Yajnasana presented unto the sons of Pandu for the sacrifice 14,000 serving girls and 10,000 serving men with their wives, many hundreds of excellent elephants, 26 cars with elephants yoked into them, and also his whole kingdom. And Vasudeva of the Vrishani race, in order to enhance the dignity of Arjuna, gave 14,000 of excellent elephants. Indeed, Krishna is the soul of Arjuna, and Arjuna is the soul of Krishna, and whatever Arjuna may say Krishna is certain to accomplish. And Krishna is capable of abandoning heaven itself for the sake of Arjuna. And Arjuna also is capable of sacrificing his life for the sake of Krishna. And the kings of Kola and Pandya, though they brought numberless jars of gold filled with fragrant sandal juice from the hills of Malaya, and loads of sandal and aloe wood from the Darduras hills, and many gems of great brilliancy and fine cloths inlaid with gold, did not obtain permission to enter. And the king of the Singalas gave those best of sea-born gems called the lapis lazuli, and heaps of pearls also, and hundreds of coverlets for elephants. and numberless dark-colored men with the ends of their eyes red as copper, attired in clothes decked with gems, waited at the gate with those presents. And numberless Brahmanas and Kshatriyas who had been vanquished, and Vaisyas and serving Sudras, from love of Yudhishthira, brought tribute unto the son of Pandu. And even all the Mlichas, from love and respect, came unto Yudhishthira. And all orders of men, good, indifferent and low, belonging to numberless races, coming from diverse lands, made Yudhishthira's habitation the epitome of the world. And beholding the kings of the earth to present unto the foes such excellent and valuable presents, I wished for death out of grief. And O king, I will now tell thee of the servants of the Pandavas, people for whom Yudhishthira supplieth food, both cooked and uncooked. There are 100,000 billions of mounted elephants and cavalry, and 100 millions of cars and countless foot soldiers. At one place raw provisions are being measured out, at another they are being cooked, and at another place the foods are being distributed. And the notes of festivity are being heard everywhere. And amongst men of all orders I beheld not a single one in the mansion of Yudhishthira that had not food and drink and ornaments. And 88,000 of Snataka Brahmanas leading domestic lives, all supported by Yudhishthira, with 30 serving girls given none to each, gratified by the king, always pray with complacent hearts for the destruction of his foes. And 10,000 of other ascetics with vital seed drawn up, daily eat of golden plates in Yudhishthira's palace. And, O king, Yajnasanti, without having eaten herself, daily seeth whether everybody, including even the deformed and the dwarfs, hath eaten or not. And, O Bharata, only 2 do not pay tribute unto the son of Kunti, viz., the Panchalas in consequence of their relationship by marriage, and the Andakas and Vrishanis in consequence of their friendship. Section Duryodhana said, those kings that are revered over all the world, who are devoted to truth and who are pledged to the observance of rigid vows, who are possessed of great learning and eloquence, who are fully conversant with the Vedas and their branches as also with sacrifices, who have piety and modesty, whose souls are devoted to virtue, who possess fame, and who have enjoyed the grand rites of coronation, all wait upon and worship Yudhishthira. And, O king, I beheld the many thousands of wild kine with as many vessels of white copper for milking them, brought thither by the kings of the earth as sacrificial presents to be given away by Yudhishthira unto the Brahmana. And, O Bharata, for bathing Yudhishthira at the conclusion of the sacrifice, many kings with the greatest alacrity themselves brought there in a state of purity many excellent jars, containing water. And King Valaka brought there a car decked with pure gold. And King Sudakshina himself yoked there 4 white horses of Kamboa breed, and Sunitha of great might fitted the lower Poland. The ruler of Chedi with his own hands took up and fitted the flagstaff. And the king of the southern country stood ready with the coat of mail, the ruler of Magadha, with garlands of flowers and the headgear, the great warrior Vasudana with a 60-year-old elephant, the king of Matsya, with the side fittings of the car, all encased in gold, King Ekalavya, with the shoes, the king of Avanti, with diverse kinds of water for the final bath, King Chekatana, with a quiver, the king of Kazi, with a bow, and Saliya, with a sword whose hilt and straps were adorned with gold. Then Dharmya and Vyasa, of great ascetic merit, with Narada and Asita's son Devala, standing before performed the ceremony of sprinkling the sacred water over the king. And the great rishis with cheerful hearts sat where the sprinkling ceremony was performed. And other illustrious rishis, conversant with the Vedas, with Jamadani's son among them, approached Yudhishthira, the giver of large sacrificial presents, uttering mantras all the while, like the 7 rishis, approaching the great India in heaven. And Satyaki of unbaffled prowess held the umbrella over the king's head. and Dhananjaya and Bhima were engaged in tanning the king, while the twins held a couple of chamaras in their hands. And the ocean himself brought in a sling that big conch of Varuna which the celestial artifice of Viswakarman had constructed with 1,000 nishkas of gold, and which Prajapati had in a former kalpa presented unto India. It was with that conch that Krishna bathed Yudhishthira after the conclusion of the sacrifice, and beholding it, I swooned away. People go to the eastern or the western seas and also to the southern one. But, O Father, none except birds can ever go to the northern sea. But the Pandavas have spread their dominion even there, for I heard hundreds of conches that had been brought thence blown in the sacrificial mansion, indicative of auspicious rejoicing. And while those conches blew simultaneously, my hair stood on end. And those among the kings, who were weak in strength, fell down. And Drishthadhyumna and Satyaki and the sons of Pandukasava, those 8, endued with strength and prowess and handsome in person, beholding the kings deprived of consciousness and myself in that plight, laughed outright. Then Vatsu, Arjuna, with a cheerful heart gave, O Bharata, unto the principal Brahmanas 500 bullocks with horns plated with gold. And King Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, having completed the Rajasuya sacrifice, obtained like the exalted Harishchandra such prosperity that neither Rantideva nor Nabhaga, nor Javanaswa, nor Manu, nor King Prithu the son of Vana, nor Bhagirata, Yayati, nor Nuasha, had obtained its like. And beholding, O exalted one, such prosperity in the son of Pritha, which is even like that which Harishchandra had, I do not see the least good in continuing to live, O Bharata. O ruler of men, a yoke that is tied to the bullock's shoulders by a blind man becomes loosened. Even such is the case with us. The younger ones are growing while the elder ones are decaying. And beholding all this, O chief of the Kurus, I cannot enjoy peace even with the aid of reflection. And it is for this, O king, that I am plunged into grief and becoming pale and emaciated. Section Li. Dhritarashtra said, Thou art my eldest son and born also of my eldest wife. Therefore, O son, be not jealous of the Pandavas. He that is jealous is always unhappy and suffereth the pangs of death. O bull of the Bharata race, Yudhishthira knoweth not deception, possesseth wealth equal unto thine, hath thy friends for his, and is not jealous of thee. Why shouldst thou, therefore, be jealous of him? O king, in respect of friends and allies thou art equal unto Yudhishthira. Why shouldst thou, therefore, covet, from folly, the property of thy brother? Be not so. Cease to be jealous. Do not grieve. O bull of the Bharata race, if thou covetest the dignity attaching to the performance of a sacrifice, let the priests arrange for thee the great sacrifice, called the Saptatantu. The kings of the earth will then, cheerfully and with great respect, bring for thee also much wealth and gems and ornaments. O child, coveting others' possessions is exceedingly mean. He, on the other hand, enjoyeth happiness, who is content with his own being engaged in the practices of his own order, never striving to obtain the wealth of others, persevering in one's own affairs, and protecting what hath been earned, these are the indications of true greatness. He that is unmoved in calamity, skilled in his own business, ever exerting vigilant and humble, always beholdeth prosperity. The sons of Bandu are as thy arms. Do not lop off those arms of thine. Plunge not into internal dissensions for the sake of that wealth of thy brothers. O king, be not jealous of the sons of Pandu. Thy wealth is equal unto that of thy brothers in his entirety. There is great sin in quarrelling with friends. They that are thy grandsires are theirs also. Give away in charity on occasions of sacrifices, gratify every dear object of thy desire, disport in the company of women freely, and enjoy thou peace. Section Lif. Duryodhana said, he that is devoid of intellect but hath merely heard of many things, can scarcely understand the real import of the scriptures, like the spoon that hath no perception of the taste of the soup it toucheth. Thou knowest everything, but yet confoundest me. Like a boat fastened to another, thou and I are tied to each other. Art thou unmindful of thy own interests? Or dost thou entertain hostile feeling towards me? These thy sons and allies are doomed to destruction, inasmuch as they have thee for the ruler, for thou describest as attainable in the future what is to be done at the present moment. He often trippeth whose guide acts under the instructions of others. How then can his followers expect to come across a right path? O king, thou art of mature wisdom, thou hast the opportunity to listen to the words of old, and thy senses also are under thy control. It behoveth thee not to confound us who are ready to seek our own interests. Vrihaspati hath said that the usage of kings are different from those of common people. Therefore kings should always attend to their own interests with vigilance. The attainment of success is the sole criterion that should guide the conduct of the Kshatriya. Whether, therefore, the means is virtuous or sinful, what scruples can there be in the duties of one's own order? He that is desirous of snatching the blazing prosperity of his foe, should, O bull of the Bharata race, bring every direction under his subjection, like the charioteer taming the steeds with his whip. Those used to handling weapons say that a weapon is not simply an instrument that cuts, but is a means, whether covert or overt, that can defeat a foe. Who is to be reckoned a foe and who a friend, doth not depend on one's figure or dimensions. He that paineth another is, O king, to be regarded a foe by him that is pained. Discontent is the root of prosperity. Therefore, O king, I desire to be discontented. He that striveth after the acquisition of prosperity is, O king, a truly politic person. Nobody should be attached to wealth and affluence, for the wealth that hath been earned and hoarded may be plundered. The usages of kings are even such. It was during a period of peace that Sakra cut off the head of Namachi after having given a pledge to the contrary, and it was because he approved of this eternal usage towards the enemy that he did so. Like a snake that swalloweth up frogs and other creatures living in holes, the earth swalloweth up a king that is peaceful and a Brahmana that stirreth not out of home. O king, none can by nature be any person's foe. He is one's foe, and not anybody else, who hath common pursuits with one. He that from folly neglecteth a growing foe, hath his vitals cut off as by a disease that he cherished without treatment. A foe, however insignificant, if suffered to grow in prowess, swalloweth one like the white ants at the root of a tree, eating off the tree itself. O Bharata, O Ajamida, let not the prosperity of the foe be acceptable to thee. This policy, of neglecting the foe, should always be borne on their heads by the wise, even like a load. He that always wisheth for the increase of his wealth, ever groweth in the midst of his relatives, even like the body naturally growing from the moment of birth. Prowess confereth speedy growth. Coveting as I do the prosperity of the Pandavas, I have not yet made it my own. At present I am a prey to doubts in respect of my ability. I am determined to resolve those doubts of mine. I will either obtain that prosperity of theirs, or lie down having perished in battle. O king, when the state of my mind is such, what do I care now for life? For the Pandavas are daily growing while our possessions know no increase. Section LV. Sakuni said, O thou foremost of victorious persons, I will snatch, for thee, this prosperity of Yudhishthira, the son of Pandu, at the sight of which thou grievest so. Therefore, O king, let Yudhishthira the son of Kunti be summoned. By throwing dice a skillful man, himself uninjured, may vanquish one that hath no skill. Know, O Bharata, that betting is my bow, the dice are my arrows, the marks on them my bowstring, and the dice board my car. Duryodhana said, this Sakuni, skilled at dice, is ready, O king, to snatch the prosperity of the son of Pandu by means of dice. It behoveth thee to give him permission. Dhritarashtra said, I am obedient to the counsels of my brother, the illustrious Vidura. Consulting with him, I shall tell what should be done in this matter. Duryodhana said, Vidura is always engaged in doing good to the sons of Pandu. O Kaurava, his feelings towards us are otherwise. He will, therefore, without doubt, withdraw thy heart from the proposed act. No man should set himself to any task depending upon the counsels of another, for, O son of Kuru's race, the minds of two persons seldom agree in any particular act. The fool that liveth shunning all causes of the fear wasteth himself like an insect in the rainy season. Neither sickness nor yama waiteth till one is in prosperity. So long, therefore, as there is life and health, one should, without waiting for prosperity, accomplish his purpose. Dhritarashtra said, O son, hostility with those that are strong is what never recommendeth itself to me. Hostility bringeth about a change of feelings, and that itself is a weapon though not made of steel. Thou regardest, O prince, as a great blessing what will bring in its train the terrible consequences of war. What is really fraught with mischief? If once it beginneth, it will create sharp swords and pointed arrows. Duryodhana replied, Common men of the most ancient times invented the use of dice. There is no destruction in it, nor is there any striking with weapons. Let the words of Sakuni, therefore, be acceptable to thee, and let thy command be issued for the speedy construction of the assembly house. The door of heaven, leading us to such happiness, will be opened to us by gambling. Indeed, they that betake to gambling, with such aid, deserve such good fortune. The Pandavas then will become thy equals, instead of, as now, superiors. Therefore, gamble thou with the Pandavas. Dhritarashtra said, The words uttered by thee do not recommend themselves to me. Do what may be agreeable to thee, O ruler of men. But thou shalt have to repent for acting according to these words, for words that are fraught with such immorality can never bring prosperity in the future. Even this was foreseen by the learned Vidura ever treading the path of truth and wisdom. Even the great calamity, destructive of the lives of the Kshatriyas, cometh as destined by fate. Vaisampayana continued, having said this, the weak-minded Dhritarashtra regarded fate as supreme and unavoidable, and the king, deprived of reason by fate, and obedient to the counsels of his son, commanded his men in loud voice, saying, Carefully construct, without loss of time, an assembly house of the most beautiful description, to be called the crystal-arched palace with 1,000 columns, decked with gold and lapis lazuli, furnished with 100 gates, and full 2 miles in length and in breadth the same. Hearing those words of his, thousands of artificers endued with intelligence and skill soon erected the palace with the greatest alacrity, and having erected it brought thither every kind of article. And soon after they cheerfully represented unto the king that the palace had been finished, and that it as delightful and handsome and furnished with every kind of gems and covered with many-coloured carpets inlaid with gold. Then King Dhritarashtra, possessed of learning, summoning Vidura the chief of his ministers, said, repairing to Kandavaprastha, bring Prince Yudhishthira here without loss of time. Let him come hither with his brothers, and behold his handsome assembly house of mine, furnished with countless jewels and gems, and costly beds and carpets, and let a friendly match at dice commence here. Section LVI. Vaisampayana said, King Dhritarashtra, ascertaining the inclinations of his son and knowing that fate is inevitable, did what I have said. Vidura, however, that foremost of intelligent men, approved not his brother's words and spoke thus, I approve not, O king, of this command of thine. Do not act so. I fear this will bring about the destruction of our race. When thy sons lose their unity, dissension will certainly ensue amongst them. This I apprehend, O king, from this match at dice. Dhritarashtra said, if fate be not hostile, this quarrel will not certainly grieve me. The whole universe moveth at the will of its creator, under the controlling influence of fate. It is not free. Therefore, O Vidura, going unto King Yudhishthira at my command, bring thou soon that invincible son of Kunti. Section VI. Vaisampayana said, Vidura then, thus commanded against his will by King Dhritarashtra, set out, with the help of horses of high mettle and endued with great speed and strength, and quiet and patient, for the abode of the wise sons of Pandu. Possessed of great intelligence, Vidura proceeded by the way leading to the capital of the Pandavas. And having arrived at the city of King Yudhishthira, he entered it and proceeded towards the palace, worshipped by numberless Brahmanas. And coming to the palace which was even like unto the mansion of Kuvara himself, the virtuous Vidura approached Yudhishthira, the son of Dharma. Then the illustrious Ajamida, devoted to truth and having no enemy on earth, reverentially saluted Vidura, and asked him about Dhritarashtra and his sons. And Yudhishthira said, O Kshatta, thy mind seemeth to be cheerless. Dost thou come here in happiness and peace? The sons of Dhritarashtra, I hope, are obedient to their old father. The people also, I hope, are obedient to Dhritarashtra's rule. Vidura said, the illustrious king, with his sons, is well and happy, and surrounded by his relatives he reigneth even like Indra himself. The king is happy with his sons who are all obedient to him and hath no grief. The illustrious monarch is bent on his own aggrandizement. The king of the Kurus hath commanded me to inquire after thy peace and prosperity, and to ask thee to repair to Hastinapur with thy brothers, and to say, after beholding King Dhritarashtra's newly erected palace, whether that one is equal to thy own. Repairing thither, O son of Pritha, with thy brothers, enjoy ye in that mansion and sit to a friendly match at dice. We shall be glad if thou goest, as the Kurus have already arrived there. And thou wilt see those gamblers and cheats that the illustrious King Dhritarashtra hath already brought thither. It is for this, O king, that I have come hither. Let the king's command be approved by thee. Yudhishthira said, O Kshatta, if we sit to a match at dice, we may quarrel. What man is there, who knowing all this, will consent to gamble? What dost thou think fit for us? We all are obedient to thy counsels. Vidura said, I know that gambling is the root of misery, and I strove to dissuade the king from it. The king, however, hath sent me to thee. Having known all this, O learned one, do what is beneficial. Yudhishthira said, besides the sons of Dhritarashtra, what other dishonest gamblers are there ready for play? Tell us, O Vidura, who they are and with whom we shall have to play, staking hundreds upon hundreds of our possessions. Vidura said, O monarch, Sakuni, the king of Gandhara, an adept at dice, having great skill of hand and desperate in stakes, Vivangati, King Chitrasana, Satyavrata, Burumitra and Jaya, these, O king, are there. Yudhishthira said, it would seem then that some of the most desperate and terrible gamblers always depending upon deceit are there. This whole universe, however, is at the will of its maker, under the control of fate. It is not free. O learned one, I do not desire, at the command of King Dhritarashtra, to engage myself in gambling. The father always wisheth to benefit his son. Thou art our master, O Vidura. Tell me what is proper for us. Unwilling as I am to gamble, I will not do so, if the wicked Sakuni doth not summon me to it in the Sabha. If, however, he challengeth me, I will never refuse. For that, a settled is my eternal vow. Vaisampayana continued, King Yudhishthira the just having said this unto Vidura, commanded that preparations for his journey might be made without loss of time. And the next day, the king, accompanied by his relatives and attendants, and taking with him also the women of the household with Draupadi in their midst, set out for the capital of the Kurus. Like some brilliant body falling before the eyes, fate depriveth us of reason, and man, tied as it were with a cord, submitteth to the sway of providence, saying this, King Yudhishthira, that chastiser of the foe, set out with Kshata, without deliberating upon that summons from Dhritarashtra, and that slayer of hostile heroes, the son of Pandupritha, riding upon the car that had been given him by the king of Alika, and attired also in royal robes, set out with his brothers. And the king, blazing as it were with royal splendor, with Brahmanas walking before him, set out from his city, summoned by Dhritarashtra and impelled by what hath been ordained by Kala, time. And arriving at Hastinapur he went to the palace of Dhritarashtra. And going there, the son of Bandu approached the king. And the exalted one then approached Bhishma and Drona and Karna, and Kripa, and the son of Drona, and embraced and was embraced by them all. And the mighty armed one, endued with great prowess, then approached Somadatta, and then Duryodhana and Saliya, and the son of Shivala, and those other kings also that had arrived there before him. The king then went to the brave Dushasana, and then to all his other brothers, and then to Jayadratha, and next to all the Kurus one after another. And the mighty armed one, then surrounded by all his brothers, entered the apartment of the wise king Dhritarashtra. And then Yudhishthira beheld the reverend Gandhari, ever obedient to her lord, and surrounded by her daughters-in-law like Rohini by the stars. And saluting Gandhari and blessed by her in return, the king then beheld his old uncle, that illustrious monarch whose wisdom was his eye. King Dhritarashtra then, O monarch, smelt his head as also the heads of those 4 other princes of the Kuru race, viz., the sons of Bandu with Bhimasena as their eldest. And, O king, beholding the handsome Pandava those tigers among men, all the Kurus became exceedingly glad. And commanded by the king, the Pandavas then retired to the chambers allotted to them, and which were all furnished with jewels and gems. And when they had retired into the chambers, the women of Dhritarashtra's household with Dusala taking the lead visited them. And the daughters-in-law of Dhritarashtra beholding the blazing and splendid beauty and prosperity of Yajnasani, became cheerless and filled with jealousy. And those tigers among men, having conversed with the ladies, went through their daily physical exercises and then performed the religious rites of the day. And having finished their daily devotions, they decked their persons with sandal paste of the most fragrant kind. And desiring to secure good luck and prosperity, they caused, by gifts, the Brahmanas to utter benedictions. And then eating food that was of the best taste, they retired to their chambers for the night. And those bulls among the Kurus then were put to sleep with music by handsome females. And obtaining from them what came in due succession, those subjugators of hostile towns passed with cheerful hearts that delightful night in pleasure and sport. And waked by the bards with sweet music, they rose from their beds, and having passed the night thus in happiness, they rose at dawn, and having gone through the usual rites, they entered into the assembly house and were saluted by those that were ready for gambling. Section VI. Vaisampayana said, the sons of Pritha with Yudhishthira at their head, having entered that assembly house, approached all the kings that were present there, and worshipping all those that deserved to be worshipped, and saluting others as each deserved according to age, they seated themselves on seats that were clean and furnished with costly carpets. After they had taken their seats, as also all the kings, Sakuni the son of Shivala addressed Yudhishthira and said, O king, the assembly is full. All had been waiting for thee. Let, therefore, the dice be cast and the rules of play be fixed, O Yudhishthira. Yudhishthira replied, deceitful gambling is sinful. There is no kshatriya prowess in it. There is certainly no morality in it. Why, then, O king, dost thou praise gambling so? The wise applaud not the pride that gamesters feel in deceitful play. O Sakuni, vanquish us, not like a wretch, by deceitful means. Sakuni said, that high-souled player who knoweth the secrets of winning and losing, who is skilled in baffling the deceitful arts of his confrere, who is united in all the diverse operations of which gambling consisteth, truly knoweth the play, and he suffereth all in course of it. O son of Pritha, it is the staking at dice, which may be lost or won that may injure us. And it is for that reason that gambling is regarded as a fault. Let us, therefore, O king, begin the play. Fear not. Let the stakes be fixed. Delay not. Yudhishthira said, that best of Munis, Devala, the son of Asita, who always instructeth us about all those acts that may lead to heaven, hell, or the other regions, hath said, that it is sinful to play deceitfully with a gamester. To obtain victory in battle without cunning or stratagem is the best sport. Gambling, however, as a sport, is not so. Those that are respectable never use the language of the mlechas, nor do they adopt deceitfulness in their behavior. War carried on without crookedness and cunning, this is the act of men that are honest. Do not, O Sakuni, playing desperately, win of us that wealth with which according to our abilities, we strive to learn how to benefit the Brahmanas. Even enemies should not be vanquished by desperate stakes in deceitful play. I do not desire either happiness or wealth by means of cunning. The conduct of one that is a gamester, even if it be without deceitfulness, should not be applauded. Sakuni said, O Yudhishthira, it is from a desire of winning, which is not a very honest motive, that one high-born person approacheth another, in a contest of race superiority. So also it is from a desire of defeating, which is not a very honest motive, that one learned person approacheth another, in a contest of learning. Such motives, however, are scarcely regarded as really dishonest. So also, O Yudhishthira, a person skilled at dice approacheth one that is not so skilled from a desire of vanquishing him. One also who is conversant with the truths of science approacheth another that is not from desire of victory, which is scarcely an honest motive. But, as I have already said, such a motive is not really dishonest. And, O Yudhishthira, so also one that is skilled in weapons approacheth one that is not so skilled, the strong approacheth the weak. This is the practice in every contest. The motive is victory, O Yudhishthira. If, therefore, thou, in approaching me, regardest me to be actuated by motives that are dishonest, if thou art under any fear, desist then from play. Yudhishthira said, summoned, I do not withdraw. This is my established vow. And, O king, fate is all-powerful. We all are under the control of destiny. With whom in this assembly am I to play? Who is there that can stake equally with me? Let the play begin. Duryodhana said, O monarch, I shall supply jewels and gems and every kind of wealth. And it is for me that this Sakuni, my uncle, will play. Yudhishthira said, gambling for one's sake by the agency of another seemeth to me to be contrary to rule. Thou also, O learned one, will admit this. If, however, thou art still bent on it, let the play begin. Section Licks. Vaisampayana said, when the play commenced, all those kings with Dhritarashtra at the head took their seats in that assembly. And, O Bharata, Bhishma and Drona and Kripa and the high-souled Vidura with cheerless hearts sat behind. And those kings with leonine necks and endued with great energy took their seats separately and in pairs upon many elevated seats of beautiful make and colour. And, O king, that mansion looked resplendent with those assembled kings like heaven itself with a conclave of the celestials of great good fortune. And they were all conversant with the Vedas and brave and of resplendent countenances. And, O great king, the friendly much at dice then commenced. Yudhishthira said, O king, this excellent wealth of pearls of great value, procured from the ocean by churning it, of old, so beautiful and decked with pure gold, this, O king, is my stake. What is thy counter stake, O great king, the wealth with which thou wishest to play with me? Duryodhana said, I have many jewels and much wealth, but I am not vain of them. Win thou this stake. Vaisampayana continued. Then Sakuni, well skilled at dice, shook up the dice and, casting them, said unto Yudhishthira, Lo, I have won. Section LX. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast won this stake of me by unfair means. But be not so proud, O Sakuni. Let us play staking thousands upon thousands. I have many beautiful jars, each full of 1,000 nishkas in my treasury, inexhaustible gold, and much silver and other minerals. This, O king, is the wealth with which I will stake with thee. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed, Sakuni said unto the chief of the perpetuators of the Kuru race, the eldest of the sons of Pandu, King Yudhishthira, of glory incapable of sustaining any diminution. Lo, I have won. Yudhishthira said, This my sacred and victorious and royal car which gladdeneth the heart and hath carried us hither, which is equal unto 1,000 cars, which is of symmetrical proportions and covered with tiger skin, and furnished with excellent wheels and flag staffs, which is handsome, and decked with strings of little bells, whose clatter is even like the roar of the clouds or of the ocean, and which is drawn by 8 noble steeds known all over the kingdom, and which are white as the moonbeam, and from whose hoofs no terrestrial creature can escape. This, O king, is my wealth with which I will stake with thee. Vaisampayana continued. Hearing these words, Sakuni, ready with the dice, and adopting unfair means, said unto Yudhishthira, Lo, I have won. Yudhishthira said, I have 100,000 serving girls, all young, and decked with golden bracelets on their wrists and upper arms, and with nishkas round their necks and other ornaments, adorned with costly garlands and attired in rich robes, daubed with the sandal paste, wearing jewels and gold, and well skilled in the 64 elegant arts, especially versed in dancing and singing, and who wait upon and serve at my command the celestials, the Snataka Brahmanas, and kings. With this wealth, O king, I will stake with thee. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words, Sakuni, ready with the dice, adopting unfair means, said unto Yudhishthira, Lo, I have won. Yudhishthira said, I have thousands of serving men, skilled in waiting upon guests, always attired in silken robes, endued with wisdom and intelligence, their senses under control though young, and decked with earrings, and who serve all guests night and day with plates and dishes in hand. With this wealth, O king, I will stake with thee. Vaisampayana continued. Hearing these words, Sakuni, ready with the dice, adopting unfair means, said unto Yudhishthira, Lo, I have won. Yudhishthira said, I have, O son of Shivala, 1,000 musty elephants with golden girdles, decked with ornaments, with the mark of the lotus on their temples and necks and other parts, adorned with golden garlands, with fine white tusks long and thick as plough shafts, worthy of carrying kings on their backs, capable of bearing every kind of noise on the field of battle, with huge bodies, capable of battering down the walls of the hostile towns, of the colour of new-formed clouds, and each possessing 8 she-elephants. With this wealth, O king, I will stake with thee. Vaisampayana continued, and to Yudhishthira, who had said so, Sakuni, the son of Shivala, laughingly said, Lo, I have won it. Yudhishthira said, I have as many cars as elephants, all furnished with golden poles and flagstaffs, and well-trained horses and warriors that fight wonderfully, and each of whom receiveth 1,000 coins as his monthly pay, whether he fighteth or not. With this wealth, O king, I will stake with thee. Vaisampayana continued, when these words had been spoken, the wretch Sakuni, pledged to enmity, said unto Yudhishthira, Lo, I have won it. Yudhishthira said, The steeds of the Titiri, Kalmashka, and Gandhava breeds, decked with ornaments, which Chitraratha, having been vanquished in battle and subdued, cheerfully gave unto Arjuna, the wielder of the Gandhava. With this wealth, O king, I will stake with thee. Vaisampayana continued, hearing this, Sakuni, ready at dice, adopting unfair means, said unto Yudhishthira, Lo, I have won. Yudhishthira said, I have 10,000 cars and vehicles, unto which are yoked draft animals of the foremost breed. And I have also 60,000 warriors picked from each order by thousands, who are all brave and endued with prowess like heroes, who drink milk and eat good rice, and all of whom have broad chests. With this wealth, O king, I will stake with thee. Vaisampayana continued, hearing this, Sakuni, ready at dice, adopting unfair means, said unto Yudhishthira, Lo, I have won. Yudhishthira said, I have 400 nidas, jewels of great value, encased in sheets of copper and iron. Each one of them is equal to 5 dranikas of the costliest and purest leaf gold of the Jatarupa kind. With this wealth, O king, I will stake with thee. Vaisampayana continued, hearing this, Sakuni, ready at dice, adopting foul means, said unto Yudhishthira, Lo, I have won it. Section LXI. Vaisampayana said, during the course of this gambling, certain to bring about utter ruin, on Yudhishthira, Vidura, that dispeller of all doubts, addressing Dhritarashtra, said, O great king, O thou of the Bhrata race, attend to what I say, although my words may not be agreeable to thee, like medicine to one that is ill and about to breathe his last. When this Duryodhana of sinful mind had, immediately after his birth, cried discordantly like a jackal, it was well known that he had been ordained to bring about the destruction of the Bhrata race. Know, O king, that he will be the cause of death of ye all. A jackal is living in thy house, O king, in the form of Duryodhana. Thou knowest it not in consequence of thy folly. Listen now to the words of the poet, Sukra, which I will quote. They that collect honey in mountains, having received what they seek, do not notice that they are about to fall, ascending dangerous heights, abstracted in the pursuit of what they seek. They fall down and meet with destruction. This Duryodhana also, maddened with a play at dice, like a collector of honey, abstracted in what he seeketh, marketh not the consequences. Making enemies of these great warriors, he beholdeth not the fall that is before him. It is known to thee, O thou of great wisdom, that amongst the Bhijas, they abandoned, for the good of the citizens, a son that was unworthy of their race. The Andakas, the Adavas, and the Bhijas uniting together, abandoned Kansa. And afterwards, when at the command of the whole tribe, the same Kansa had been slain by Krishna, that slayer of foes, all the men of the tribe became exceedingly happy for 100 years. So at thy command, let Arjuna slay this Duryodhana. And in consequence of the slaying of this wretch, let the Kurus be glad and pass their days in happiness. In exchange of a crow, O great king, buy these peacocks, the Pandavas, and in exchange of a jackal, buy these tigers. For the sake of a family, a member may be sacrificed. For the sake of a village a family may be sacrificed, for the sake of a province a village may be sacrificed, and for the sake of one's own soul the whole earth may be sacrificed. Even this was what the omniscient Saviour himself, acquainted with the thoughts of every creature, and a source of terror unto all foes, said unto the great Azuras to induce them to abandon Jamba at the moment of his birth. It is said that a certain king, having caused a number of wild birds that vomited gold to take up their quarters in his own house, afterwards killed them from temptation. O slayer of foes, blinded by temptation and the desire of enjoyment, for the sake of gold, the king destroyed at the same time both his present and future gains. Therefore, O king, prosecute not the Pandavas from desire of profit, even like the king in story. For then, blinded by folly thou wilt have to repent afterwards, even like the person that killed the birds. Like a flower seller that plucketh many flowers in the garden from trees that he cherisheth with affection from day to day, continue, O Bharata, to pluck flowers day by day from the Pandavas. Do not scorch them to the roots like a fire-producing breeze that reduceth everything to black charcoal. Go not, O king, unto the region of Yama, with thy sons and troops, for who is that is capable of fighting with the sons of Pritha, together? Not to speak of others, is the chief of the Celestials at the head of the Celestials themselves, capable of doing so? Section XCI. Vidura said, gambling is the root of dissensions. It bringeth about disunion. Its consequences are frightful. Yet having recourse to this, Dhritarashtra's son Duryodhana createth for himself fierce enmity. The descendants of Pratipa and Santanu, with their fierce troops and their allies the Valakas, will, for the sins of Duryodhana meet with destruction. Duryodhana, in consequence of this intoxication, forcibly driveth away luck and prosperity from his kingdom, even like an infuriate bull breaking his own horns himself. That brave and learned person who, disregarding his own foresight, followeth, O king, the bent of another man's heart, sinketh in terrible affliction, even like one that goeth into the sea in a boat guided by a child. Duryodhana is gambling with the son of Pandu, and thou art in raptures that he is winning. And it is such success that begetteth war, which endeth in the destruction of men. This fascination of gambling that thou hast well devised only leadeth to the results. Thus hast thou simply brought on by these counsels great affliction to thy heart. And this thy quarrel with Yudhishthira, who is so closely related to thee, even if thou hadst not foreseen it, is still approved by thee. Listen, ye sons of Santanu, ye descendants of Pratipa, who are now in this assembly of the Kauravas, to these words of wisdom. Enter ye not into the terrible fire that hath blazed forth following the wretch. When Ajatasattu, the son of Pandu, intoxicated with dice, giveth way to his wrath, and Vrikadara and Arjuna and that wins, do the same, who, in that hour of confusion, will prove your refuge. O great king, thou art thyself a mine of wealth. Thou canst turn, by other means, as much wealth as thou seekest to earn by gambling. What dost thou gain by winning from the Pandavas their vast wealth? Win the Pandavas themselves, who will be to thee more than all the wealth they have. We all know the skill of Shivala in play. This hill king knoweth many nefarious methods in gambling. Let Sakuni return whence he came. War not, O Bharata, with the sons of Pandu. Section XCI. Duryodhana said, O Kshata, thou art always boasting of the fame of our enemies, deprecating the sons of Dhritarashtra. We know, O Vidura, of whom thou art really fond. Thou always disregardest us as children, that man standeth confessed, who wisheth for success unto those that are near to him, and defeat unto those that are not his favourites. His praise and blame are applied accordingly. Thy tongue and mind betray thy heart. But the hostility thou showeth in speech is even greater than what is in thy heart. Thou hast been cherished by us like a serpent on our lap. Like a cat thou wishest evil unto him that cherisheth thee. The wise have said that there is no sin graver than that of injuring one's master. How is it, O Kshatriya, that thou dost not fear this sin? Having vanquished our enemies, we have obtained great advantages. Use not harsh words in respect of us. Thou art always willing to make peace with the foes. And it is for this reason that thou hatest us always. A man becometh a foe by speaking words that are unpardonable. Then again, in praising the enemy, the secrets of one's own party should not be divulged. Thou, however, transgressest this rule. Therefore, O thou parasite, why dost thou obstruct us so? Thou sayest whatever thou wishest. Insult us not. We know thy mind. Go and learn sitting at the feet of the old. Clean up the reputation that thou hast won. Meddle not with the affairs of other men. Do not imagine that thou art a chief. Tell us not harsh words always, O Vidura. We do not ask thee what is for our good. Cease, irritate not those that have already borne too much at thy hands. There is only one controller, no second. He controlleth even the child that is in the mother's womb. I am controlled by him. Like water that always floweth in a downward course, I am acting precisely in the way in which he is directing me. He that breaketh his head against a stone wall, and he that feedeth a serpent, are guided in those acts of theirs by their own intellect. Therefore, in this matter I am guided by my own intelligence. He becometh a foe who seeketh to control others by force. When advice, however, is offered in a friendly spirit, the learned bear with it. He again that hath set fire to such a highly inflammable object as camphor, beholdeth not its ashes. If he runneth immediately to extinguish it, one should not give shelter to another who is the friend of his foes, or to another who is ever jealous of his protector, or to another who is evil-minded. Therefore, O Vidura, go whithersoever thou pleasest. A wife that is unchaste, however well treated, forseeketh her husband yet. Vidura, addressing Dhritarashtra, said, O monarch, tell us, impartially, like a witness, what thou thinkest of the conduct of those who abandon their serving men thus for giving instruction to them. The hearts of kings are, indeed, very fickle. Granting protection at first, they strike with clubs at last. O Prince Duryodhana, thou regardest thyself as mature in intellect, and, O thou of bad heart, thou regardest me as a child. But consider that he is a child who, having first accepted one for a friend, subsequently findeth fault with him. An evil-hearted man can never be brought to the path of rectitude, like an unchaste wife in the house of a well-born person. Assuredly, instruction is not agreeable to this bull of the Brahta race, like a husband of 60 years to a damsel that is young. After this, O king, if thou wishest to hear words that are agreeable to thee, in respect of all acts good or bad, ask thou women and idiots and cripples or persons of that description. A sinful man speaking words that are agreeable may be had in this world. But a speaker of words that are disagreeable, though sound as regimen, or a hearer of the same, is very rare. He indeed is a king's true ally who, disregarding what is agreeable or disagreeable to his master, beareth himself virtuously and uttereth what may be disagreeable but necessary as regimen. O great king, drink thou that which the honest drink and the dishonest shun, even humility, which is like a medicine that is bitter, pungent, burning, and intoxicating, disagreeable, and revolting. And drinking it, O king, regain thou thy sobriety. I always wish Dhritarashtra and his sons affluence and fame. Happen what may unto thee, here I bow to thee, and take my leave. Let the Brahmanas wish me well. O son of Kuru, this is the lesson I carefully inculcate, that the wise should never enrage such as adders as have venom in their very glances. Section Ksif. Sakuni said, Thou hast, O Yudhishthira, lost much wealth of the Pandavas. If thou hast still anything that thou hast not yet lost to us, O son of Kunti, tell us what it is. Yudhishthira said, O son of Shivala, I know that I have untold wealth. But why is it, O Sakuni, that thou askest me of my wealth? Let tens of thousands and millions and tens of millions and hundreds of millions and tens of billions and hundreds of billions and trillions and tens of trillions and hundreds of trillions and tens of quadrillions and hundreds of quadrillions and even more wealth be staked by thee. I have as much. With that wealth, O king, I will play with thee. Vaisampayana said, hearing this, Sakuni, ready with the dice, adopting unfair means, said unto Yudhishthira, Lo, I have won. Yudhishthira said, I have, O son of Shivala, immeasurable kine and horses and milch cows with calves and goats and sheep in the country extending from the Panasa to the eastern bank of the Sindhu. With this wealth, O king, I will play with thee. Vaisampayana said, hearing this, Sakuni, ready with the dice, adopting unfair means, said unto Yudhishthira, Lo, I have won. Yudhishthira said, I have my city, the country, land, the wealth of all dwelling therein except of the Brahmanas, and all those persons themselves except Brahmanas still remaining to me. With this wealth, O king, I will play with thee. Vaisampayana said, hearing this, Sakuni, ready with the dice, adopting foul means, said unto Yudhishthira, Lo, I have won. Yudhishthira said, These princes here, O king, who look resplendent in their ornaments and their earrings and nishkas and all the royal ornaments on their persons are now my wealth. With this wealth, O king, I play with thee. Vaisampayana said, hearing this, Sakuni, ready with his dice, adopting foul means, said unto Yudhishthira, Lo, I have won them. Yudhishthira said, This Nakula here, of mighty arms and leonine neck, of red eyes and endued with youth, is now my one stake. Know that he is my wealth. Sakuni said, O king Yudhishthira, Prince Nakula is dear to thee. He is already under our subjection. With whom, a stake, wilt thou now play? Vaisampayana said, saying this, Sakuni cast those dice, and said unto Yudhishthira, Lo, he hath been won by us. Yudhishthira said, This Sahadeva administreth justice. He hath also acquired a reputation for learning in this world. However undeserving he may be to be staked in play, with him a stake I will play, with such a dear object as it. Indeed, he were not so. Vaisampayana said, hearing this, Sakuni, ready with the dice, adopting foul means, said unto Yudhishthira, Lo, I have won. Sakuni continued, O king, the sons of Madri, dear unto thee, have both been won by me. It would seem, however, that Bhimasena and Dhananjaya are regarded very much by thee. Yudhishthira said, Wretch, thou actest sinfully in thus seeking to create disunion amongst us who are all of one heart, disregarding morality. Sakuni said, One that is intoxicated falleth into a pit, hell, and stayeth the deprived of the power of motion. Thou art, O king, senior to us in age, and possessed of the highest accomplishments. O bull of the Brata race, I beg my pardon and bow to thee. Thou knowest, O Yudhishthira, that gamesters, while excited with play, utter such ravings that they never indulge in the like of them in their waking moments nor even in dream. Yudhishthira said, He that taketh us like a boat to the other shore of the sea of battle, he that is ever victorious over foes, the prince who is endued with great activity, he who is the one hero in this world, is here. With that Falguna as stake, however, undeserving of being made so, I will now play with thee. Vaisampayana said, hearing this. Sakuni, ready with the dice, adopting foul means, said unto Yudhishthira, Lo, I have won. Sakuni continued, This foremost of all wielders of the bow, this son of Pandu capable of using both his hands with equal activity hath now been won by me. O play now with the wealth that is still left unto thee, even with Bhima thy dear brother, as thy stake, O son of Pandu. Yudhishthira said, O king, however undeserving he may be of being made a stake, I will now play with thee by staking Bhimasena, that prince who is our leader, who is the foremost in fight, even like the wielder of the thunderbolt, the one enemy of the Danavas, the high-souled one with leonine neck and arched eyebrows and eyes looking askance, who is incapable of putting up with an insult, who hath no equal in might in the world, who is the foremost of all wielders of the mace, and who grindeth all foes. Vaisampayana said, hearing this. Sakuni, ready with the dice adopting foul means, said unto Yudhishthira, Lo, I have won. Sakuni continued, Thou hast, O son of Kunti, lost much wealth, horses and elephants and thy brothers as well. Say, if thou hast anything which thou hast not lost. Yudhishthira said, I alone, the eldest of all my brothers and dear unto them, am still unwon. Won by thee, I will do what he that is won will have to do. Vaisampayana said, hearing this. Sakuni, ready with the dice, adopting foul means, said unto Yudhishthira, Lo, I have won. Sakuni continued, Thou hast permitted thyself to be won. This is very sinful. There is wealth still left to thee, O king. Therefore, thy having lost thyself is certainly sinful. Vaisampayana continued, having said this, Sakuni, well skilled at dice, spoke unto all the brave kings present there of his having won, one after another, all the Pandavas. The son of Shivala then, addressing Yudhishthira said, O king, there is still one stake dear to thee that is still unwon. Stake thou Krishna, the princess of Panchala. By her, win thyself back. Yudhishthira said, with Draupadi as stake, who is neither short nor tall, neither spare nor corpulent, and who is possessed of blue curly locks, I will now play with thee. Possessed of eyes like the leaves of the autumn lotus, and fragrant also as the autumn lotus, equal in beauty unto her, Lakshmi, who delighteth in autumn lotuses, and unto Sri herself in symmetry and every grace she is such a woman as a man may desire for wife in respect of softness of heart, and wealth of beauty and of virtues. Possessed of every accomplishment and compassionate and sweet-speeched, she is such a woman as a man may desire for wife in respect of her fitness for the acquisition of virtue and pleasure and wealth. Retiring to bed last and waking up first, she looketh after all down to the cowherds and the shepherds. Her face too, when covered with sweat, looketh as the lotus or the jasmine. Of slender waist like that of the wasp, of long flowing locks, of red lips, and body without down, is the princess of Panchala. O king, making the slender-waisted Draupadi, who is even such as my stake, I will play with thee, O son of Shivala. Vaisampayana continued, when the intelligent king Yudhishthira the just has spoken thus, Phi, were the words that were uttered by all the aged persons that were in the assembly, and the whole conclave was agitated, and the kings who were present there all gave way to grief. And Bhishma and Drona and Kripa were covered with perspiration. And Vidura, holding his head between his hands, sat like one that had lost his reason. He sat with face downwards, giving way to his reflections and sighing like a snake. But Dhritarashtra, glad at heart, asked repeatedly, Hath the stake been won? Hath the stake been won? And could not conceal his emotions. Karna, with Dusasana and others laughed aloud, while tears began to flow from the eyes of all other present in the assembly. And the son of Shuv'ala, proud of success and flurried with excitement and repeating, "Thou hast won stake, dear to thee," etc., said, "Lo, I have won," and took up the dice that had been cast. Section LXV. Duryodhana said, "Come, Kshatta, bring hither Draupadi, the dear and loved wife of the Pandavas. Let her sweep the chambers, force her thereto, and let the unfortunate one stay where our serving women are." Vidura said, "Dost thou not know, O wretch, that by uttering such harsh words thou art tying thyself with cords? Dost thou not understand that thou art hanging on the edge of a precipice? Dost thou not know that being a deer thou provokest so many tigers to rage? Snakes of deadly venom, provoked to ire, are on thy head. Wretch, do not further provoke them lest thou goest to the region of Yama. In my judgment, slavery does not attach to Krishna, inasmuch as she was staked by the king after he had lost himself and ceased to be his own master. Like the bamboo that beareth fruit only when it is about to die, the son of Dhritarashtra winneth this treasure at play. Intoxicated, he perceiveth nor in these his last moments that dice bring about enmity and frightful terrors. No man should utter harsh speeches and pierce the hearts of the others. No man should subjugate his enemies by dice and such other foul means. No one should utter such words as are disapproved by the Vedas and lead to hell and deny others. Someone uttereth from his lips words that are harsh. Stung by them another burneth day and night. These words pierce the very heart of another. The learned, therefore, should never utter them, pointing them at others. A goat had once swallowed a hook, and when it was pierced with it, the hunter, placing the head of the animal on the ground, tore its throat frightfully in drawing it out. Therefore, O Duryodhana, swallow not the wealth of the Pandavas. Make them not thy enemies. The sons of Pritha never use words such as these. It is only low men that are like dogs who use harsh words towards all classes of people, viz., those that have retired to the woods, those leading domestic lives, those employed in ascetic devotions, and those that are of great learning. Alas! The son of Dhritarashtra knoweth not that dishonesty is one of the frightful doors of hell. Alas! Many of the Kurus with Dusasna amongst them have followed him in the path of dishonesty in the matter of this play at dice. Even gourds may sink and stones may float, and boats also may always sink in water. Still this foolish king, the son of Dhritarashtra, listeneth not to my words that are even as regimen unto him. Without doubt, he will be the cause of the destruction of the Kurus. When the words of wisdom spoken by friends and which are even as fit regimen are not listened to, but on the other hand temptation is on the increase, a frightful and universal destruction is sure to overtake all the Kurus. Section LXVI. Vaisampayana said, intoxicated with pride, the son of Dhritarashtra spake Fi on Kshatta, and casting his eyes upon the Pratikamin in attendance, commanded him, in the midst of all those reverend seniors, saying, Go Pratikamain, and bring thou Draupadi hither. Thou hast no fear from the sons of Pandu. It is Vidura alone that raveth in fear. Besides, he never wisheth our prosperity. Vaisampayana continued, thus commanded, the Pratikamain, who was of the Sutta caste, hearing the words of the king, proceeded with haste, and entering the abode of the Pandavas, like a dog in a lion's den, approached the queen of the sons of Pandu. And he said, Yudhishthira, having been intoxicated with dice, Duryodhana, O Draupadi, hath won thee. Come now, therefore, to the abode of Dhritarashtra. I will take thee, O Yajnasani, and put thee in some menial work. Draupadi said, Why, O Pratikamain, dost thou say so? What prince is there who playeth staking his wife? The king was certainly intoxicated with dice. Else, Could he not find any other object to stake? The praetor said, when he had nothing else to stake, it was then that Ajatasattu, the son of Pandu, staked thee. The king had first staked his brothers, then himself, and then thee, O princess. Draupadi said, O son of the Sutta race, go, and ask that gambler present in the assembly, whom he hath lost first, himself, or me. Ascertaining this, come hither, and then take me with thee, O son of the Sutta race. Vaisampayana continued. The messenger coming back to the assembly told all present the words of Draupadi. And he spoke unto Yudhishthira sitting in the midst of the kings. These words, Draupadi hath asked thee, whose lord wert thou at the time thou lost me in play? Didst thou lose thyself first, or me? Yudhishthira, however, sat there like one demented and deprived of reason, and gave no answer, good or ill, to the suitor. Duryodhana then said, let the princess of Panchala come hither and put her question. Let every one hear in this assembly the words that pass between her and Yudhishthira. Vaisampayana continued. The messenger, obedient to the command of Duryodhana, going once again to the palace, himself much distressed, said unto Draupadi, O princess, they that are in the assembly are summoning thee. It seemeth that the end of the Kauravas is at hand. When Duryodhana, O princess, is for taking thee before the assembly, this weak-brained king will no longer be able to protect his prosperity. Draupadi said, the great ordainer of the world hath, indeed, ordained so. Happiness and misery pay their court to both the wise and unwise. Morality, however, it hath been said, is the one highest object in the world. If cherished, that will certainly dispense blessings to us. Let not that morality now abandon the Kauravas. Going back to those that are present in that assembly, repeat these my words consonant with morality. I am ready to do what those elderly and virtuous persons conversant with morality will definitely tell me. Vaisampayana continued. The Sutta, hearing these words of Yajnasenni, came back to the assembly and repeated the words of Draupadi. But all sat with faces downwards, uttering not a word, knowing the eagerness and resolution of Dhritarashtra's son. Yudhishthira, however, O bull of the Bhrata race, hearing of Duryodhana's intentions, sent a trusted messenger unto Draupadi, directing that although she was attired in one piece of cloth with her navel itself exposed, in consequence of her season having come, she should come before her father-in-law weeping bitterly. And that intelligent messenger, O king, having gone to Draupadi's abode with speed, informed her of the intentions of Yudhishthira. The illustrious Pandavas, meanwhile, distressed and sorrowful, and bound by promise, could not settle what they should do. And casting his eyes upon them, King Duryodhana, glad at heart, addressed the suitor and said, O praetor, bring her hither. Let the Kauravas answer her question before her face. The suitor, then, obedient to his commands, but terrified at their possible wrath of the daughter of Drupada, disregarding his reputation for intelligence, once again said to those that were in the assembly, What shall I say unto Krishna? Apostrophe. Duryodhana, hearing this, said, O Dusasna, this son of my suitor, of little intelligence, feareth the Kadara. Therefore, go thou thyself and forcibly bring hither the daughter of Yajnasena. Our enemies at present are dependent on our will. What can they do thee? Hearing the command of his brother, Prince Dusasna rose with blood-red eyes, and entering the abode of those great warriors, spake these words unto the princess, Come, O Krishna, princess of Panchala, thou hast been won by us. And O thou of eyes large as lotus leaves, come now and accept the cuirass for thy lords. Thou hast been won virtuously, come to the assembly. At these words, Draupadi, raising up in great affliction, rubbed her pale face with her hands, and distressed she ran to the place where the ladies of Dritryshtra's household were. At this, Dusasna, roaring in anger, ran after her and seized the queen by her locks, so long and blue and wavy. Alas! Those locks that had been sprinkled with water sanctified with mantras in the great Rajasuya sacrifice, were now forcibly seized by the son of Dhritarashtra, disregarding the prowess of the Pandavas. And Dusasna, dragging Krishna of long locks into the presence of the assembly, as if she were helpless though having powerful protectors, and pulling at her, made her tremble like the banana plant in a storm. And dragged by him, with body bent, she faintly cried, "Wretch! It ill behoveth thee to take me before the assembly. My season hath come, and I am now clad in one piece of attire." At Dusasna, dragging Draupadi forcibly by her black locks while she was praying piteously unto Krishna and Vishnu, who were Narayana and Nara on earth, said unto her, "Whether thy season hath come or not, whether thou art attired in one piece of cloth or entirely naked, when thou hast been won at dice and made a slave, thou art to live amongst our serving women as thou pleasest." Vaisampayana continued, with hair dishevelled and half her attire loosened, all the while dragged by Dusasna. The modest Krishna, consumed with anger, faintly said, "In this assembly are persons conversant with all the branches of learning devoted to the performance of sacrifices and other rites, and all equal unto Indra, persons some of whom are really my superiors and others who deserve to be respected as such. I cannot stay before them in this state. O wretch! O thou of cruel deeds, drag me not so. Uncover me not so. The princes, my lords, will not pardon thee, even if thou hast the gods themselves with Indra as thy allies. The illustrious son of Dharma is now bound by the obligations of morality. Morality, however, is subtle. Those only that are possessed of great clearness of vision can ascertain it. In speech even I am unwilling to admit an atom of fault in my lord, forgetting his virtues. Thou draggest me who am in my season before these Kuru heroes. This is truly an unworthy act. But no one here rebuketh thee. Assuredly, all these are of the same mind with thee. O fie! Truly hath the virtue of the Bharata gone. Truly also hath the usage of those acquainted with the Kshatriya practice disappeared. Else these Kurus in this assembly would never have looked silently on this act that transgresseth the limits of their practices. Oh! Both Drona and Bhishma have you lost their energy, and so also hath the high-souled Kshatriya, and so also this king. Else, why do these foremost of the Kuru elders look silently on this great crime? Vaisampayana continued, thus did Krishna of slender waist cry in distress in that assembly. And casting a glance upon her enraged lords, the Pandavas, who were filled with terrible wrath, she inflamed them further with that glance of hers. And they were not so distressed at having been robbed of their kingdom, of their wealth, of their costliest gems, as with that glance of Krishna moved by modesty and anger. And Dusasna, beholding Krishna looking at her helpless lords, dragging her still more forcibly, and addressed her, "Slave, slave," and laughed aloud. And at those words Karna became very glad and approved of them by laughing aloud. And Sakuni, the son of Shivala, the Gandhara king, similarly applauded Dusasna. And amongst all those that were in the assembly except these three and Duryodhana, every one was filled with sorrow at beholding Krishna thus dragged in sight of that assembly. And beholding it all, Bhishma said, "O blessed one, morality is subtle. I therefore am unable to duly decide this point that thou hast put, beholding that on the one hand one that hath no wealth cannot stake the wealth belonging to others, while on the other hand wives are always under the orders and at the disposal of their lords. Yudhishthira can abandon the whole world full of wealth, but he will never sacrifice morality. The son of Bandhu hath said, I am one. Therefore, I am unable to decide this matter. Sakuni hath not his equal among men at dice play. The son of Kunti still voluntarily staked with him. The illustrious Yudhishthira doth not himself regard that Sakuni hath played with him deceitfully. Therefore, I cannot decide this point. Draupadi said, the king was summoned to this assembly, and though possessing no skill at dice, he was made to play with skillful, wicked, deceitful and desperate gamblers. How can he be said then to have staked voluntarily? The chief of the Pandavas was deprived of his senses by wretches of deceitful conduct and unholy instincts, acting together, and then vanquished. He could not understand their tricks, but he hath now done so. Here, in this assembly, there are Kurus who are the lords of both their sons and their daughters-in-law. Let all of them, reflecting well upon my words, duly decide the point that I have put. Vaisampayana continued, and to Krishna, who was thus sweeping and crying piteously, looking at times upon her helpless lord, Dusasana spake many disagreeable and harsh words. And beholding her who was then in her season thus dragged, and her upper garments loosened, beholding her in that condition which she little deserved, Vrikadara, afflicted beyond endurance, his eyes fixed upon Yudhishthira, gave way to wrath. Bhima said, O Yudhishthira, gamblers have in their houses many women of loose character. They do not yet stake those women, having kindness for them even. Whatever wealth and other excellent articles the king of Kusi gave, whatever gems, animals, wealth, coats of mail and weapons that other kings of the earth gave, our kingdom, thyself and ourselves, have all been won by the foes. At all this my wrath was not excited, for thou art our Lord. This, however, I regard as a highly improper act, this act of staking Draupadi. This innocent girl deserveth not this treatment. Having obtained the Pandavas as her lords, it is for thee alone that she is being thus persecuted by the low, despicable, cruel, and mean-minded Kauravas. It is for her sake, O king, that my anger falleth on thee. I shall burn those hands of thine. Sahadeva, bring some fire. Arjuna, hearing this, said, Thou hast never, O Bhimasena, before this uttered such words as these. Assuredly thy high morality hath been destroyed by these cruel foes. Thou shouldst not fulfill the wishes of the enemy. Practice thou the highest morality. Whom doth it behave to transgress his virtuous eldest brother? The king was summoned by the foe, and remembering the usage of the Kshatriyas, he played at dice against his will. That is certainly conducive to our great fame. Bhima said, If I had not known, O Dhananjaya, that the king had acted according to Kshatriya usage, then I would have, taking his hands together by sheer force, burnt them in a blazing fire. Vaisampayana continued, beholding the Pandavas thus distressed and the princess of Panchala also thus afflicted, Vikarna the son of Dhritarashtra said, Ye kings, answer ye the question that hath been asked by Yajnasan. If we do not judge a matter referred to us, all of us will assuredly have to go to hell without delay. How is that Bhishma and Dhritarashtra, both of whom are the oldest of the Kurus, as also the high-souled Vidura, do not say anything? The son of Bharadwaja, who is the preceptor of us, as also Kripa, is here. Why do not these best of regenerate ones answer the question? Let also those other kings assembled here from all directions answer according to their judgment this question, leaving aside all motives of gain and anger. Ye kings, answer ye the question that hath been asked by this blessed daughter of King Drupada, and declare after reflection on which side each of ye is. Thus did Vikarna repeatedly appeal to those that were in that assembly. But those kings answered him not one word, good or ill. And Vikarna, having repeatedly appealed to all the kings, began to rub his hands and sigh like a snake. And at last the prince said, Ye kings of the earth, ye Kauravas, whether ye answer this question or not, I will say what I regard as just and proper. Ye foremost of men, it hath been said that hunting, drinking, gambling, and too much enjoyment of women are the four vices of kings. The man that is addicted to these liveth forsaking virtue. And people do not regard the acts done by a person who is thus improperly engaged as of any authority. This son of Pandu, while deeply engaged in one of these vicious acts, urged thereto by deceitful gamblers, made Draupadi a stake. The innocent Draupadi is, besides, the common wife of all the sons of Pandu. And the king, having first lost himself, offered her as a stake. And Shivala himself, desirous of a stake, indeed prevailed upon the king to stake this Krishna. Reflecting upon all these circumstances, I regard Draupadi as not one. Hearing these words, a loud uproar rose from among those present in that assembly, and they all applauded Vikarna and censured the son of Shivala. And at that sound, the son of Radha, deprived of his senses by anger, waving his well-shaped arms, said these words, O Vikarna, many opposite and inconsistent conditions are noticeable in this assembly, like fire produced from a faggot, consuming the faggot itself, this thy ire will consume thee. These personages here, though urged by Krishna, have not uttered a word. They all regard the daughter of Drupada to have been properly won. Thou alone, O son of Dhritarashtra, in consequence of thy immature years, art bursting with wrath, for though but a boy thou speakest in the assembly as if thou wert told. O younger brother of Duryodhana, thou dost not know what morality truly is, for thou sayest like a fool that this Krishna who hath been, justly, won is not one at all. O son of Dhritarashtra, how dost thou regard Krishna as not one, when the eldest of the Pandavas before this assembly staked all his possessions? O bull of the Bhatta race, Draupadi is included in all the possessions of Yudhishthira. Therefore, why regardest thou Krishna who hath been justly won as not one? Draupadi had been mentioned by Shivala and approved of as a stake by the Pandavas. For what reason then dost thou yet regard her as not one? Or, if thou thinkest that bringing her hither attired in a single piece of cloth is an action of impropriety, listen to certain excellent reasons I will give. O son of the Kuru race, the gods have ordained only one husband for one woman. This Draupadi, however, hath many husbands. Therefore, certain it is that she is an unchaste woman. To bring her, therefore, into this assembly attired though she be in one piece of cloth, even to uncover her is not at all an act that may cause surprise. Whatever wealth the Pandavas had, she herself and these Pandavas themselves, have all been justly won by the son of Shivala. O Dusasana, this Vikarna speaking words of apparent wisdom is but a boy. Take off the robes of the Pandavas as also the attire of Draupadi. Hearing these words, the Pandavas, O Bharata, took of their upper garments and throwing them down sat in that assembly. Then Dusasana, O king, forcibly seizing Draupadi's attire before the eyes of all, began to drag it off her person. Vaisampayana continued, when the attire of Draupadi was being thus dragged, the thought of Hari, and she herself cried aloud, saying, O Govinda, O thou who dwellest in Dwaraka, O Krishna, O thou who art fond of cowherdesses, of Vrindavana. O Kesava, sayest thou not that the Kauravas are humiliating me? O Lord, O husband of Lakshmi, O Lord of Radha, Vrindavana, O destroyer of all afflictions, O Janardana, rescue me who am sinking in the Kaurav ocean. O Krishna, O Krishna, O thou great yogin, thou soul of the universe, thou creator of all things, O Govinda, save me who am distressed, who am losing my senses in the midst of the Kauras. Thus did that afflicted lady, resplendent still in her beauty, O king, covering her face, cried aloud, thinking of Krishna, of Hari, of the Lord of the three worlds. Hearing the words of Draupadi, Krishna was deeply moved. And leaving his seat, the benevolent one from compassion arrived there on foot. And while Yajnasan was crying aloud to Krishna, also called Vishnu and Hari and Nara, for protection, the illustrious Dharma, remaining unseen, covered her with excellent clothes of many hues. And, O monarch, as the attire of Draupadi was being dragged, after one was taken off, another of the same kind appeared covering her. And thus did it continue till many clothes were seen. And, O exalted on, owing to the protection of Dharma, hundreds upon hundreds of robes of many hues came off Draupadi's person. And there arose then a deep uproar of many voices. And the kings present in that assembly, beholding that most extraordinary of all sights in the world, began to applaud Draupadi and censure the son of Dhritarashtra. And Bhima then, squeezing his hands, with lips quivering in rage, swore in the midst of all those kings a terrible oath in a loud voice. And Bhima said, Hear these words of mine, ye Kshatriyas of the world. Words such as these were never before uttered by other men, nor will anybody in the future ever utter them. Ye lords of earth, if having spoken these words I do not accomplish them hereafter, let me not obtain the region of my deceased ancestors. Tearing open in battle, by sheer force, the breast of this wretch, this wicked-minded scoundrel of the Bharata race, if I do not drink his life-blood, let me not obtain the region of my ancestors. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these terrible words of Bhima that made the down of the auditors to stand on end. Everybody present there applauded him and censured the son of Dhritarashtra. And when a mass of clothes had been gathered in that assembly, all dragged from the person of Draupadi, Dusasana, tired and ashamed, sat down. And beholding the sons of Kunti in that state, the persons, those gods among men, that were in that assembly all uttered the word Fie on the son of Dhritarashtra. And the united voices of all became so loud that they made the down of anybody who heard them stand on end. And all the honest men that were in that assembly began to say, Alas! The Kauravas answer not the question that hath been put to them by Draupadi. And all censuring Dhritarashtra together, made a loud clamour. Then Vidura, that master of the science of morality, waving his hands and silencing every one, spake these words, Ye that are in this assembly, Draupadi having put her question is weeping helplessly. Ye are not answering her. Virtue and morality are being persecuted by such conduct. An afflicted person approacheth an assembly of good men, like one that is being consumed by fire. They that are in the assembly quench that fire and cool him by means of truth and morality. The afflicted person asketh the assembly about his rights, as sanctioned by morality. They that are in the assembly should, unmoved by interest and anger, answer the question. Ye kings, Vikana hath answered the question, according to his own knowledge and judgment. Ye should also answer it as ye think proper, knowing the rules of morality, and having attended an assembly. He that doth not answer a query that is put, incurreth half the demerit that attacheth to a lie. He, on the other hand, who, knowing the rules of morality and having joined an assembly answereth falsely, assuredly incurreth the sin of a lie. The learned quote as an example in this connection the old history of Prahlada and the son of Angirasa. There was of old a chief of the Daityas of the name Prahlada. He had a son named Virachana. And Virachana, for the sake of obtaining a bride, quarrelled with Satanwan, the son of Angiras. It hath been heard by us that they mutually wagered their lives, saying, I am superior, I am superior, for the sake of obtaining a bride. And after they had thus quarrelled with each other, they both made Prahlada the arbitrator to decide between them. And they asked him, saying, Who amongst us is superior to the other? Answer this question. speak not falsely. Frightened at this quarrel, Prahlada cast his eyes upon Suddenwin. And Suddenwin, in rage, burning like unto the mace of Yama, told him, if thou answerest falsely, or dost not answer at all, thy head will then be split into 100 pieces by the wielder of the thunderbolt with that bolt of his. Thus addressed by Suddenwin, the Daitya, trembling like a leaf of the fig tree, went to Kasyapa of great energy, for taking counsel with him. And Prahlada said, thou art, O illustrious and exalted one, fully conversant with the rules of morality that should guide both the gods and the Asuras and the Brahmanas as well. Here, however, is a situation of great difficulty in respect of duty. Tell me, I ask thee, what regions are obtainable by them who upon being asked a question, answer it not, or answer it falsely? Kasyapa thus asked answered, he that knoweth, but answereth not a question from temptation, anger or fear, casteth upon himself 1,000 nooses of Varana. And the person who, cited as a witness with respect to any matter of ocular or auricular knowledge, speaketh carelessly, casteth 1,000 nooses of Varana upon his own person. On the completion of 1 full year, 1 such noose is loosened. Therefore, he that knoweth should speak the truth without concealment. If virtue, pierced by sin, repaireth to an assembly, for aid, it is the duty of everybody in the assembly to take off the dart, otherwise they themselves would be pierced with it. In an assembly where a truly censurable act is not rebuked, half the demerit of that act attacheth to the head of that assembly, a fourth to the person acting censurably, and a fourth unto those others that are there. In that assembly, on the other hand, when he that deserveth censure is rebuked, the head of the assembly becometh freed from all sins, and the other members also incur none. It is only the perpetrator himself of the act that becometh responsible for it. O Prahlada, they who answer falsely those that ask them about morality destroy the meritorious acts of their 7 upper and 7 lower generations. The grief of one who hath lost all his wealth, of one who hath lost a son, of one who is in debt, of one who is separated from his companions, of a woman who hath lost her husband, of one that hath lost his all in consequence of the king's demand, of a woman who is sterile, of one who hath been devoured by a tiger during his last struggles in the tiger's claws, of one who is a co-wife, and of one who hath been deprived of his property by false witnesses, have been said by the gods to be uniform in degree. These different sorts of grief are his who speaketh false. A person becometh a witness in consequence of his having seen, heard, and understood a thing. Therefore, a witness should always tell the truth. A truth-telling witness never loseth his religious merits and earthly possessions also. Hearing these words of Kasyapa, Prahlada told his son, Suddenwin is superior to thee, as indeed his father, Angiras, is superior to me. The mother also of Suddenwin is superior to thy mother. Therefore, O Virachana, this Suddenwin is now the lord of the life. At these words of Prahlada, Suddenwin said, since unmoved by affection for thy child, thou hast adhered to virtue, I command, let this son of thine live for 100 years. Vidura continued, let all the persons, therefore, present in this assembly hearing these high truths of morality, reflect upon what should be the answer to the question asked by Draupadi. Vaisampayana continued, the kings that were there hearing these words of Vidura, answered not a word, yet Karna alone spoke unto Dusasna, telling him, take away this serving woman Krishna into the inner apartments. And thereupon Dusasna began to drag before all the spectators the helpless and modest Draupadi, trembling and crying piteously unto the Pandavas her lords. Section XVI. Draupadi said, wait a little, thou worst of men, thou wicked-minded Dusasna. I have an act to perform, a high duty that hath not been performed by me yet. dragged forcibly by this wretch's strong arms, I was deprived of my senses. I salute these reverend seniors in this assembly of the Chorus. That I could not do this before cannot be my fault. Vespasianus said, dragged with greater force than before, the afflicted and helpless Draupadi, undeserving of such treatment, falling down upon the ground, thus wept in that assembly of the Chorus. Alas, only once before, on the occasion of the Swayamvara, I was beheld by the assembled kings in the amphitheatre, and never even once beheld afterwards. I am today brought before this assembly. She whom even the winds and the sun had seen never before in her palace is today before this assembly unexposed to the gaze of the crowd. Alas, she whom the sons of Pandu could not, while in her palace, suffer to be touched even by the wind, is today suffered by the Pandavas to be seized and dragged by this wretch. Alas, these Kauravas also suffer their daughter-in-law, so unworthy of such treatment, to be thus afflicted before them. It seemeth that the times are out of joint. What can be more distressing to me, than that though high-born and chaste, I should yet be compelled to enter this public court? Where is that virtue for which these kings were noted? It hath been heard that the kings of ancient days never brought their wedded wives into the public court. Alas, that eternal usage hath disappeared from among the Kauravas. Else, how is it that the chaste wife of the Pandavas, the sister of Prashata's son, the friend of Vasudeva, is brought before this assembly? Ye Kauravas, I am the wedded wife of King Yudhishthira the Just, hailing from the same dynasty to which the king belonged. Tell me now if I am a serving maid or otherwise. I will cheerfully accept your answer. This mean wretch, this destroyer of the name of the Chorus, is afflicting me hard. Ye Kauravas, I cannot bear it any longer. Ye kings, I desire ye to answer whether ye regard me as one or an one. I will accept your verdict whatever it be. Hearing these words, Bhishma answered, I have already said, O blessed one, that the course of morality is subtle. Even the illustrious wise in this world fail to understand it always. What in this world a strong man calls morality is regarded as such by others, however otherwise it may really be, but what a weak man calls morality is scarcely regarded as such even if it be the highest morality. From the importance of the issue involved, from its intricacy and subtlety, I am unable to answer with certitude the question thou hast asked. However, it is certain that as all the Chorus have become the slaves of covetousness and folly, the destruction of this our race will happen on no distant date. O blessed one, the family into which thou hast been admitted as a daughter-in-law is such that those who are born in it, however much they might be afflicted by calamities, never deviate from the paths of virtue and morality. O Princess of Panchala, this conduct of thine also, viz., that though sunk in distress, thou still easiest thy eyes on virtue and morality, is assuredly worthy of thee. These persons, Drona and others, of mature years and conversant with morality, sit heads downwards like men that are dead, with bodies from which life hath departed. It seemeth to me, however, that Yudhishthira is an authority on this question. It behoveth him to declare whether thou art one or not one. Section 6. Vespasianus said, the kings present in that assembly, from Tyre of Duryodhana, uttered not a word, good or ill, although they beheld Draupadi crying piteously in affliction like a female osprey, and repeatedly appealing to them. And the son of Dhritarashtra beholding those kings and sons and grandsons of kings all remaining silent, smiled a little, and addressing the daughter of the king of Panchala, said, O Yajnasan, the question thou hast put dependeth on thy husbands, on Bhima of mighty strength, on Arjuna, on Nakula, on Sahadeva. Let them answer thy question. O Panchali, Let them for thy sake declare in the midst of these respectable men that Yudhishthira is not their lord. Let them thereby make King Yudhishthira the just a liar. Thou shalt then be freed from the condition of slavery. Let the illustrious son of Dharma, always adhering to virtue, who is even like Indra, himself declare whether he is not thy lord. At his words, accept thou the Pandavas or ourselves without delay. Indeed, all the Kauravas present in this assembly are floating in the ocean of thy distress. Endued with magnanimity, they are unable to answer thy question, looking at thy unfortunate husbands. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of the Kuru king, all who were present in the assembly loudly applauded them. And shouting approvingly, they made signs unto one another by motions of their eyes and lips. And amongst some that were the sounds of distress such as "oh" and "alas" were heard. And at these words of Duryodhana, so delightful to his partisans, the Kauravas present in that assembly became exceedingly glad. And the kings, with faces turned sideways, looked upon Yudhishthira conversant with the rules of morality, curious to hear what he would say. And every one present in that assembly became curious to hear what Arjuna, the son of Pandu, never defeated in battle, and what Bhimasena, and what the twins also would say. And when that busy hum of many voices became still, Bhimasena, waving his strong and well-formed arms smeared with sandalpust, spake these words, if this high-souled king Yudhishthira the just, who is our eldest brother, had not been our lord, we would never have forgiven the Kuru race for all this. He is the lord of all our religious and ascetic merits, the lord of even our lives. If he regardeth himself as one, we too have all been one. If this were not so, who is there amongst creatures touching the earth with their feet and mortal, that would escape from me with his life after having touched those locks of the princess of Panchala? Behold these mighty, well-formed arms of mine, even like maces of iron. Having once come within them, even he of 100 sacrifices is incapable of effecting an escape. Bound by the ties of virtue and the reverence that is due to our eldest brother, and repeatedly urged by Arjuna to remain silent, I am not doing anything terrible. If, however, I am once commanded by King Yudhishthira the just, I would slay these wretched sons of Dhritarashtra, making slaps do the work of swords, like a lion slaying a number of little animals. Vaisampayana continued, and to Bhima, who had spoken these words, Bhishma and Drona and Vidura said, Forbear, O Bhima. Everything is possible with thee. Section LXX. Karna said, of all the persons in the assembly, 3, viz., Bhishma, Vidura, and the preceptor of the Kurus, Drona, appear to be independent, for they always speak of their master as wicked, always censure him, and never wish for his prosperity. O excellent one, the slave, the son, and the wife are always dependent. They cannot earn wealth, for whatever they earn belongeth to their master. Thou art the wife of a slave incapable of possessing anything on his own account. Repair now to the inner apartments of King Dhritarashtra and serve the king's relatives. We direct that is now thy proper business. And, O princess, all the sons of Dhritarashtra and not the sons of Prithu are now thy masters. O handsome one, select thou another husband now, one who will not make thee a slave by gambling. It is well known that women, especially that are slaves, are not censurable if they proceed with freedom in electing husbands. Therefore let it be done by thee. Nakula hath been one, as also Bhimasena, and Yudhishthira also, and Sahadeva, and Arjuna. And, O Yajnasan, thou art now a slave. Thy husbands that are slaves cannot continue to be thy lords any longer. Alas, doth not the son of Prithi regards life, prowess and manhood as of no use that he affreeth this daughter of Drupada, the king of Panchala, in the presence of all this assembly, as a stake at dice? Vaisampayana continued. Hearing these words, the wrathful Bhima breathed hard, a very picture of woe. Obedient to the king and bound by the tie of virtue and duty, burning everything with his eyes inflamed by anger, he said, O king, I cannot be angry at these words of this son of a suitor, for we have truly entered the state of servitude. But O king, could our enemies have said so unto me, if thou hadst not played staking this princess? Vaisampayana continued. Hearing these words of Bhimasena, King Duryodhana addressed Yudhishthira, who was silent and deprived of his senses, saying, O king, both Bhima and Arjuna, and the twins also, are under thy sway. Answer thou the question that hath been asked by Draupadi. Say, whether thou regardest Krishna as one. And having spoken thus unto the son of Kunti, Duryodhana, desirous of encouraging the son of Radha and insulting Bhima, quickly uncovered his left thigh that was like unto the stem of a plantain tree or the trunk of an elephant, and which was graced with every auspicious sign and endued with the strength of thunder, and showed it to Draupadi in her very sight. And beholding this, Bhimasena, expanding his red eyes, said unto Duryodhana in the midst of all those kings, and as if piercing them with his dart-like words, let not Vrikadara attain to the regions obtained by his ancestors, if he doth not break that thigh of thine in the great conflict. And sparkles of fire began to be emitted from every organ of sense of Bhima, filled with wrath, like those that come out of every crack and orifice in the body of a blazing tree. Vidura then, addressing everybody, said, Ye kings of Bratipa's race, behold the great danger that ariseth from Bhimasena. Know ye for certain that this great calamity that threatens to overtake the Bharatas hath been sent by destiny itself. The sons of Dhritarashtra have, indeed, gambled, disregarding every proper consideration. They are even now disputing in this assembly about a lady of the royal household. The prosperity of our kingdom is at an end. Alas, the Kauravas are even now engaged in sinful consultations. Ye Kauravas, take to your heart this high precept that I declare. If virtue is persecuted, the whole assembly becometh polluted. If Yudhishthira had staked her before he was himself one, he would certainly have been regarded as her master. If, however, a person staketh anything at a time when he himself is incapable of holding any wealth, to win it is very like obtaining wealth in a dream. Listening to the words of the king of Gandhara, fall ye not off from this undoubted truth. Duryodhana, hearing Vidura thus speak, said, I am willing to abide by the words of Bhima, of Arjuna, and of the twins. Let them say that Yudhishthira is not their master. Yajnasani will then be freed from her state of bondage. Arjuna at this said, This illustrious son of Kunti, King Yudhishthira the Just, was certainly our master before he began to play. But having lost himself, let all the Kauravas judge whose master he could be after that. Vaisampayana continued. Just then, a jackal began to cry loudly in the Homa chamber of King Dhritarashtra's palace. And, O king, unto the jackal that howled so, the asses began to bray responsively. And terrible birds also, from all sides, began to answer with their cries. And Vidura, conversant with everything, and the daughter of Shivala, both understood the meaning of those terrible sounds. And Bhishma and Drona and the learned Gautama loudly cried, Swashti. Swashti! ! When then Gandhari and the learned Vidura, beholding that frightful omen, represented everything in great affliction unto the king. And the king, Dhritarashtra, thereupon said, Thou wicked-minded Duryodhana, thou wretch, destruction hath already overtaken thee when thou insultest in language such as this the wife of these bulls among the Kuras, especially their wedded wife Draupadi. And having spoken those words, the wise Dhritarashtra, endued with knowledge, reflecting with the aid of his wisdom and desirous of saving his relatives and friends from destruction, began to console Krishna, the princess of Panchala, and addressing her, the monarch said, "Ask of me any boon, O princess of Panchala, that thou desirest, chaste and devoted to virtue. Thou art the first of all my daughters-in-law." Draupadi said, "O bull of the Bharata race, if thou will grant me a boon, I ask the handsome Yudhishthira, obedient to every duty, be freed from slavery. Let not unthinking children call my child Brataivandayo, endued with great energy of mind as the son of a slave. Having been a prince, so superior to all men, and nurtured by kings, it is not proper that he should be called the child of a slave." Dhritarashtra said unto her, "O auspicious one, let it be as thou sayest. O excellent one, ask thou another boon, for I will give it. My heart inclineth to give thee a second boon. Thou dost not deserve only one boon." Draupadi said, "I ask, O king, that Bhimasena and Dhananjaya and the twins also, with their cars and bows, freed from bondage, regain their liberty." Dhritarashtra said, "O blessed daughter, let it be as thou desirest. Ask thou a third boon, for thou hast not been sufficiently honored with two boons. Virtuous in thy behavior, thou art the foremost of all my daughters-in-law." Draupadi said, "O best of kings, O illustrious one, covetousness always bringeth about loss of virtue. I do not deserve a third boon. Therefore I dare not ask any. O king of kings, it hath been said that a Vaisya may ask one boon, a Kshatriya lady, 2 boons, a Kshatriya male, 3, and a Brahmana, 100. O king, these my husbands, freed from the wretched state of bondage, will be able to achieve prosperity by their own virtuous acts." Section LXXI. Karna said, "We have never heard of such an act as this one of Draupadi, performed by any of the women noted in this world for their beauty." When the sons of both Bandu and Dhritarashtra were excited with wrath, this Draupadi became unto the sons of Bandu as their salvation. Indeed, the princess of Panchala, becoming as a boat unto the sons of Pandu who were sinking in a boatless ocean of distress, hath brought them in safety to the shore. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of Karna in the midst of the chorus, viz, that the sons of Pandu were saved by their wife, the angry Bhimasena in great affliction said unto Arjuna, "O Dhananjaya, it hath been said by Devala 3 lights reside in every person, viz, offspring, acts and learning, for from these 3 hath sprung creation. When life becometh extinct and the body becometh impure and is cast off by relatives, these 3 become of service to every person. But the light that is in us hath been dimmed by this act of insult to our wife. How, O Arjuna, can the son born from this insulted wife of ours prove serviceable to us?" Arjuna replied, "Superior persons, O Bharata, never prate about the harsh words that may or may not be uttered by inferior men. Persons that have earned respect for themselves, even if they are able to retaliate, remember not the acts of hostility done by their enemies, but, on the other hand, treasure up only their good deeds." Bhima said, "Shall I, O king, slay, without loss of time, all these foes assembled together, even here, or shall I destroy them, O Bharata, by the roots, outside this palace? Or, what need is there of words or of command? I shall slay all these even now, and rule thou the whole earth, O king, without a rival." And saying this, Bhima with his younger brothers, like a lion in the midst of a herd of inferior animals, repeatedly cast his angry glances around. But Arjuna, however, of white deeds, with appealing looks began to pacify his elder brother. And the mighty armed hero, endued with great prowess, began to burn with the fire of his wrath. "And, O king, This fire began to issue out of Rikadara's ears and other senses with smoke and sparks and flames. And his face became terrible to behold in consequence of his furrowed brows, like those of Yama himself at the time of the universal destruction. Then Yudhishthira forbade the mighty hero, embracing him with his arms and telling him, "Be not so. Stay in silence and peace." And having pacified the mighty armed one with eyes red in wrath, the king approached his uncle Dhritarashtra, with hands joined in entreaty. Section XXI. Yudhishthira said, "O king, thou art our master. Command us as to what we shall do. O Bharata, we desire to remain always in obedience to thee." Dhritarashtra replied, "O Ajatasattu, blessed be thou. Go thou in peace and safety. Commanded by me, go, rule thy own kingdom with thy wealth. And, O child, take to heart this command of an old man, this wholesome advice that I give, and which is even a nutritive regimen. O Yudhishthira, O child, thou knowest the subtle path of morality. Possessed of great wisdom, thou art also humble, and thou waitest also upon the old. Where there is intelligence, there is forbearance. Therefore, O Bharata, follow thou counsels of peace. The axe falleth upon wood, not upon stone. Thou art open to advice, not Duryodhana. They are the best of men that remember not the acts of hostility of their foes, that behold only the merits, not the faults, of their enemies, and that never enter into hostilities themselves. They that are good remember only the good deeds of their foes and not the hostile acts their foes might have done unto them. The good, besides, do good unto others without expectation of any good in return. O Yudhishthira, it is only the worst of men that utter harsh words in quarrelling, while they that are indifferent reply to such when spoken by others. But they that are good and wise never think of or recapitulate such harsh words, little caring whether these may or may not have been uttered by their foes. They that are good, having regard to the state of their own feelings, can understand the feelings of others, and therefore remember only the good deeds and not the acts of hostility of their foes. Thou hast acted even as good men of prepossessing countenance do, who transgress not the limits of virtue, wealth, pleasure, and salvation. O child, remember not the harsh words of Duryodhana. Look at thy mother Gandhari and myself also, if thou desirest to remember only what is good. O Bharata, look at me, who am thy father unto you and am old and blind, and still alive. It was for seeing our friends and examining also the strength and weakness of my children, that I had, from motives of policy, suffered this match at dice to proceed. O king, those amongst the Kuras that have thee for their ruler, and the intelligent Vidura conversant with every branch of learning for their counsellor, have, indeed, nothing to grieve for. In thee is virtue, in Arjuna is patience, in Bhimasena is prowess, and that wins those foremost of men, is pure reverence for superiors. Blessed be thou, O Ajatasattu. Return to Kandavaprastha, and let there be brotherly love between thee and thy cousins. Let thy heart also be ever fixed on virtue. Vaisampayana continued, that foremost of the Bharatas, King Yudhishthira the Just, then, thus addressed by his uncle, having gone through every ceremony of politeness, set out with his brothers for Kandavaprastha, and accompanied by Draupadi, and ascending their cars, which were all of the hue of the clouds, with cheerful hearts they all set out for that best of cities called Indraprastha. Section XXI. Janamejaya said, how did the sons of Dhritarashtra feel when they came to know that the Pandavas had, with Dhritarashtra's leave, left Hastinapur with all their wealth and jewels? Vaisampayana said, O king, learning that the Pandavas had been commanded by the wise Dhritarashtra to return to their capital, Dusasana went without loss of time unto his brother. And, O bull of the Bharata race, having arrived before Duryodhana with his counsellor, the prince, afflicted with grief, began to say, "Ye mighty warriors, that which we had won after so much trouble, the old man, our father, hath thrown away. Know ye that he hath made over the whole of that wealth to the foes." At these words, Duryodhana and Karna and Sakuni, the son of Shivala, all of whom were guided by vanity, united together, and desirous of counteracting the sons of Pandu, approaching in haste, saw privately the wise king Dhritarashtra, the son of Vichitravirya, and spake unto him these pleasing and artful words. Duryodhana said, "Hast thou not heard, O king, what the learned Vrihaspati, the preceptor of the celestials, said in course of counselling sacra about mortals and politics? Even these, O slayer of foes, were the words of Vrihaspati, those enemies that always do wrong by stratagem or force, should be slain by every means. If, therefore, with the wealth of the Pandavas, we gratify the kings of the earth and then fight with the sons of Pandu, what reverses can overtake us? When one hath placed on the neck and back of venomous snakes full of wrath for encompassing his destruction, is it possible for him to take them off? Equipped with weapon and seated on their cars, the angry sons of Pandu like wrathful and venomous snakes will assuredly annihilate us, O father. Even now Arjuna proceedeth, encased in mail and furnished with his couple of quivers, frequently taking up the Gandiva and breathing hard and casting angry glances around. It hath, also, been heard by us that Vrikadara, hastily ordering his car to be made ready and riding on it, is proceeding along, frequently whirling his heavy mace. Nakula also is going along, with a sword in his grasp and the semicircular shield in his hand. And Sahadeva and the king, Yudhishthira, have made signs clearly testifying to their intentions. Having ascended their cars that are full of all kinds of arms, they are whipping their horses, for going to Kandava soon, and assembling their forces. Persecuted thus by us, they are incapable of forgiving us those injuries. Who is there among them that will forgive that insult to Draupadi? Blessed be thou. We will again gamble with the son of Bandu for sending them to exile. O bull among men, we are competent to bring them thus under us way. Dressed in skins, either we or they defeated at dice, shall repair to the woods for 12 years. The 13th year shall have to be spent in some inhabited country unrecognized, and, if recognized, an exile for another 12 years shall be the consequence. Either we or they shall live so. Let the play begin, casting the dice, let the sons of Pandu once more play. O bull of the Brata race, O king, even this is our highest duty. This Sakuni knoweth well the whole science of dice. Even if they succeed in observing this vow for 13 years, we shall be in the meantime firmly rooted in the kingdom and making alliances, assemble a vast invincible host and keep them content, so that we shall, O king, defeat the sons of Bandu if they reappear. Let this plan recommend itself to thee, O slayer of foes. Dhritarashtra said, bring back the Pandavas then, indeed, even if they have gone a great way. Let them come at once again to cast dice. Vaisampayana continued, then Drona, Somadatta and Valika, Gautama, Vidura, the son of Drona, and the mighty son of Dhritarashtra by his Vaisya wife, Barisravas, and Bhishma, and that mighty warrior Vikarna all said, let not the play commence. Let there be peace. But Dhritarashtra, partial to his sons, disregarding the counsels of all his wise friends and relatives, summoned the sons of Pandu. Section Xif. Vaisampayana said, O monarch, it was then that the virtuous Gandhari, afflicted with grief on account of her affection for her sons, addressed King Dhritarashtra and said, when Duryodhana was born, Vidura of great intelligence had said, it is well to send this disgrace of the race to the other world. He cried repeatedly and dissonantly like a jackal. It is certain he will prove the destruction of our race. Take this to heart, O King of the Curus. O Bharata, sink not, for thy own fault, into an ocean of the calamity. O Lord, accord not thy approbation to the counsels of the wicked ones of immature years. Be not thou the cause of the terrible destruction of this race. Who is there that will break an embankment which hath been completed, or rekindle a conflagration which hath been extinguished? O bull of the Bharata race, who is there that will provoke the peaceful sons of Pritha? Thou rememberest, O Ajamida, everything, but still I will call thy attention to this. The scriptures can never control the wicked-minded for good or evil. And, O King, a person of immature understanding will never act as one of mature years. Let thy sons follow thee as their leader. Let them not be separated from thee forever, by losing their lives. Therefore, at my word, O King, abandon this wretch of our race. Thou couldst not, O King, from parental affection, do it before. Know that the time hath come for the destruction of race through him. Err not, O King. Let thy mind, guided by counsels of peace, virtue, and true policy, be what it naturally is. That prosperity which is acquired by the aid of wicked acts is soon destroyed, while that which is won by mild means taketh root and descendeth from generation to generation. The king, thus addressed by Gandhari, who pointed out to him in such language the path of virtue, replied unto her, saying, if the destruction of our race is come, let it take place freely. I am ill able to prevent it. Let it be as they, these my sons, desire. Let the Pandavas return, and let my sons again gamble with the sons of Pandu. Section LXXV. Vaisampayana said, the royal messenger, agreeably to the commands of the intelligent King Dhritarashtra, coming upon Yudhishthira, the son of Pritha, who had by that time gone a great way, addressed the monarch and said, even these are the words of thy father-like uncle, O Bharata, spoken unto thee, the assembly is ready. O son of Pandu, O King Yudhishthira, come and cast the dice. Yudhishthira said, creatures obtain fruits good and ill according to the dispensation of the ordainer of the creation. Those fruits are inevitable whether I play or not. This is a summons to dice, it is, besides the command of the old king. Although I know that it will prove destructive to me, yet I cannot refuse. Vaisampayana continued, although a living animal made of gold was an impossibility, yet Rama suffered himself to be tempted by a golden deer. Indeed, the minds of men over whom calamities hang became deranged and out of order. Yudhishthira, therefore, having said these words, retraced his steps along with his brothers. And knowing full well the deception practiced by Sakuni, the son of Pritha came back to sit at dice with him again. These mighty warriors again entered that assembly, afflicting the hearts of all their friends. And compelled by fate they once more sat down at ease for gambling for the destruction of themselves. Sakuni then said, the old king hath given ye back all your wealth. That is well. But, O bull of the Bharata race, listen to me, there is a stake of great value. Either defeated by ye at dice, dressed in deer skins, we shall enter the great forest and live there for 12 years, passing the whole of the 13th year in some inhabited region, unrecognized, and if recognized return to an exile of another 12 years, or vanquished by us, dressed in deer skins, ye shall, with Krishna, live for 12 years in the woods, passing the whole of the 13th year unrecognized, in some inhabited region. If recognized, an exile of another 12 years has to be the consequence. On the expiry of the 13th year, each is to have his kingdom surrendered by the other. O Yudhishthira, with this resolution, play with us, O Bharata, casting the dice. At these words, they that were in that assembly, raising up their arms, said in great anxiety of mind, and from the strength of their feelings these words, alas, Fie on the friends of Duryodhana that they do not apprise him of his great danger. Whether he, O bull among the Bharatas, Dhritarashtra, understandeth or not, of his own sense, it is thy duty to tell him plainly. Vaisampayana continued, King Yudhishthira, even hearing these various remarks, from shame and the sense of virtue again sat at dice. And though possessed of great intelligence and fully knowing the consequences, he again began to play, as if knowing that the destruction of the Kurus was at hand. And Yudhishthira said, How can, O Sakuni, a king like me, always observant of the uses of his own order, refuse, when summoned to dice? Therefore I play with thee. Sakuni answered, We have many kine and horses, and milch cows, and an infinite number of goats and sheep, and elephants and treasures and gold and slaves, both male and female. All these were staked by us before, but now let this be our one stake, viz., exile into the woods, being defeated either ye or we will dwell in the woods, for 12 years, and the 13th year, unrecognized, in some inhabited place. Ye bulls among men, with this determination, will we play. O Bharata, this proposal about a stay in the woods was uttered at once. The son of Pritha, however, accepted it, and Sakuni took up the dice. And casting them he said unto Yudhishthira, Lo, I have won. Section XV. Vaisampayana said, Then the vanquished sons of Pritha prepared for their exile into the woods. And they, one after another, in due order, casting off their royal robes, attired themselves in deer skins. And Dusasana, beholding those chastisers of foes, dressed in deer skins and deprived of their kingdom and ready to go into exile, exclaimed, The absolute sovereignty of the illustrious king Duryodhana hath commenced. The sons of Bandu have been vanquished, and plunged into great affliction. Now have we attained the goal either by broad or narrow paths. For today, becoming superior to our foes in point of prosperity as also of duration of rule, have we become praiseworthy of men. The sons of Pritha have all been plunged by us into everlasting hell. They have been deprived of happiness and kingdom for ever and ever. They who, proud of their wealth, laughed in derision at the son of Dhritarashtra, will now have to go into the woods, defeated and deprived by us of all their wealth. Let them now put off their variegated coats of mail, their resplendent robes of celestial make, and let them all attire themselves in deer skins according to the stake they had accepted of the son of Shivala. They who always used to boast that they had no equals in all the world, will now know and regard themselves in this their calamity as grains of sesame without the kernel. Although in this dress of theirs the Pandavas seem like unto wise and powerful persons installed in a sacrifice, yet they look like persons not entitled to perform sacrifices, wearing such a guise. The wise Yajnasana of the Somaic race, having bestowed his daughter, the princess of Panchala, on the sons of Pandu, acted most unfortunately for the husbands of Yajnasana, these sons of Prithwa, as eunuchs. And O Yajnasana, what joy will be thine upon beholding in the woods these thy husbands dressed in skins and threadbare rags, deprived of their wealth and possessions. Elect thou a husband, whomsoever thou likest, from among all these present here. These Kurus assembled here are all forbearing and self-controlled, and possessed of great wealth. Elect thou one amongst these as thy lord, so that these great calamity may not drag thee to wretchedness. The sons of Pandu now are even like grains of sesame without the kernel, or like show animals encased in skins, or like grains of rice without the kernel. Why shouldst thou then longer wait upon the fallen sons of Pandu? Vain is the labour used upon pressing the sesame grain devoid of the kernel. Thus did Dusasana, the son of Dhritarashtra, utter in the hearing of the Pandavas harsh words of the most cruel import. And hearing them, the unforbearing Bhima, in wrath suddenly approaching that prince like a Himalayan lion upon a jackal, loudly and chastisingly rebuked him in these words: Come, wicked-minded villain, ravest thou so in words that are uttered alone by the sinful? Boastest thou thus in the midst of the kings, advanced as thou art by the skill of the king of Gandhara? As thou piercest our hearts here with these thy arrowy words, so shall I pierce thy heart in battle, recalling all this to thy mind. And they also who from anger or covetousness are walking behind thee as thy protectors, them also shall I send to the abode of Yama with their descendants and relatives. Vaisampayana continued, unto Bhima dressed in deer skins and uttering these words of wrath without doing anything, for he could not deviate from the path of virtue, Dusasana abandoning all sense of shame, dancing around the chorus, loudly said, O cow! O cow! Bhima at this once more said, Wretch darest thou, O Dusasana, use harsh words as these? Whom doth it behove to boast, thus having won wealth by foul means? I tell thee that if Vrikadara, the son of Pritha, drinketh not thy life blood, piercing open thy breast in battle, let him not attain to regions of blessedness. I tell thee truly that by slaying the sons of Dhritarashtra in battle, before the very eyes of all their warriors, I shall pacify this wrath of mine soon enough. Vaisampayana continued, and as the Pandavas were going away from the assembly, the wicked king Duryodhana, from excess of joy, mimiced by his own steps the playful leonine trade of Bhima. Then Vrikadara, half turning towards the king, said, Think not, ye fool, that by this thou gainest any ascendancy over me. Slay thee shall I soon with all thy followers, and answer thee, recalling all this to thy mind. And beholding this insult offered to him, the mighty and proud Bhima, suppressing his rising rage and following the steps of Yudhishthira, also spake these words while going out of the Kaurava court: I will slay Duryodhana, and Dhananjaya will slay Karna, and Sahadeva will slay Sakuni, that gambler with dice. I also repeat in this assembly these proud words, which the gods will assuredly make good, if ever we engage in battle with the Kurus. I will slay this wretched Duryodhana in battle with my mace, and prostrating him on the ground I will place my foot on his head. And as regards this other wicked person, Dusasana, who is audacious in speech, I will drink his blood like a lion. And Arjuna said, O Bhima, the resolutions of superior men are not known in words only. On the 14th year from this day, they shall see what happeneth. And Bhima again said, The earth shall drink the blood of Duryodhana, and Karna, and the wicked Sakuni, and Dusasana that maketh the fourth. And Arjuna said, O Bhima, I will, as thou directest, slay in battle this Karna so malicious and jealous and harsh-speeched and vain. For doing what is agreeable to Bhima, Arjuna voweth that he will slay in battle with his arrows this Karna with all his followers. And I will send unto the regions of Yama also all those other kings that will from foolishness fight against me. The mountains of Himavat might be removed from where they are, the maker of the day lose his brightness, the moon his coldness, but this vow of mine will ever be cherished. And all this shall assuredly happen if on the 14th year from this, Duryodhana doth not, with proper respect, return us our kingdom. Vaisampayana continued, after Arjuna had said this, Sahadeva, the handsome son of Madri, endued with great energy, desirous of slaying Sakuni, waving his mighty arms and sighing like snake, exclaimed, with eyes red with anger, Thou disgrace of the Gandhara kings, those whom thou thinkest as defeated are not really so. Those are even sharp-pointed arrows from whose wounds thou hast run the risk in battle. I shall certainly accomplish all which Bhima hath said adverting to thee with all thy followers. If therefore thou hast anything to do, do it before that day cometh. I shall assuredly slay thee in battle with all thy followers soon enough, if thou, O son of Shivala, stayest in the light pursuant to the Kshatriya usage. Then, O monarch, hearing these words of Sahadeva, Nakula the handsomest of men spake these words, I shall certainly send unto the abode of Yama all those wicked sons of Dhritarashtra, who desirous of death and impelled by fate, and moved also by the wish of doing what is agreeable to Duryodhana, have used harsh and insulting speeches towards this daughter O Yajnasna at the gambling match. Soon enough shall I, at the command of Yudhishthira and remembering the wrongs to Draupadi, make the earth destitute of the sons of Dhritarashtra. Vaisampayana continued, and those tigers among men, all endued with long arms, having thus pledged themselves to virtuous promises, approached King Dhritarashtra. Section XVI. Yudhishthira said, I bid farewell unto all the Brattas, and to my old grandsire, Bhishma, King Somadatta, the great King Valika, Drona, Kripa, all the other kings, as Wadhaman, Vidura, Dhritarashtra, all the sons of Dhritarashtra, Iyatsu, Sanjaya, and all the courtiers, I bid farewell, all of ye, and returning again I shall see you. Vaisampayana continued, overcome with shame none of those that were present there could tell Yudhishthira anything. Within their hearts, however, they prayed for the welfare of that intelligent prince. Vidura then said, the Reverend Pritha is a princess by birth. It behoveth her not to go into the woods. Delicate and old and ever known to happiness, the blessed one will live, respected by me, in my abode. Know this, ye sons of Pandu, and let safety be always yours. Vaisampayana continued, the Pandavas thereupon said, O sinless one, let it be as thou sayest. Thou art our uncle, and, therefore like as our father. We also are all obedient to thee. Thou art, O learned one, our most respected superior. We should always obey what thou choosest to command. And, O high-souled one, order thou whatever else there is that remaineth to be done. Vidura replied, O Yudhishthira, O bull of the Bratta race, know this to be my opinion, that one that is vanquished by sinful means need not be pained by such defeat. Thou knowest every rule of morality, Dhananjaya is ever victorious in battle, Bhimasena is the slayer of foes, Nakula is the gatherer of wealth, Sahadeva hath administrative talents, Dharmya is the foremost of all conversant with the Vedas, and the well-behaved Draupadi is conversant with virtue and economy. Ye are attached to one another and feel delight at one another's sight, and enemies cannot separate you from one another, and ye are contented. Therefore, who is there that will not envy ye? O Bharata, this patient abstraction from the possession of the world will be of great benefit to thee. No foe, even if he were equal to Sakra himself, will be able to stand it. Formerly thou wert instructed on the mountains of Himavat by Marusavani, in the town of Vrinavata by Krishna Dwapayana, on the cliff of Brug by Rama, and on the banks of the Drishadwati by Samba himself. Thou hast also listened to the instruction of the great Rishi Asita on the hills of Anjana, and thou becamest a disciple of Bhrigu on the banks of the Kalmasi. Narada and this thy priest Dharmya will now become thy instructors. In the matter of the next world, abandon not these excellent lessons thou hast obtained from the rishis. O son of Pandu, thou surpassest in intelligence even Pururavas, the son of Ilar, in strength, all other monarchs, and in virtue, even the rishis. Therefore, resolve thou earnestly to win victory, which belongeth to Indra, to control thy wrath, which belongeth to Yama, to give in charity, which belongeth to Kuvara, and to control all passions, which belongeth to Varuna. And, O Bharata, obtain thou the power of gladdening from the moon, the power of sustaining all from water, forbearance from the earth, energy from the entire solar disk, strength from the winds, and affluence from the other elements. Welfare and immunity from ailment be thine, I hope to see thee return. And, O Yudhishthira, Act properly and duly in all seasons, in those of distress, in those of difficulty, indeed, in respect of everything. O son of Kunti, with our leave go hence. O Bharata, blessing be thine. No one can say that ye have done anything sinful before. We hope to see thee, therefore, return in safety and crowned with success. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by Vidura, Yudhishthira the son of Pandu, of prowess incapable of being baffled, saying, so be it, bowing low unto Bhishma and Drona, went away. Section XVI. Vaisampayana said, then when Draupadi was about to set out, she went unto the illustrious Pritha and solicited her leave. And she also asked leave of the other ladies of the household, who had all been plunged into grief. And saluting and embracing every one of them as each deserved, she desired to go away. Then there rose within the inner apartments of the Pandavas a loud wail of woe. And Kunti, terribly afflicted upon beholding Draupadi on the eve of her journey, uttered these words in a voice choked with grief. O child, grieve not that this great calamity hath overtaken thee. Thou art well conversant with the duties of the female sex, and thy behaviour and conduct also are as they should be. It behoveth me not, O thou of sweet smiles, to instruct thee as to thy duties towards thy lords. Thou art chaste and accomplished, and thy qualities have adorned the race of thy birth, as also the race into which thou hast been admitted by marriage. Fortunate are the Kauravas that they have not been burnt by thy wrath. O child, safely go thou blessed by my prayers. Good women never suffer their hearts to the unstrung at what is inevitable. Protected by virtue that is superior to everything, soon shalt thou obtain good fortune. While living in the woods, keep thy eye on my child Sahadeva. See that his heart sinketh not under this great calamity. Saying so be it. The princess Draupadi, bathed in tears, and clad in one piece of cloth, stained with blood, and with hair dishevelled, left her mother-in-law. And as she went away weeping and wailing, Pritha herself in grief followed her. She had not gone far when she saw her sons shorn of their ornaments and robes, their bodies clad in deerskins, and their heads down with shame. And she beheld them surrounded by rejoicing foes and pitied by friends. Endued with excess of parental affection, Kunti approached her sons in that state, and embracing them all, and in accents choked by woe, she said these words. Ye are virtuous and good-mannered, and adorned with all excellent qualities and respectful behaviour. Ye are all high-minded, and engaged in the service of your superiors. And ye are also devoted to the gods and the performance of sacrifices. Why, then, hath this calamity overtaken you? Whence is this reverse of fortune? I do not see by whose wickedness this sin hath overtaken you. Alas, I have brought you forth. All this must be due to my ill fortune. It is for this that ye have been overtaken by this calamity, though ye all are endued with excellent virtues. In energy and prowess and strength and firmness and might, ye are not working. How shall ye now, losing your wealth and possessions, live poor in the pathless woods? If I had known before that ye were destined to live in the woods, I would not have, on Pandit's death, come from the mountains of Satasringa to haste in Appur. Fortunate was your father, as I now regard, for he truly reaped the fruit of his asceticism, and he was gifted with foresight, as he entertained the wish of ascending heaven, without having to feel any pain on account of his sons. Fortunate also was the virtuous Madri, as I regard her today, who had, it seems, a foreknowledge of what would happen, and who on that account obtained the high path of emancipation and every blessing therewith. All, Madri looked upon me as her stay, and her mind and her affections were ever fixed on me. Oh, fie on my desire of life, owing to which suffer all this woe. Ye children, ye are all excellent, and ye run to me. I have obtained you all to much suffering. I cannot leave you. Even I will go with you. Alas, O Krishna, Draupadi, why dost thou leave me so? Everything endued with life is sure to perish. Hath Data, Brahma, himself forgotten to ordain my death? Perhaps it is so, and, therefore, life doth not quit me. O Krishna, O thou who dwellest in Dwaraka, O younger brother of Sankarsana, where art thou? Why dost thou not deliver me and these best of men also from such woe? They say that thou who art without beginning and without end deliverest those that think of thee. Why doth this saying become untrue? These my sons are ever attached to virtue and nobility and good fame and prowess. They deserve not to suffer affliction. Oh, show them mercy. Alas, when there are such elders amongst our race as Bhishma and Drona and Kripa, all conversant with morality and the science of worldly concerns, how could such calamity at all come? O Pandu, O king, where art thou? Why sufferest thou quietly thy good children to be thus sent into exile, defeated at dice? O Sahadeva, desist from going. Thou art my dearest child, dearer, O son of Madri, than my body itself. Forsake me not. It behoveth thee to have some kindness for me. Bound by the ties of virtue, let these thy brothers go. But then, earn thou that virtue which springeth from waiting upon me. Vaisampayana continued. The Pandavas then consoled their weeping mother and with hearts plunged in grief set out for the woods. And Vidura himself also much afflicted, consoling the distressed Kunti with reasons, and led her slowly to his house. And the ladies of Dhritarashtra's house, hearing everything as it happened, viz., the exile of the Pandavas, and the dragging of Krishna into the assembly where the princes had gambled, loudly wept censuring the Kauravas. And the ladies of the royal household also sat silent for a long time, covering their lotus-like faces with their fair hands. And King Dhritarashtra, also thinking of the dangers that threatened his sons, became a prey to anxiety and could not enjoy peace of mind. And anxiously meditating on everything, and with mind deprived of its equanimity through grief, he sent a messenger unto Vidura, saying, Let Kshata come to me without a moment's delay. At this summons, Vidura quickly came to Dhritarashtra's palace. And as soon as he came, the monarch asked him with great anxiety how the Pandavas had left Hastinapur. Section 6. Vaisampayana said, as soon as Vidura endued with great foresight came unto him, King Dhritarashtra, the son of Ambika, timidly asked his brother, how doth Yudhishthira, the son of Dharma, proceed along? And how Arjuna? And how the twin sons of Madri? And how, O Kshata, doth Dharma proceed along? And how the illustrious Draupadi? I desire to hear everything, O Kshata, describe to me all their acts. Vidura replied, Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, hath gone away covering his face with his cloth. And Bhima, O king, hath gone away looking at his own mighty arms. And Jaishu, Arjuna, hath gone away, following the king spreading sun grains around. And Sahadeva, the son of Madri, hath gone away besmearing his face. And Nakula, the handsomest of men, O king, hath gone away, staining himself with dust and his heart in great affliction. And the large-eyed and beautiful Krishna hath gone away, covering her face with her dishevelled hair, following in the wake of the king, weeping and in tears. And O monarch, Dharma goeth along the road, with kusa grass in hand, and uttering the awful mantras of Shamaveda that relate to Yama. Dhritarashtra asked, Tell me, O Vidura, why is it that the Pandavas are leaving Hastinapur in such varied guise? Vidura replied, Though persecuted by thy sons and robbed of his kingdom and wealth, the mind of the wise king Yudhishthira the just hath not yet deviated from the path of virtue. King Yudhishthira is always kind, O Bharata, to thy children. Though deprived, of his kingdom and possessions, by foul means, filled with wrath as he is, he doth not open eyes. I should not burn the people by looking at them with angry eyes, thinking so, the royal son of Pandu goeth covering his face. Listen to me as I tell thee, O bull of the Brata race, why Bhima goeth so. There is none equal to me in strength of arms, thinking so Bhima goeth repeatedly stretching forth his mighty arms. And, O king, proud of the strength of his arms, Vrikadara goeth, exhibiting them and desiring to do unto his enemies deeds worthy of those arms. And Arjuna, the son of Kunti, capable of using both his arms, in wielding the Gandiva, followeth the footsteps of Yudhishthira, scattering sun grains emblematical of the arrows he would shower in battle. O Bharata, he indicateth that as the sun grains are scattered by him with ease, so will he rain arrows with perfect ease on the foe, in time of battle. And Sahadeva goeth besmearing his lace, thinking none may recognize me in this day of trouble. Apostrophe and, O exalted one, Nakula goeth staining himself with dust, thinking, lest otherwise I steal the hearts of the ladies that may look at me. And Draupadi goeth, attired in one piece of stained cloth, her hair dishevelled, and weeping, signifying, the wives of those for whom I have been reduced to such a plight, shall on the 14th year hence be deprived of husbands, sons and relatives and dear ones, and smeared all over with blood, with hair dishevelled, and all in their feminine seasons enter Hastinapur, having offered oblations of water unto the manes of those they will have lost. And O Bharata, the learned Dharmiya with passions under full control, holding the kusagrass in his hand and pointing the same towards the southwest, walketh before, singing the mantras of the Samaveda that relate to Yama. And, O monarch, that learned Brahmana goeth, also signifying, when the Bratas shall be slain in battle, the priests of the Kuras will thus sing the Soma mantras, for the benefit of the deceased. And the citizens, afflicted with great grief, are repeatedly crying out, Alas, alas, behold our masters are going away. O fie on the Kuru elders that have acted like foolish children in thus banishing heirs of Pandu from covetousness alone. Alas, separated from the son of Bandu we all shall become masterless. What love can we bear to the wicked and avaricious Kurus? Thus, O king, have the sons of Kunti, endued with great energy of mind, gone away, indicating, by manner and signs, the resolutions that are in their hearts. And as those foremost of men had gone away from Hastinapur, flashes of lightning appeared in the sky, though without clouds, and the earth itself began to tremble. And Rahu came to devour the sun, although it was not the day of conjunction, and meteors began to fall, keeping the city to the right. And jackals and vultures and ravens and other carnivorous beasts and birds began to shriek and cry aloud from the temples of the gods and the tops of sacred trees and walls and housetops. And these extraordinary calamitous portents, O king, were seen and heard, indicating the destruction of the Bratas as the consequence of thy evil counsels. Vaisampayana continued, and, O monarch, while King Dhritarashtra and the wise Vidura were thus talking with each other, there appeared in that assembly of the Kauravas and before the eyes of all, the best of the celestial rishis. And appealing before them all, he uttered these terrible words, On the 14th year hence, the Kauravas, in consequence of Duryodhana's fault, will all be destroyed by the might of Bhima and Arjuna. And having said this, that best of celestial rishis, adorned with surpassing Vedic grace, passing through the skies, disappeared from the scene. Then Duryodhana and Karna and Sakuni, the son of Shavala, regarding Drona as their sole refuge, offered the kingdom to him. Drona then, addressing the envious and wrathful Duryodhana and Dusasana and Karna and all the Bharata, said, The Brahmanas have said that the Pandavas, being of celestial origin, are incapable of being slain. The sons of Dhritarashtra, however, having, with all the kings, heartily and with reverence sought my protection. I shall look after them to the best of my power. Destiny is supreme, I cannot abandon them. The sons of Pandu, defeated at dice, are going into exile in pursuance of their promise. They will live in the woods for 12 years. Practicing the Brahmacharya mode of life for this period, they will return in anger and to our great grief take the amplest vengeance on their foes. I had formerly deprived Drupada of his kingdom in a friendly dispute. Robbed of his kingdom by me, O Bharata, the king performed a sacrifice for obtaining a son that should slay me. Aided by the ascetic power of Yaja and Upya, Drupada obtained from their sacrificial fire a son named Drishtadama and a daughter, viz., the faultless Krishna, both risen from the sacrificial platform. That Drishtadama is the brother-in-law of the sons of Pandu by marriage, and derunned them. It is for him, therefore, that I have much fear. Of celestial origin and resplendent as the fire, he was born with bow, arrows, and encased in mail. I am a being that is mortal. Therefore it is for him that I have great fear. That slayer of all foes, the son of Parshata, hath taken the side of the Pandavas. I shall have to lose my life, if he and I ever encounter each other in battle. What grief can be greater to me in this world than this? Kauravas that Drishtadama is the destined slayer of Drona, this belief is general. That he hath been born for slaying me hath been heard by me and is widely known also in the world. For thy sake, O Duryodhana, that terrible season of destruction is almost come. Do without loss of time what may be beneficial unto thee. Think not that everything hath been accomplished by sending the Pandavas into exile. This thy happiness will last for but a moment, even as in winter the shadow of the top of the palm tree resteth, for a short time, at its base. Perform various kinds of sacrifices, and enjoy, and give, O Bharata, everything thou likest. On the 14th year hence, a great calamity will overwhelm thee. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of Drona, Dhritarashtra said, O Kshata, the preceptor hath uttered what is true. Go thou and bring back the Pandavas. If they do not come back, let them go treated with respect and affection. Let those my sons go with weapons, and cars, and infantry, and enjoying every other good thing. Section LXXX. Vaisampayana said, defeated at dice, after the Pandavas had gone to the woods, Dhritarashtra, O king, was overcome with anxiety. And while he was seated restless with anxiety and sighing in grief, Sanjaya approaching him said, O Lord of the earth, having now obtained the whole earth with all its wealth and sent away the sons of Pandu into exile, why is it, O king, that thou grievest so? Dhritarashtra said, What have they not to grieve for who will have to encounter in battle those bulls among warriors, the sons of Pandu, fighting on great cars and aided by allies? Sanjaya said, O king, all this great hostility is inevitable on account of thy mistaken action, and this will assuredly bring about the wholesale destruction of the whole world. Forbidden by Bhishma, by Drona, and by Vidura, thy wicked-minded and shameless son Duryodhana sent his suitor messenger commanding him to bring into court the beloved and virtuous wife of the Pandavas. The gods first deprive that man of his reason unto whom they sent defeat and disgrace. It is for this that such a person seeth things in a strange light. When destruction is at hand, evil appeareth as good unto the understanding polluted by sin, and the man adhereth to it firmly. That which is improper appeareth as proper, and that which is proper appeareth as improper unto the man about to be overwhelmed by destruction, and evil and impropriety are what he liketh. The time that bringeth on destruction doth not come with a praised club and smash one's head. On the other hand, the peculiarity of such a time is that it maketh the man behold evil in good and good in evil. The wretches have brought on themselves this terrible, wholesale, and horrible destruction by dragging the helpless princess of Panchala into the court. Who else than Duryodhana, that false player of dice, could bring into the assembly, with insults, the daughter of Drupada, endued with beauty and intelligence, and conversant with every rule of morality and duty, and sprung not from any woman's womb but from the sacred fire. The handsome Krishna, then in her season, attired in one piece of stained cloth, when brought into the court, cast her eyes upon the Pandavas. She beheld them, however, robbed of their wealth, of their kingdom, of even their attire, of their beauty, of every enjoyment, and plunged into a state of bondage. Bound by the tie of virtue, they were then unable to exert their prowess. And before all the assembled kings, Duryodhana and Karna spake cruel and harsh words unto the distressed and enraged Krishna, undeserving of such treatment. O monarch, all this appeareth to me as foreboding fearful consequences. Dhritarashtra said calmly, O Sanjaya, the glances of the distressed daughter of Drupada might consume the whole earth. Can it be possible that even a single son of mine will live? The wives of the Brattas, uniting with Gandhari upon beholding virtuous Krishna, the wedded wife of the Pandavas, endued with beauty and youth, dragged into the court, set up frightful wail. Even now, along with all my subjects, they weep every day. Enraged at the ill treatment of Draupadi, the Brahmanas in a body did not perform that evening their Agnihotra ceremony. The winds blew mightily as they did at the time of the universal dissolution. There was a terrible thunderstorm also. Meteors fell from the sky, and Rahu, by swallowing the sun, unseasonably alarmed the people terribly. Our war chariots were suddenly ablaze, and all their flagstaffs fell down, foreboding evil unto the Bharattas. Jackals began to cry frightfully from within the sacred fire chamber of Duryodhana, and asses from all directions began to bray in response. Then Bhishma and Drona, and Kripa, and Somadatta, and the high Suldvalika, all left the assembly. It was then that at the advice of Vijaya I addressed Krishna and said, I will grant thee boons, O Krishna, indeed, whatever thou wouldest ask. The princess of the Panchala begged of me the liberation of the Pandavas. Out of my own motion I then set free the Pandavas, commanding them to return to their capital, on their cars and with their bows and arrows. It was then that Vidura told me, even this will prove the destruction of the Bratta race, viz., this dragging of Krishna into the court. This daughter of the king of Panchala is the faultless Sri herself. Of celestial origin, she is the wedded wife of the Pandavas. The wrathful sons of Bandu will never forgive this insult offered unto her, nor will the mighty bowmen of the Vrishani race, nor the mighty warriors amongst the Panchalas suffer this in silence. Supported by Vasudeva of unbaffled prowess, Arjuna will assuredly come back, surrounded by the Panchala host. And that mighty warrior amongst them, Bhimasena, endued with surpassing strength, will also come back, whirling his mace like Yama himself with his club. These kings will scarcely be able to bear the force of Bhima's mace. Therefore, O king, not hostility but peace forever with the sons of Bandu is what seemeth to me to be the best. The sons of Bandu are always stronger than the Kuras. Thou knowest, O king, that the illustrious and mighty King Jarasandha was slain in battle by Bhima with his bare arms alone. Therefore, O bull of the Bratta race, it behoveth thee to make peace with the sons of Pandu. Without scruples of any kind, unite the two parties, O king. And if thou actest in this way, thou art sure to obtain good luck, O king. It was thus, O son of Gavalgani, that Vidura addressed me in words of both virtue and profit. And I did not accept this counsel, moved by affection for my son. The end of Sabapava. The Mahabharata. Of Krishna Dwapayana Vyasa. Book 3, Vanapava. translated into English prose from the original Sanskrit text. By Kesari Mohan Gang Li. 1883 to 1896. Section I. Aranyaka Pava. Om. Having bowed down to Narayana, and Nara, the foremost of male beings, and the goddess Saraswati also, must the word Jaya be uttered. Janamjaya said, O thou foremost of regenerate ones, deceitfully defeated at dice by the sons of Dhritarashtra and their counsellors, incensed by those wicked ones that thus brought about a fierce animosity, and addressed in language that was so cruel, what did the Kuru princes, my ancestors, the sons of Pritha, then do? How also did the sons of Pritha, equal unto Sakra in prowess, deprived of affluence and suddenly overwhelmed with misery, passed their days in the forest? Who followed the steps of those princes plunged in excess of affliction? And how did those high-souled ones bear themselves and derive their sustenance, and where did they put up? And, O illustrious ascetic and foremost of Brahmanas, how did those 12 years of exile of those warriors who were slayers of foes pass away in the forest? And undeserving of pain, how did that princess, the best of her sex, devoted to her husbands, eminently virtuous, and always speaking the truth, endure that painful exile in the forest? O thou of ascetic wealth, tell me all this in detail, for, O Brahmana, I desire to hear thee narrate the history of those heroes possessed of abundant prowess and lustre. Truly my curiosity is great. Vaisampayana said, thus defeated at dice and incensed by the wicked sons of Dhritarashtra and their counsellors, the sons of Pritha set out from Hastinapura, and issuing through Vadhamana gate of the city, the Pandavas bearing their weapons and accompanied by Draupadi set out in a northerly direction. Indrasena and others, with servants numbering altogether 14, with their wives, followed them on swift cars. And the citizens, learning of their departure, became overwhelmed with sorrow, and began to censure Bhishma and Vidura and Drona and Kotama. And having met together they thus addressed one another fearlessly. Alas, our families, we ourselves, and our homes are all gone, when the wicked Duryodhana, backed by the son of Shivala, by Karna and Dusasna, aspireth to this kingdom. And, oh, our families, our ancestral usages, our virtue and prosperity, are all doomed with this sinful wretch supported by wretches as sinful aspireth to the kingdom. And, oh, how can happiness be the where these are not? Duryodhana beareth malice towards all superiors, hath taken leave of good conduct, and quarrelleth with those that are near to him in blood. Covetous and vain and mean, he is cruel by nature. The whole earth is doomed when Duryodhana becometh its ruler. Thither, therefore, let us proceed with the merciful and high-minded sons of Pandu with passions under control and victorious over foes, and possessed of modesty and renown, and devoted to pious practices, repair. Vaisampayana said, and saying this, the citizens went after the Pandavas, and having met them, they all, with joined hands, thus addressed the sons of Kunti and Madri. Blessed be ye. Where will ye go, leaving us in grief? We will follow you whithersoever ye will go. Surely have we been distressed upon learning that ye have been deceitfully vanquished by relentless enemies. It behoveth you not to forsake us that are your loving subjects and devoted friends, always seeking your welfare and employed in doing what is agreeable to you. We desire not to be overwhelmed in certain destruction living in the dominions of a Kuru king. Ye bulls among men, listen as we indicate the merits and demerits springing respectively from association with what is good and bad. As cloth, water, the ground, and sesame seeds are perfumed by association with flowers, even so are qualities ever the product of association. Verily association with fools produceth an illusion that entangleth the mind, as daily communion with the good and the wise leadeth to the practice of virtue. Therefore, They that desire emancipation should associate with those that are wise and old and honest and pure in conduct and possessed of ascetic merit. They should be waited upon whose triple possessions, viz., knowledge of the Vedas, origin and acts, are all pure, and association with them is even superior to the study of the Scriptures. Devoid of the religious acts as we are, we shall yet reap religious merit by association with the righteous, as we should come by sin by waiting upon the sinful. The very sight and the touch of the dishonest, and converse and association with them, cause diminution of virtue, and men, that are doomed to these, never attain purity of mind. Association with the base impaireth the understanding, as, indeed, with the indifferent maketh it indifferent, while communion with the good ever exalteth it. All those attributes which are spoken of in the world as the sources of religious merit, of worldly prosperity and sensual pleasures, which are regarded by the people, extolled in the Vedas, and approved by the well-behaved, exist in you, separately and jointly. Therefore, desirous of our own welfare, we wish to live amongst you who possess those attributes. Yudhishthira said, Blessed are we since the people with the Brahmanas at the head, moved by affection and compassion, credit us with merits we have not. I, however, with my brothers, would ask all of you to do one thing. Ye should not, through affection and pity for us, act otherwise. Our grandfather Bhishma, the king, Dhritarashtra, Vidura, my mother and most of my well-wishers, are all in the city of Hastinapura. Therefore, if ye are minded to seek our welfare, cherish ye them with care, uniting together as they are overwhelmed with sorrow and afflictions. Grieved at our departure, ye have come far. Go ye back, and let your hearts be directed with tenderness towards the relatives I entrust to you as pledges. This, of all others, is the one act upon which my heart is set, and by doing this ye would give me great satisfaction and pay me your best regards. Vaisampayana continued, thus exhorted by Yudhishthira the just, the people in a body set up a loud wail exclaiming Komalas, O king! And afflicted and overwhelmed with sorrow on remembering the virtues of Pritha's son, they'd unwillingly retraced their steps asking leave of the Pandavas. The citizens having ceased to follow, the Pandavas ascended their cars, and setting out reached the site of the mighty banyan tree called Brahmana on the banks of the Ganges. And reaching the site of the banyan tree about the close of the day, the heroic sons of Bandu purified themselves by touching the sacred water, and passed the night there. And afflicted with woe they spent that night taking water alone as their sole sustenance. Certain Brahmanas belonging to both classes, viz., those that maintained the sacrificial fire and those that maintained it not, who had, with their disciples and relatives, out of affection followed the Pandavas thither also passed the night with them. And surrounded by those Uttras of Brahma, the king shone resplendent in their midst. And that evening, at once beautiful and terrible, those Brahmanas having lighted their sacred fires, began to chant the Vedas and hold mutual converse. And those foremost of Brahmanas, with swan-sweet voices spent the night, comforting that best of Kurus, the king. Section 2. Vaisampayana said, when that night passed away and day broke in, those Brahmanas who supported themselves by mendicancy, stood before the Pandavas of exalted deeds, who were about to enter the forest. Then King Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, addressed them, saying, robbed of our prosperity and kingdom, robbed of everything, we are about to enter the deep woods in sorrow, depending for our food on fruits and roots, and the produce of the chase. The forest too is full of dangers, and abounds with reptiles and beasts of prey. It appeareth to me that ye will certainly have to suffer much privation and misery there. The sufferings of the Brahmanas might overpower even the gods. That they would overwhelm me is too certain. Therefore, O Brahmana, Go ye back whithersoever ye list. The Brahmanas replied, O king, our path is even that on which ye are for setting out. It behoveth thee not, therefore, to forsake us who are thy devoted admirers practicing the true religion. The very gods have compassion upon their worshippers, especially upon Brahmanas of regulated lives. Yudhishthira said, We regenerate ones, I too am devoted to the Brahmanas. But this destitution that hath overtaken me overwhelmed me with confusion. These my brothers that are to procure fruits and roots and the deer of the forest are stupefied with grief arising from their afflictions and on account of the distress of Draupadi and the loss of our kingdom. Alas, as they are distressed, I cannot employ them in painful tasks. The Brahmanas said, Let no anxiety, O king, in respect of our maintenance, find a place in thy heart. Ourselves providing our own food, we shall follow thee, and by meditation and saying our prayers we shall compass thy welfare, while by pleasant converse we shall entertain thee and be cheered ourselves. Yudhishthira said, Without doubt, it must be as ye say, for I am ever pleased with the company of the regenerate ones. But my fallen condition maketh me behold in myself an object of reproach. How shall I behold you all, that do not deserve to bear trouble, out of love for me painfully subsisting upon food procured by your own toil? Oh, fie upon the wicked sons of Dhritarashtra! Vaisampayana continued. Saying this, the weeping king sat himself down upon the ground. Then a learned Brahmana, Sonaka by name, versed in self-knowledge and skilled in the Sankhya system of yoga, addressed the king, saying, Causes of grief by thousands, and causes of the fear by hundreds, day after day, overwhelm the ignorant but not the wise. Surely, sensible men like thee never suffer themselves to be deluded by acts that are opposed to true knowledge, fraught with every kind of evil, and destructive of salvation. O king, in thee dwelleth that understanding furnished with the 8 attributes which is said to be capable of providing against all evils, and which resulteth from a study of the Shruti, Vedas, and Scriptures. And men like unto thee are never stupefied, on the accession of poverty or an affliction overtaking their friends, through bodily or mental uneasiness. Listen, I shall tell the slokas which were chanted of old by the illustrious Janaka touching the subject of controlling the self. This world is afflicted with both bodily and mental suffering. Listen now to the means of allaying it as I indicate them both briefly and in detail. Disease, contact with painful things, toil and want of objects desired. These are the 4 causes that induce bodily suffering. And as regards disease, it may be allayed by the application of medicine, while mental ailments are cured by seeking to forget them yoga meditation. For this reason, sensible physicians first seek to allay the mental sufferings of their patients by agreeable converse and the offer of desirable objects, and as a hot iron bath thrust into a jar maketh the water therein hot, even so doth mental grief bring on bodily agony. And as water quencheth fire, so doth true knowledge allay mental disquietude. And the mind attaining ease, the body findeth ease also. It seemeth that affection is the root of all mental sorrow. It is affection that maketh every creature miserable and bringeth on every kind of woe. Verily affection is the root of all misery and of all fear, of joy and grief, of every kind of pain. From affection spring all purposes, and it is from affection that spring the love of worldly goods. Both of these latter are sources of evil, though the first, our purposes, is worse than the second. And as a small portion of fire thrust into the hollow of a tree consumeth the tree itself to its roots, even so affection, ever so little, destroyeth both virtue and profit. He cannot be regarded to have renounced the world who hath merely withdrawn from worldly possessions. He, however, who though in actual contact with the world regardeth its faults, may be said to have truly renounced the world. Freed from every evil passion, soul dependent on nothing, with such a one hath truly renounced the world. Therefore, should no one seek to place his affections on either friends or the wealth he hath earned. And so should affection for one's own person be extinguished by knowledge. Like the lotus leaf that is never drenched by water, the souls of men capable of distinguishing between the ephemeral and the everlasting, of men devoted to the pursuit of the eternal, conversant with the scriptures and purified by knowledge, can never be moved by affection. The man that is influenced by affection is tortured by desire, and from the desire that springeth up in his heart his thirst for worldly possessions increaseth. Verily, this thirst is sinful and is regarded as the source of all anxieties. It is this terrible thirst, fraught with sin, that leaneth unto unrighteous acts. Those find happiness that can renounce this thirst, which can never be renounced by the wicked, which decayeth not with the decay of the body, and which is truly a fatal disease. It hath neither beginning nor end. Dwelling within the heart, it destroyeth creatures, like a fire of incorporeal origin. And as a faggot of wood is consumed by the fire that is fed by itself, even so doth a person of impure soul find destruction from the covetousness born of his heart. And as creatures endued with life have ever a dread of death, so men of wealth are in constant apprehension of the king and the thief, of water and fire, and even of their relatives. And as a morsel of meat, if in air, may be devoured by birds, if on ground by beasts of prey, and if in water by the fishes, even so is the man of wealth exposed to dangers wherever he may be. To many the wealth they own is their bane, and he that beholding happiness in wealth becometh wedded to it, knoweth not true happiness. And hence succession of wealth is viewed as that which increaseth covetousness and folly. Wealth alone is the root of niggardliness and boastfulness, pride and fear and anxiety. These are the miseries of men that the wise see in riches. Men undergo infinite miseries in the acquisition and retention of wealth. Its expenditure also is fraught with grief. Nay, sometimes, life itself is lost for the sake of wealth. The abandonment of wealth produces misery, and even they that are cherished by one's wealth become enemies for the sake of that wealth. When, therefore, the possession of wealth is fraught with such misery, one should not mind its loss. It is the ignorant alone who are discontented. The wise, however, are always content. The thirst of wealth can never be assuaged. Contentment is the highest happiness. Therefore, it is that the wise regard contentment as the highest object of pursuit. The wise, knowing the instability of youth and beauty, of life and treasure hoards, of prosperity and the company of the loved ones, never covet them. Therefore, one should refrain from the acquisition of wealth, bearing the pain incident to it. None that is rich free from trouble. And it is for this that the virtuous applaud them that are free from the desire of wealth. And as regards those that pursue wealth for purposes of virtue, it is better for them to refrain altogether from such pursuit, for, surely, it is better not to touch mire at all than to wash it off after having been besmeared with it. And, O Yudhishthira, it behoveth thee not to covet anything. And if thou wouldest have virtue, emancipate thyself from desire of worldly possessions. Yudhishthira said, O Brahmana, this my desire of wealth is not for enjoying it when obtained. It is only for the support of the Brahmanas that I desire it, and not because I am actuated by avarice. For what purpose, O Brahmana, doth one like us lead a domestic life, if he cannot cherish and support those that follow him? All creatures are seen to divide the food they procure amongst those that depend on them. So should a person leading a domestic life give a share of his food to Yatis and Brahmacarins that have renounced cooking for themselves. The houses of the good men can never be in want of grass, for seat, space, for rest, water, to wash and assuage thirst, and fourthly, sweet words. To the weary a bed, to one fatigued with standing, a seat, to the thirsty, water, and to the hungry, food should ever be given. To a guest are due pleasant looks and a cheerful heart and sweet words. The host, rising up, should advance towards the guest, offer him a seat, and duly worship him. Even this is eternal morality. They that perform not the Agnihotra do not wait upon bulls, nor cherish their kinsmen and guests and friends and sons and wives and servants, were consumed with sin for such neglect. None should cook his food for himself alone, and none should slay an animal without dedicating it to the gods, the Pytris, and guests. Nor should one eat of that food which hath not been duly dedicated to the gods and Pytris, by scattering food on the earth, morning and evening, for the behoof of dogs and chandlers and birds. Should a person perform the Viswadeva sacrifice. 3. He that eateth the Vyasa is regarded as eating ambrosia. What remaineth in a sacrifice after dedication to the gods and the Pytris is regarded as ambrosia, and what remaineth after feeding the guest is called Vyasa and is equivalent to ambrosia itself. Feeding a guest is equivalent to a sacrifice, and the pleasant looks the host casteth upon the guest, the attention he devouteth to him, the sweet words in which he addresseth him, the respect he payeth by following him, and the food and drink with which he treateth him, are the 5 dakshinas for in that sacrifice. He who giveth without stint food to a fatigued wayfarer never seen before, obtaineth merit that is great, and he who leading a domestic life, followeth such practices, acquireth religious merit that is said to be very great. O Brahmana, what is thy opinion on this? Saunaka said, Alas, this world is full of contradictions. That which shameth the good, gratifieth the wicked. Alas, moved by ignorance and passion and slaves of their own senses, even fools perform many acts of apparent merit, to gratify in after life their appetites. With eyes open are these men led astray by their seducing senses, even as a charioteer, who hath lost his senses, by restive and wicked steeds. When any of the 6 senses findeth its particular object, the desire springeth up in the heart to enjoy that particular object. And thus when one's heart proceedeth to enjoy the objects of any particular sense, a wish is entertained, which in its turn giveth birth to a resolve, and finally, like unto an insect falling into a flame from love of light, the man falleth into the fire of temptation, pierced by the shafts of the object of enjoyment discharged by the desire constituting the seed of the resolve, and thenceforth blinded by sensual pleasure which he seeketh without stint, and steeped in dark ignorance and folly which he mistaketh for a state of happiness, he knoweth not himself. And like unto a wheel that is incessantly rolling, every creature, from ignorance and deed and desire, falleth into various states in this world, wandering from one birth to another, and rangeth the entire circle of existences from a Brahma to the point of a blade of grass, now in water, now on land, and now against in the air. This then is the career of those that are without knowledge. Listen now to the course of the wise, they that are intent on profitable virtue, and are desirous of emancipation. The Vedas enjoin act that renounce, interest in, action. Therefore, shouldst thou act, renouncing abhimana, 5 performance of sacrifices, study of the Vedas, gifts, penance, truth, in both speech and act, forgiveness, subduing the senses, and renunciation of desire, these have been declared to be the 8 cardinal duties constituting the true path. Of these, the 4 first pave the way to the world of the Pytris, and these should be practiced without abhimana. The 4 last are always observed by the pious, to attain the heaven of the gods, and the pure in spirit should ever follow these 8 paths. Those who wish to subdue the world for purpose of salvation should ever act fully renouncing motives, effectually subduing their senses, rigidly observing particular vows, devotedly serving their preceptors, austerely regulating their fare, diligently studying the Vedas, renouncing action as mean and restraining their hearts. By renouncing desire and aversion the gods have attained prosperity. It is by virtue of their wealth of Yoga 6 that the Rudras, and the Sadyas, and the Adityas, and the Vasas, and the twin Aswins, rule the creatures. Therefore, O son of Kunti, like unto them, do thou, O Bharata, entirely refraining from action with motive, strive to attain success in yoga and by ascetic austerities. Thou hast already achieved such success so far as thy debts to thy ancestors, both male and female concerned, and that success also which is derived from action, sacrifices. Do thou, for serving the regenerate ones, endeavour to attain success in penances. Those that are crowned with ascetic success can, by virtue of that success, do whatever they list. Do thou, therefore, practicing asceticism, realize all thy wishes. Section 3. Vaisampayana said, Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, thus addressed by Saunaka, approached his priest and in the midst of his brothers said, The Brahmanas versed in the Vedas are following me, who am departing for the forest. Afflicted with many calamities, I am unable to support them. I cannot abandon them, nor have I the power to offer them sustenance. Tell me, O Holy One, what should be done by me in such a pass? Vaisampayana said, after reflecting for a moment, seeking to find out their proper course by his yoga powers, Dharmya, that foremost of all virtuous men, addressed Yudhishthira in these words, In days of old, all living beings that had been created were sorely afflicted with hunger. And like a father, unto all of them, Savita, the son, took compassion upon them. And going first into the northern declension, the sun drew up water by his rays, and coming back to the southern declension, stayed over the earth, with his heat centered in himself. And while the sun so stayed over the earth, the lord of the vegetable world, the moon, converting the effects of the solar heat, vapors, into clouds and pouring them down in the shape of water, caused plants to spring up. Thus it is the sun himself, who, drenched by the lunar influence, is transformed, upon the sprouting of seeds, into holy vegetable furnished with the 6 tastes. And it is these which constitute the food of all creatures upon the earth. Thus the food that supporteth the lives of creatures is instinct with solar energy, and the sun is, therefore, the father of all creatures. Do thou, hence, O Yudhishthira, take refuge even in him. All illustrious monarchs of pure descent and deeds are known to have delivered their people by practicing high asceticism. The great Kartavirya, and Vanya and Nuasha had all, by virtue of ascetic meditation preceded by vows, delivered their people from heavy afflictions. Therefore, O virtuous one, as thou art purified by the acts, do thou likewise, entering upon the file of austerities. O Bharata, virtuously support the regenerate ones. Janamejaya said, How did that bull among the Kurus, King Yudhishthira, for the sake of the Brahmanas adore the son of wonderful appearance? Vaisampayana said, Listen attentively, O king, purifying thyself and withdrawing thy mind from every other thing. And, O king of kings, appoint thou a time. I will tell thee everything in detail, and, O illustrious one, listen to the 108 names of the sun, as they were disclosed of old by Dharmya to the high-souled son of Pritha. Dharmya said, Surya, Aryaman, Bharga, Twastri, Pusha, Arka, Savitri, Ravi, Gabastimat, Kala, Mritu, Datri, Prabhakara, Prithivi, Apateja, Vayu, the soul stay, Soma, Vrihaspati, Sugra, Buddha, Angaraka, Indra, Vivaswat, Diptanzu, Sachi, Sori, Anekara, Brahma, Vishnu, Rudra, Skanda, Vaisravana, Yama, Vajayutani, Jatharani, Aindna, Tejasampati, Dharmadwa, Vedakatari, Vedanga, Vedavahana, Krita, Dreta, Dwapara, Kali, full of every impurity, Kala, Kastha, Mewurta, Kshapa, Yama, and Kshana, Samvasaragara, Aswata, Kalashakra, Bhavasu, Purusho, Saswata, Yogin, Vyakta, Sanatana, Kaladayaksho, Prajadayaksho, Viswakama, Tamanda, Varana, Sagara, Ansu, Jaimuta, Jivana, Arigan, Bhutasraya, Bhutapati, Srastri, Samvataka, Vani, Savadi, Alolupa, Ananta, Kapla, Banu, Kamada, Savatomaka, Jaya, Visala, Varada, Manas, Supana, Bhutadi, Sairaga, Prandarana, Danwantari, Dhumakitu, Adai Deva, Aditijuta, Dwadasatman, Aravanakshaw, Paitri, Matri, Pitamaha, Swargadwara, Brajadwara, Mokshadwara, Drapistapa, Dihakati, Prasantatman, Viswatman, Viswatomaka, Charakaratman, Suksmatman, the merciful Maitreya. These are the 108 names of Surya of immeasurable energy, as told by the self-create, Brahma. For the acquisition of prosperity, I bow down to thee, O Bhaskara, blazing like unto gold or fire, who is worshipped of the gods and the Pitras and the Yakshas, and who is adored by Asuras, Nisacharas, and Siddhas. He that with fixed attention reciteth this hymn at sunrise, obtaineth wife and offspring and riches and the memory of his former existence, and by reciting this hymn a person attaineth patience and memory. Let a man concentrating his mind recite this hymn. By doing so, he shall be proof against grief and forest fire and ocean, and every object of desire shall be his. Vaisampayana continued, having heard from Dharma these words suitable to the occasion. Yudhishthira the just, with heart concentrated within itself and purifying it duly, became engaged in austere meditation, moved by the desire of supporting the Brahmanas, and worshipping the Maker of Day with offerings of the flowers and other articles. The king performed his ablutions, and standing in the stream, he turned his face towards the god of day, and touching the water of the Ganges, the virtuous Yudhishthira, with senses under complete control and depending upon air alone for his sustenance, stood there with rapt soul engaged in pranayama. 7 And having purified himself and restrained his speech, he began to sing the hymn of praise to the sun. Yudhishthira said, Thou art, O sun, the eye of the universe. Thou art the soul of all corporeal existences. Thou art the origin of all things. Thou art the embodiment of the acts of all religious men. Thou art the refuge of those versed in the Sankhya philosophy, the mysteries of the soul, and thou art the support of the yogins. Thou art a door unfastened with bolts. Thou art the refuge of those wishing for emancipation. Thou sustainest and discoverest the world, and sanctifiest and supportest it from pure compassion. Brahmanas versed in the Vedas appearing before thee, adore thee in due time, reciting the hymns from the respective branches of the Vedas. They refer, Thou art the adored of the Rishis, the Siddhas, and the Charanas, and the Gandharvas, and the Yakshas, and the Gaikas, and the Nagas, desirous of obtaining boons follow thy car coursing through the skies. The 33 gods 8 with Upendra, Vishnu, and Mahendra, and the order of Vayamanikas 9 have attained success by worshipping thee. By offering thee garlands of the celestial mandaras 10 the best of the Vidyadharas have obtained all their desires. The Gayas and the 7 orders of the Pitras, both divine and human, have attained superiority by adoring thee alone. The Vasas, the Manilas, and the Rudras, the Sadhyas, the Marichipas, the Valikulyas, and the Siddhas, have attained pre-eminence by bowing down unto thee. There is nothing that I know in the entire 7 worlds, including that of Brahma, which is beyond thee. There are other beings both great and endued with energy, but none of them hath thy lustre and energy. All light is in thee, indeed, thou art the Lord of all light. In thee are there 5 elements and all intelligence, and knowledge and asceticism and the ascetic properties. 11. The discourse by which the wielder of the saranga 12 humbleth the pride of Asuras, and which is furnished with a beautiful nave, was forged by Viswakarman with thy energy. In summer thou drawest, by thy rays, moisture from all corporeal existences and plants and liquid substances, and pourest it down in the rainy season. Thy rays warm and scorch, and becoming as clouds roar and flash with lightning and pour down showers when the season cometh. Neither fire nor shelter, nor woolen cloths give greater comfort to one suffering from chilling blasts than thy rays. Thou illuminest by thy rays the whole earth with her 13 islands. Thou alone art engaged in the welfare of the 3 worlds. If thou dost not rise, the universe becometh blind, and the learned cannot employ themselves in the attainment of virtue, wealth and profit. It is through thy grace that there 3 orders of Brahmanas, Kshatriyas and Vaisyas are able to perform their various duties and sacrifices. 13. Those versed in chronology say that thou art the beginning and thou the end of a day of Brahma, which consisteth of a full 1,000 yugas. Thou art the Lord of Manas and of the sons of the Manas, of the universe and of man, of the Manvantaras and their lords. When the time of universal dissolution cometh, the fire Samvataka born of thy wrath consumeth the 3 worlds, and existeth alone, and clouds of various hues begotten of thy rays, accompanied by the elephant Tirvata and the thunderbolt, bring about the appointed deluges, and dividing thyself into 12 parts and becoming as many suns, thou drinkest up the ocean once more with thy rays. Thou art called Indra, thou art Vishnu, thou art Brahma, thou art Prajapati. Thou art fire and thou art the subtle mind. And thou art Lord and the eternal Brahma. Thou art Hansa, thou art Savitri, thou art Banu, and Sumalin, and Vrishakapi. Thou art Vivaswan, Mihira, Pushor, Mitra, and Dharma. Thou art Thousand-Rayed, thou art Aditya, and Tapana, and the Lord of Rays. Thou art Martanda, and Arka, and Ravi, and Surya, and Saranya, and Maker of Day, and Divakara, and Saptasispati, and Humakshan, and Virachana. Thou art spoken of as swift of speed, and the destroyer of darkness, and the possessor of yellow steeds. He that reverentially adoreth thee on the 6th or the 7th lunar day with humility and tranquillity of mind, obtaineth the grace of Lakshmi. They that with him divided attention adore and worship thee, are delivered from all dangers, agonies, and afflictions. And they that hold that thou art everywhere, being the soul of all things, living long, freed from sin and enjoying an immunity from all diseases. O Lord of all food, it behoveth thee to grant food in abundance unto me, who am desirous of food even for entertaining all my guests with reverence. I bow also to all those followers of thine that have taken refuge at thy feet, Mathara and Arana and Danda and others, including Asani and Kshuva and the others. And I bow also to the celestial mothers of all creatures, viz., Kshuva and Maitri and the others of the class. Oh, let them deliver me their suppliant. Vaisampayana said, thus, O great king, was the sun that purifier of the world, adored by Yudhishthira, and pleased with him, the maker of day, self-luminous, and blazing like fire showed himself to the son of Pandu. And Vivaswan said, Thou shalt obtain all that thou desirest. I shall provide thee with food for 5 and 7 years together. And, O king, accept this copper vessel which I give unto thee. And, O thou of excellent vows, as long as Panchali will hold this vessel, without partaking of its contents, fruits and roots and meat and vegetables cooked in thy kitchen, these 4 kinds of food shall from this day be inexhaustible. And, on the 14th year from this, thou shalt regain thy kingdom. Vaisampayana continued, having said this, the god vanished away. He that, with a desire of obtaining a boon, reciteth this hymn concentrating his mind with ascetic abstraction, obtaineth it from the sun, however difficult of acquisition it may be that he asketh for. And the person, male or female, that reciteth or heareth this hymn day after day, if he or she desireth for a son, obtaineth one, and if riches, obtaineth them, and if learning acquireth that too. And the person, male or female, that reciteth this hymn every day in the 2 twilights, if overtaken by danger, is delivered from it, and if bound, is freed from the bonds. Brahma himself had communicated this hymn to the illustrious Sakra, and from Sakra was it obtained by Narada, and from Narada, by Damu. And Yudhishthira, obtaining it from Dharma, attained all his wishes. And it is by virtue of this hymn that one may always obtain victory in war, and acquire immense wealth also. And it leadeth the reciter from all sins, to the solar region. Vaisampayana continued, having obtained the boon, the virtuous son of Kunti, raising from the water, took hold of Dharma's feet and then embraced his brothers. And, O exalted one, wending then with Draupadi to the kitchen, and adored by her duly, the son of Bandu set himself to cook their day's food. And the clean food, however little, that was dressed, furnished with the 4 tastes, increased and became inexhaustible. And with it Yudhishthira began to feed the regenerate ones. And after the Brahmanas had been fed, and his younger brothers also, Yudhishthira himself ate of the food that remained, and which is called Vyasa. And after Yudhishthira had eaten, the daughter of Prishata took what remained. And after she had taken her meal, the day's food became exhausted. And having thus obtained the boon from the maker of day, the son of Pandu, himself as resplendent as that celestial, began to entertain the Brahmanas agreeably to their wishes. And obedient to their priest, the sons of Pritha, on auspicious lunar days and constellations and conjunctions, performed sacrifices according to the ordinance, the scriptures, and the mantras. After the sacrifices, the sons of Pandu, blessed by the auspicious rites performed by Dharma and accompanied by him, and surrounded also by the Brahmanas, set out from the woods of Kanyaka. Section 4. Vaisampayana said, after the Pandavas had gone to the forest, Dhritarashtra the son of Amvika, whose knowledge was his I, 14 became exceedingly sorrowful